5.3% since July 2024, and inactivity is down by more than the rise in unemployment, a reduction of 400,000.
Alison Britton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the House of Commons dashboard, the data for my constituency of Bognor Regis and Littlehampton shows that universal credit claims increased dramatically by 20% in just 1 month. Claimants have increased by over 2,000, from 10,344 to 12,415 from May to June this year. So given this recent increase in economic inactivity, what evidence does she have that the government's employment support programmes are successfully moving people from out-of-work benefits into sustained employment?
Okay, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her question. Her government, the Conservative government, unified in-work and out-of-work benefits, so universal credit is also an in-work benefit. And as I mentioned some moments ago, the legacy of the Tories on economic inactivity is now seeing a welcome reversal, with economic inactivity down by 400,000.
Right, Sir Russell.
Could the Honourable Lady please tell me about the measures she is taking to reduce child poverty?
It's... Can the Minister... Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as you know well, and as the Honourable Lady knows well, improved employment is at the heart of our approach to child poverty, and that's why reductions in economic inactivity and improvements in employment will be part of our child poverty strategy to be published very soon.
Tim Farrell.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister accept that the government's increase in national insurance contributions has had a negative impact on employment levels in communities like ours? Cumbria Tourism assesses that 37% of its businesses have cut staff as a consequence, 33% freezing recruitment. Is it possible that the government will actually get less in from this tax rise than it expects, and in doing so do grave harm to the Cumbrian tourism economy and many other parts of our economy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I speak to many businesses, and in fact, since coming into office, Secretary of State and I have totally changed our approach with employers. And that new approach includes a partnership with UK Hospitality, providing specific employment support to get into hospitality and a hospitality passport so that people can evidence their qualifications, which we believe, and UK Hospitality think, can help those people who really need a chance in life get a good start in the hospitality sector.
Jessica Moore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Visiting businesses in Newport East this summer, there's a high demand for companies, including Thames Valley Construction, who I visited to train more construction workers locally. And I was really pleased to see the government make that announcement in the summer to train 40,000 more people. Can the ministers tell me what conversations they're having with the Welsh Government to work together to do this?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her important question. We won't build 1.5 much-needed million homes without bringing people into the construction sector, which is why, as part of our new approach to employers, we've partnered with the construction sector, we've set up specific schemes with them, and we're talking directly across Whitehall with other government departments and with the sector about moving people into great jobs in construction.
Secretary of State Helen Waitley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very good to see you back after the summer recess. Now, the Honourable Lady can fling around the stats all she likes, but the facts are clear and they are bleak. Under her watch, youth unemployment has gone up. Nearly 1 million and rising young people are not in work or education, including over 40,000 more young women. A generation of brilliant young people are going on to benefits rather than into work. But their jobs tax and the Unemployment Rights Bill were guaranteed to reduce opportunities for young people. We've had the winter fuel U-turn. We've had the welfare U-turn. Why not a U-turn to help young people?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The damage was done to the coming generation under the Tories. I think we failed the pandemic generation. They put a shift in and stayed at home and gave up their social lives to save older loved ones. And I really think I could talk at length about our youth guarantee, our trailblazers, the work that we're doing to expand youth hubs, but actually it sticks in my craw to hear the party opposite, who failed this generation, harp on about it from that dispatch box.
Joe Morris.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
This Labour government believes every young person should be able to fulfil their potential, and unlike members opposite, we will not stand by while almost 1 million are not in education, employment or training. Our Get Britain Working trailblazer in the North East is already helping young and neurodivergent people with supported work and training placements, including in Hexham. And the local job centre is also working with Newcastle United Foundation to help young people build their confidence and develop their skills, so they and our country can look forward to a brighter future.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For too long, previous governments didn't take into account the realities of life in communities across my constituency, which is incredibly sparsely populated and quite rural. The Youth Guarantee can and will make a considerable difference in communities all across that, from the Tyne Valley all the way out to the North Tyne and into Calton and Throckley too. So can the Secretary of State work with me to ensure that we continue to support young people in all those different disparate communities to access the skills and the opportunities that they deserve?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is right to say that people have different needs in different parts of the country. We need to tailor employment support to the needs of individuals. So alongside measures like our youth guarantee, we are also overhauling our job centres to provide that more personalised support, and indeed introducing measures like mobile job centres to provide better help in rural areas.
Michelle Scrockham.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the significant investment, DWP has partnered with BAE and the nuclear sector to promote a variety of career pathways, including roles across their supply chains. We're also working within BAE's The Bridge Hub in Barrow, a collaborative space offering employment advice and support from BAE Systems and a range of local employers and organisations to connect talent with locally based jobs. In Barrow, further, our Youth Hub is run in partnership with Brathay Trust and Project John, supporting young people holistically to meet employers and develop their talents.
Michelle Scrockham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been impressed by the work being done in Drop Zone in my constituency. They run a variety of projects for young people, including specialised education for those with additional needs, mental health support and support for the transition back into education, employment and training. But young people in Barrow and Furness still face difficult challenges from a long legacy of underfunding. The Youth Trailblazer scheme is already making a difference in some constituencies after just a few months. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss how we can tailor this scheme to specifically target young people in Barrow and Furness?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her question. Barrow does have unique circumstances, unique challenges and unique opportunities, and it's important that all parts of the government address those unique opportunities and challenges in Barrow. And I would be very happy to meet with her to discuss that further, what we're already doing and what more we can go on to do to make sure that young people in Barrow have the best chance possible in life.
John Mull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Office for Budget Responsibility forecast in March that incapacity and disability benefit spending would be £90.7 billion in 2029-30. That figure will be updated at the budget. Better employment support, removing perverse work disincentives in universal credit are the key to getting more people into work.
John Mum.
Mr. Speaker, just 2 months ago, the Secretary of State was left humiliated after being forced to significantly water down her botched welfare bill. So can the Minister tell the House, if the Government had pressed ahead with the bill as originally drafted, how much less would taxpayers be spending on benefits by 2030?
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, the OBR will update its forecast at the time of the budget, but we inherited a terrible situation with record numbers of people economically inactive. Economic inactivity is down since the election, employment is up. Those developments have been encouraging, but our reforms will be going much further. The £3.8 billion that we're investing in employment support for people out of work on health and disability grants, that's the biggest package ever, will be the key.
Peter Prince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would she agree with me that we must invest in community mental health services if we are to reduce spending on mental health disability?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I very much welcome the NHS 10-year plan, which our right honourable friend has published, which does give a new priority and new commitment to mental health support. And I agree with my honourable friend, that's a very important part of tackling the problems that we need to resolve.
Shadow Minister Danny Cook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's good to see the Minister back after the break. But I'm sorry to hear that there are still no plans to reduce spending on PIP. Indeed, he has said that he is collaborating with people who would not be working with him on his review if there were to be any reductions in the levels of benefit or eligibility. So given this veto on the cuts to PIP, can I implore him again to at least look at the benefits that PIP is gateway to? So motability, disability premium, council tax discounts, blue badges. Will he at least promise that these entitlements could come down?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've made it clear we are going to co-produce our review of the PIP assessment with disabled people themselves, with representatives of disability organisations. The review will cover the mobility component assessment, which leads on to the Motability scheme, and other entitlements which PIP is a gateway to.
But no possibility of any of those entitlements coming down or any of the spending being reduced. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have 1.25 million foreign nationals claiming universal credit. Most of them are not in employment. I hope he doesn't plan to co-produce his plans with foreign nationals. Though knowing Labour lawyers, I expect they'll be saying that the ECHR demands they do just that. Can he tell the House whether he thinks that subsidising more and more foreign nationals is what the British security system is for? And if not, will he, as we've been arguing, will he restrict sickness benefits to British nationals only?
Speaker, that what's crucial is that we have a fair system. We are reviewing universal credit at the moment. We're looking at problems, for example, the 5-week wait that was inserted into universal credit when it was introduced. And we're making changes to make sure that it effectively tackles poverty and deals with and does the job that we need it to do. Fairness will be at the heart of the system.
Tasha Iron.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Croydon East, young people aged 18 to 21 will be helped by a Youth Guarantee Trailblazer being delivered by the Greater London Authority. This will strengthen early identification and outreach to engage young Londoners who are not in employment, education or training or at risk of being so, linking them to better support, employment and education opportunities and essential services they need. I'm glad that DWP will continue to support the communities within Croydon East by hosting an information stall at her upcoming advice fair in New Addington.
Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Croydon is London's youngest borough, and with 6.6% of people aged between 16 and 24 claiming out-of-work benefits in my constituency of Croydon East, supporting young people into work and breaking down barriers to their opportunities is vital. So could you just give us a little bit more detail about the additional funding for the London Youth Guarantee Trailblazers, and can she outline how they will be helping Croydon's young people get into work? And I look forward to having the DWP with us in New Addington.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and I'll pass on her comments to my colleagues in Croydon who are really keen to work with her and the other MPs there. In the summer, the Secretary of State announced further funding for our 8 Youth Guarantee Trailblazers with an extra 45 million, and that will make sure that in London, like in the rest of the country, our young people get the choices and chances they deserve.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 7, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government has committed to significant measures to counter welfare fraud, error and debt. This is the biggest package of such measures in recent history, and the OBR has estimated it will deliver an additional £9.6 billion of savings over the next 5 years. The package is underpinned by our Public Authorities Fraud, Error and Recovery Bill, which contains a range of new powers to enable us to keep pace with offenders who exploit the social security system.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer there. I think we can all agree that fraud strikes at the heart of the system, underpinning it, kicking away the underpinnings of it, in fact. And I do hope that the Government will undertake a zero-tolerance approach to this. Unlike in Scotland, where we have recently heard that £36 million of benefit money which was paid out in error is not now to be recovered. Does the Minister agree that that's deeply unfair to taxpayers?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman tempts me to encroach upon what are legitimately policy questions for the Scottish Government. What I would say is that the policy of this government is clear and is set out in the bill, but I am grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice for continuing to work with me constructively to try and make this bill as workable as possible, alignment where we can, but where, if we end up diverging, we are still able to make sure that we are doing everything that we can from this Parliament and everything that the Scottish Government chooses to do to bear down on fraud and error.
Chris Kane.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister share my surprise that a member of the party responsible for over a decade of rising poverty, record benefit delays and billions lost to fraud and error is now suddenly concerned about tackling it? And while across this House we recognise the need to tackle fraud within our welfare system, we should also recognise the huge issue we have with tax avoidance and tax evasion, as recently highlighted by the Public Accounts Committee, which requires significant attention.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I very much agree with my honourable friend. This government is determined to bear down on tax evasion with 5,000 additional investigators wherever we see people who are ripping off the public purse, whether that is those who are defrauding the DWP or whether there are those who are abusing the tax system. We are determined to bear down on that, and that is what we will do.
Alison Bean.
Question 8, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the PIP application process is outdated and can be very difficult to navigate. The current health transformation programme will deliver radical improvements and much better efficiency.
Alison.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my constituency of Freeman East Somerset, I was contacted by a woman who suffered 2 strokes, resulting in permanent right-side paralysis and ongoing mobility difficulties. Despite her condition being permanent, she's had to undergo reassessment for PIP and has appealed for it to be reinstated. I welcome the government changing this reassessment requirement for people with long-term health conditions, but could the Minister clarify what steps they're taking to reduce the stress and difficulty of the PIP application process for people with these serious health conditions?
Well, Mr Speaker, the health transformation programme that I've mentioned will allow the introduction of a modern digital service, which is certainly not how the current arrangements should be characterised. It's a big job. The programme is going to run until 2029, but the outcome from it will be a process which is simpler, which is easier to understand, I hope, reducing the stress that the honourable member has rightly drawn attention to, and also with shorter decision times.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over the summer, I have been doing a deep dive into children with SEND and not least looking at those transition points between education and work. As part of the Tim's review, his own review, will he ensure that that interface is really looked at so there is a smooth transition for young people as opposed to the cliff edges which many young people face in being able to make that transition into work?
Well, Mr Speaker, the review will look specifically at the PIP assessment, but we have, in the Green Paper published earlier this year, suggested that the age of transition from DLA to PIP should be increased from 16 to 18. That was one of the consultation proposals. I think that change could assist with the concerns my honourable friend is raising. We're looking at the moment at the consultation responses we've received.
Question 9, Mr Speaker. Secretary of State.
We are determined to drive down child poverty in the honourable gentleman's constituency and right across Scotland and the rest of the UK. Our child poverty strategy will look at every lever at our disposal to drive up family incomes, drive down family costs and give every child the best start in life. I regularly discuss these issues with the Chancellor and indeed ministers across government, because we will leave no stone unturned in ensuring every child can fulfil their potential, because they deserve it and our country needs it.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2 million pensioners in the UK are in poverty, with the British state pension amongst the worst in North West Europe. During the independence referendum, Better Together claimed our pensions are more affordable as part of the UK. 11 years on, can the ministers tell me exactly what the Union is doing for Scottish pensioners other than impoverish them?
Thank you.
Secretary.
I mean, I would say to the honourable gentleman, investing in, an additional £31 billion in the triple lock over the Parliament is delivering huge benefits to pensioners in Scotland. Our measures to drive up uptake of pension credit to help the very poorest pensioners. Our measures to stabilise the economy, to invest in the NHS, which many pensioners rely on. I'm very proud of the action that we are taking, but indeed with the biggest ever funding settlement agreed for Scotland and given by this government, I would ask him to ask some challenging questions of his own government to make sure they deliver for Scotland's pensioners too.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last year, a staggering 1 in 4 kids in Derby lived in poverty. Our local charities like the Derby Food for Thought Alliance do some amazing work, handing out last year 20,000 food parcels. Will the Secretary of State ensure that the upcoming food poverty strategy, the child poverty strategy, address the root causes of child food poverty, so that parents aren't left struggling to put tea on the table?
Secretary of State.
I understand very well the issues my honourable friend raises. As a former chair of Feeding Leicester, the programme to end hunger in my city, I see only too clearly the links between poverty and dependence on emergency food parcels. I'm very proud we've already slashed deductions in universal credit, that we have extended the Crisis and Resilience Fund, the first 3-year funding settlement for that under this government. There's much more to do, but we want to make sure children have hungry minds, not hungry bellies, and we are determined to deliver.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The best way of reducing poverty is being in work. But as a result of this government's damaging economic policies, we've seen youth unemployment rise by 6% since the general election. What representations will the Secretary of State make to the Chancellor ahead of the budget to ensure that more damage isn't done?
Secretary of State.
The Labour Party believes that everybody who can work must work. I would say to him he should look at his own party's record. The disability employment gap stalled under their watch. The lone parent employment rate stalled. Economic inactivity rose. We haven't got the only country in the G7 whose employment rate hasn't got back to pre-pandemic levels. We are overhauling our employment system to help more people into work and get on in their work. I'm proud of our record. Maybe he should look at his own.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Tackling poverty should, of course, be one of the key priorities of any government that wishes to see its people thrive. The Equality Act 2010 includes a socio-economic duty that requires all public bodies to address such inequalities when making strategic decisions. Can the Secretary of State tell the House when this duty will be enacted in England?
My honourable friend raises a really important point, and I would say to him, throughout the work of the DWP, we are already looking at how we narrow gaps between different parts of the country and different groups. We have set our job centres and employment system new targets to reduce those gaps. We are taking cross-government action to tackle child poverty too. We have achieved a lot. There's a lot more to do. But this government, unlike members opposite, has made tackling poverty an absolute priority. We have our child poverty strategy coming out in the autumn, and I would just say to honourable members, watch this space.
Sarah Bill.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 10.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest provisional statistics taken from StatExplore show that in July 2025, there were 768,000 people aged 16 to 24 years old on universal credit, and around 180,000 young people are on universal credit and in work, which is about a quarter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her response, but according to the House of Commons Library, in my constituency of South Northamptonshire, the claimant count for those aged 16 to 24 has risen by 46%. That's 46%, one of the largest percentage increases in the country. This side of the House knows that the government has a moral duty not to let our young people learn that a life of benefits is a life for them. So how does the Minister explain this increase and what will they do?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just must remind members opposite again that it was their party that introduced universal credit, removing the distinction between out of work and in work benefits. But for those 3/4 of young people who are out of work and on universal credit, our guarantee for young people will make sure that they get a second chance in life after they were utterly failed during the pandemic by the Conservative Party.
Sarah Hall.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department continues to provide a broad range of data to local authorities to enable fast, accurate assessments for services including blue badges and free school meals. Looking ahead, the Department is committed to expanding real-time data sharing in critical areas such as housing benefit and care homes, while also testing innovative models such as the Work Well scheme that bring together local and central services to deliver more joined-up support for citizens.
Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Warrington South, too many children entitled to free school meals are missing out because of avoidable administrative barriers. No child should have to sit in a classroom hungry. Every child deserves a full stomach and a fair chance. A simple change would make a big difference, ensuring every eligible child gets the support they are entitled to. It would ease pressure on families, help reduce child poverty, and give schools the confidence that pupils are ready to learn. Will the Minister commit to strengthening data sharing, not only with local authorities, but also with the Department for Education, so that automatic enrolment for free school meals can be introduced?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is entirely right to raise this issue. It is something that we will look at working closely with the Department for Education as part of the Child Poverty Strategy. But can I also say to her that, of course, we share her ambition to ensure that families can claim the support they need. Our expansion of free school meals to all children in households claiming universal credit will actually make it much easier for parents to know if they are eligible, as well as lifting some 100,000 children out of poverty.
Jim Shallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his reply? As always, he's very positive in his responses. Minister, in relation to the anti-poverty strategy that the Minister referred to, can I ask what discussions has the Minister had in relation to the anti-poverty strategy for us in Northern Ireland? The poverty levels have risen dramatically, mental health issues have risen dramatically, and young people in particular are under great pressure. I know the Minister is always compassionate and understanding. Can I ask him what he's doing in relation to the Northern Ireland Assembly to make it better for us there as well? Thank you.
Minister.
The honourable gentleman will understand, Mr. Speaker, that we want this to be a strategy for England, Wales, Scotland and, of course, Northern Ireland. And he will be reassured to know that those leading on the child poverty strategy have held a number of meetings with ministers in Northern Ireland to make sure that the specific needs of Northern Ireland are taken into consideration.
Damon Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 13, please.
Secretary of State.
1 in 8 young people are not in education, employment or training. That's bad for them, bad for businesses and bad for our country as a whole. Our West of England Youth Guarantee Trailblazer, which includes my honourable friend's constituency, is helping to remove barriers to work for young people, including by providing free bus travel for participants and connecting young people with skills support. Last month, I announced an additional £45 million to extend our Youth Guarantee Trailblazers, so we guarantee all young people are earning or learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that's fantastic to hear. So I'd like to ask the Secretary of State to set out the practical impact so far of what the West of England Youth Guarantee Trailblazer is achieving, and assuming it's positive, to confirm plans to back this up with more investment to support our young people in the Bristol area.
Secretary of State.
I'm really proud of the work that is being led in the West of England, including by our fantastic Mayor, Helen Godwin, to help more young people. One of the specific things it has been doing is engaging much more deeply with employers, over 135 employers, helping to enrol young people in employability courses and giving them more work placements to give them the skills and experience they need. He will know young people say you need experience to get a job, but in order to get the job, you need that experience. We're trying to turn that around. The additional funding we've announced will provide up to another £5 million for that West of England Youth Guarantee Trailblazer. A lot done, but a lot more to do.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 14, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government is committed to ensuring that all pensioners receive the support to which they are entitled. That's why we've been running the biggest ever pension credit take-up campaign. We plan to continue promotional activity through from September to the end of this financial year, with a focus not just on eligible pensioners, but on their friends and family too.
Christine Jardine.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, a constituent of mine in Edinburgh West, however, contacted me about the delay she had faced in getting pension credit she was entitled to. She applied in September last year, was told it would be November, and it was actually March before she got her pension credit awarded. The delay meant she went without extra support at the same time as losing her winter fuel allowance through the winter. So what steps will the Minister be taking to cut these delays and stop more vulnerable pensioners left cold this winter?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question. On the individual case, I hope she'll write with me with those details. On the more general picture, I can reassure her that what we now have is the lower backlogs in terms of cases to be processed for pension credit that we inherited under the last government. That's despite the record level of claims that have come through.
Judith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boots has been a significant employer in my constituency of Broxtowe since 1927, and many of my constituents have been proud to work for them. However, those close to claiming their pensions have been advised that they're unable to withdraw their pensions at an unreduced rate at the age of 60, as they were led to believe. Can I ask the Minister to recognise the frustration many of the Boots pensioners now feel, and does he agree with me that the Pensions Ombudsman should progress swiftly with their process?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable friend for her question. She's raised this matter with me before, and the one thing I can confirm is that she's a powerful advocate for her constituents on what is a very important issue for them. She knows that I won't be able to comment on the individual cases, particularly as it's now with the Pension Ombudsman, but more generally it is important that where promises have been made to pensioners in the details of their pensions, that those are lived up to, and that's exactly what the Pension Ombudsman exists to make sure happens.
Shadow Minister Montgomery.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, thanks to our Conservative winter fuel payments campaign, thousands of pensioners have signed up to pension credits, and millions more pensioners will receive winter fuel allowance after the party opposite admitted that their policy on winter fuel payments was wrong. But, Mr. Speaker, the Social Security Advisory Committee recently concluded that the government's winter fuel plans fall short in delivering their objectives of fairness, administrative simplicity and targeted support. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that the government has prioritised civil service bureaucracy over helping frozen pensioners. Does the Minister agree with the Social Security Advisory Committee's conclusion on their policies?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I would also congratulate members on all sides of this House that have run campaigns to drive up pension credit. It is very important. That is why we've seen 60,000 extra awards over the course of the year to July 2025 compared to the year previously, and that is very welcome, not just work by members but work done by civil society organisations and local authorities too. Specifically on the points he raised about the process for winter fuel payments for this winter and forward, I don't agree with the characterisation he's chosen to present. Particularly on the tax side, the process will be automatic. Nobody will be brought into tax or self-assessment purely because of that change, and the vast majority will have their winter fuel payments recouped through the PAYE system automatically, and anyone that wants to can opt out, and I should remind members that the deadline for that is the 15th of September.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Labour government inherited around 3 million pensioners in poverty from the previous Conservative government around a year ago. Sadly, the winter fuel cuts last winter saw many pensioners pushed into hardship. In light of winter fuel hikes, will the Minister reconsider their proposals and ensure that monies are paid to pensioners who missed out on winter fuel payments last winter? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, but I would just gently say that every time that he comes to this House and opposes every single tax rise or any difficult choice that's making, what he's saying is that the Liberal Democrats are not a party that could deliver on commitments, for example, to the triple lock, which costs, as my honourable friend mentioned earlier, £31 billion in terms of the increase by the end of this Parliament a year. There are things called choices that are necessary to provide for the top priorities, and our top priorities on this side of the House for pensions are to make sure that we are able to increase the state pension as the bedrock of most pensioners' living standards, and to make sure we're able to save the NHS, and that's exactly what we're going to continue to do.
Umbrella.
Question number 15, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will increase the number of face-to-face rather than remote PIP assessments, increasing the number of health professionals in assessment centres in order to deliver them. I think you'd agree, though, that it's important to keep telephone or video alternatives for those who need them.
Umbrella.
Mr. Speaker, many West Dorset constituents have written to me with deep anxiety about the assessment process for personal independence payments, especially the use of remote assessments. One constituent has endured months of repeated phone assessments triggering severe panic attacks, high blood pressure, lasting psychological harm, despite previously being awarded enhanced PIP. The Secretary of State has previously committed to me to move away from phone-based assessments. So my question is, what additional resources are going to be made available to support the rollout of more face-to-face assessments in West Dorset?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there was a switch to remote assessments in the pandemic for obvious reasons. But my right honourable friend has made the point repeatedly, and it was said in the Pathways to Work Green Paper, we do want to move sharply back to face-to-face, while keeping alternatives for those who need them. And I'm sure he will have spoken to people for whom the prospect of going to an assessment centre provokes the kind of anxiety that he referred to his constituent experiencing as a result of a telephone call. So we are speaking to the assessment providers at the moment, and we will be increasing, we've already increased actually, the proportion of face-to-face assessments, and that work will continue.
Leo Alba.
Question number 16.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with permission, I'll answer questions 16 and 20 together, as they're both about the great city of Southend. Colleagues in Southend Job Centre are working very hard with Southend young people to help them gain skills, experience and confidence. The team have launched a bespoke employability workshop designed for young people and recently delivered a regional work experience pilot for college students. Alongside this, they work with our great partners such as the King's Trust and First Point Training to provide placements and opportunities, as well as through the employer-led Movement to Work programme.
Leo Alba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young people across the UK who are not in education, employment or training are more than twice as likely to come from disadvantaged backgrounds. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that support reaches those who need it most?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Secretary of State mentioned some moments ago that in everything that we do in the Department for Work and Pensions, we are trying to close the gap between those who have suffered disadvantage and those who haven't. Young people, especially those who've experienced poverty, are vulnerable to mental ill health, and the pandemic generation deserve more support to get the chances that they missed. That's why we have a joint work and health unit with the Department for Health, and we have many agreements across Whitehall as part of our net zero mission and alongside our investment in defence to help employers recruit the next generation, whatever their background.
David Burton-Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Southend Western Lee, I'll shortly be hosting a youth day for young people featuring local apprentice star Gizola Chitambola, who is now an apprenticeship coach, amongst other things. Does she agree with me that early interventions like this youth day are really important in preventing young people becoming another NEET statistic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do agree with my honourable friend. I congratulate him on his Youth Day and the work that he is doing on this kind of early intervention. If you look at the data, you can see very clearly if you've got qualifications, if you get some work experience, if you've got support for your health and other factors in life, that is very protective against being without work or education or training. So we've got to both give those who need one a second chance and take steps to prevent people being in that situation in the first place.
Joe Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 17.
That's the question.
It is a shameful legacy from the party opposite that over a third of children in my honourable friend's constituency are living in poverty, according to the Child Poverty Action Group, and we are determined to tackle it. We will be lifting over 100,000 children out of poverty by providing free school meals to all children whose families are on universal credit, benefiting more than 7,300 children in Lee and Atherton. We'll also be helping feed them during the summer holidays by extending the holiday activities and food programme, alongside our fair repayment rate in universal credit and our Crisis and Resilience Fund. We are helping struggling families. There's much more we'll do in our child poverty strategy this autumn, but we can and we are making a difference.
Joe Platt.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister wholeheartedly for that response, and I do agree with her. Because of the lack of action from the last government, we have 26.6% of children in Lee and Atherton living in poverty, and I welcome the measures that this government is taking, including the extension of free school meals, but more does need to be done. So can the Minister reassure us that she is working hard on the child poverty strategy to ensure that it addresses the needs of all children in poverty, including those with disabilities and special educational needs, so that every child can reach their full potential?
So state.
We will absolutely do this. The Child Poverty Task Force, which includes ministers from across government, had a specific session on children with disabilities and special educational needs, including with families and with the charities that fight so hard to deliver improvements. I am not a patient person myself. I would ask my honourable friend to wait until this child poverty strategy is published in the autumn, because we believe every child, no matter where they're born, what their parents did or their ability, must be given an equal start in life.
Done.
Question 18, please, Mr. Speaker.
So state.
Need my glasses. This government is determined to get Britain working again. That's why we're investing £80 million in our trailblazing programmes to drive down economic inactivity. We're overhauling our job centres to provide better, more personalised employment support. We're delivering a youth guarantee so every young person is earning or learning, and providing a record 3.8 billion people to help sick and disabled people who can work to get into work. There is much further to go, but we are already making a difference.
Will Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for the response. There are a lot of disabled people in Swindon with long-term health conditions that tell me they want to get to work, but they are just simply not given the opportunity. What is this government doing to support those people get dignified work? Thank you.
So state.
I want to thank my honourable friend for his question, because he raised an important point that I don't want to let go, which is how many people with a long-term health condition or a disability are actually desperate to work. Our own survey of people on sickness and disability benefits found 200,000 people would work right now if they were given an opportunity. We need to give people help to tackle their underlying health conditions, which we're doing through our investment in the NHS. We need to encourage employers to do more, to give opportunities to disabled people to work. But above all, this government is determined to meet our responsibilities with £3.8 billion invested into employment support for sick and disabled people, the biggest in a generation, and I very much look forward to working with him and organisations in Swindon to make sure we get that support right locally.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State accept that the reason that unemployment is higher today than the day she took office
is the jobs tax, which increases employers' costs by £25 billion. And what hope has her Trailblazer programme got when the Chancellor is working against her?
I just fundamentally disagree with his premise there. Economic inactivity is down by 400,000 because we are moving more people from being out of work and not looking for work to actually starting to have to look for work. Employment is up 725,000. We've created 380,000 jobs. I absolutely know there's more we need to do. We are working very closely with employers. We're overhauling what we're doing. One of the things employers say to us is we don't want to tell our story to thousands of different job centres. We are putting in a single account manager. We're overhauling our support for employers. And I would be happy to meet with him and employers in his constituency to see what more we can do to support them, because we want to get Britain working and earning again.
Come to topicals, Chris Vince.
Number one, Mr Speaker.
I'd like to start, if I may briefly, Mr Speaker, by congratulating all the pupils who received their exam results in the last few weeks. I think having good qualifications in today's economy is absolutely essential, and it's brilliant to see so many young people doing so well. But I really believe that the number of young people not in education, employment or training is one of the biggest challenges facing this country, and you're much more likely to be NEET, so-called NEET, if you lack basic skills. That's why I'm so proud of the action this government is taking to increase the number of youth apprenticeships, overhaul foundation apprenticeships, and above all, to put in place a youth guarantee so every young person is earning or learning.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I hope you had a lovely recess. Can I thank the Secretary of State for her? Answer to my initial question? Harlow is full of so many fantastic schools, and I see the potential that young people have in Harlow every single day. However, quite often that potential is overlooked because of economic circumstances. So can I ask the Secretary of State to explain how the new Crisis and Resilience Fund will support the poorest children in Harlow?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. At the spending review, we announced the first ever multi-year settlement of what was the Household Support Fund, but which we are turning into a Crisis and Resilience Fund with £1 billion of funding every single year. That will not only provide emergency help to families, for example, if their white goods break down or they need emergency food, but increasingly we want to start shifting it towards tackling the root causes of poverty, helping people become more financially resilient with debt advice. And we recently held a meeting with over 600 stakeholders to look at how we can get that shift, because we want to prevent people falling into poverty and give them the tools they need to get out of poverty themselves.
Ellen Waitley, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you. Can I welcome the Right Honourable Lady back after the summer? She said recently it had been a bumpy few months. An understatement, I would say, Mr Speaker, because last time we stood here, she had just completed a rather humiliating climb down on her welfare savings plans. She set out to save money, but ended up spending it. You couldn't make it up, but here we are. The number of benefit claimants has hit a record high. The sickness benefit bill is heading up, and still she has backbenchers and cabinet colleagues calling for even more spending on welfare. The Chancellor is busy doing her sums in advance of the budget. So can the Right Honourable Lady tell us how much will lifting the two-child benefits cap cost?
Secretary of State.
I mean, I'm not often called understated, but I thank the Honourable Lady for her compliment. Look, welfare reform is always difficult because it's real people, real lives, and it is a complicated and personal issue. I would just say to her that we are investing £3.8 billion into employment support to get sick and disabled people into work. We're introducing the first ever right to try work. And we are fundamentally dealing with the perverse incentive left by the party opposite, which encouraged people to define themselves as incapable of work. And we're addressing that by raising the standard allowance of universal credit and halving the health top-up for new claims. There's much more we need to do. And I will have to say to her, in terms of child poverty, we will be publishing our strategy in the autumn, But I am very proud. The last Labour government lifted 600,000 children out of poverty. Her party plunged 900,000 children into poverty. We'll take action. And as I said, she should watch this space.
The Right Honourable Lady a simple question. I fear she doesn't know. She certainly didn't answer it. What is clear is that Labour wants to spend more on welfare, so do the Lib Dems, and so does Reform. Only one party here is telling the truth about the welfare bill. The country cannot afford it. So can I urge the Right Honourable Lady to take up my proposals? Stop giving benefits for common mental health problems like anxiety and ADHD. Give people health instead. Stop giving PIP to foreign citizens who haven't paid into our system and free cars to people who don't need them. Stop people scamming the benefit system over the phone and on the internet. Keep the two-child benefits cap and get the benefits bill under control.
Can I just say, we are on topicals, and it's your own members that don't want to get in. Secretaries.
The party opposite failed on welfare because it failed on work. The reason why we inherited such a dire situation with sickness and disability benefits is they failed to get people into work. We're turning that round, and it's about time she and members opposite put forward a proper plan of action that actually got people into work. We believe in work. It's a pity the party opposite doesn't.
Whereas, Mr Speaker, the number of young, neat people very often is a reflection of a range of different factors: poverty, poor mental health services, lack of access to support services, inadequate transport, send and care services, especially in remote coastal areas like Camborne, Redruth and Hale. Can the Minister reassure the House and these young people that joined-up cross-departmental working groups have been set up to tackle this issue head-on?
Minister.
Yes, Mr Speaker, that's exactly how we're working, and I thank the honourable member for his question. Our Get Britain Working Plan identified Cornwall as a rural industrial legacy employment area, and we specifically pointed out the lack of connectivity, which is why, Mr Speaker, when it comes to our new job centres service, we're also trialling job centres on wheels. That is, buses that can take support to where people are, designed for rural areas, and they recently featured on The One Show.
And Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the government is right to want to see more people with disabilities and long-term sickness into work. Sadly, this was used to justify savage cuts to benefits that were proposed earlier this year. However, myself and colleagues are hearing reports of cuts being done by the back door of current awards on access to work and new payments of access to work. Can the Minister cast any light on this, whether guidance have been given to the civil servants of such cuts?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, there's been no change at all to policy on access to work. As the honourable member knows, we did consult in the Green Paper earlier in the year on reform to access to work. There's been a big increase in demand for it. Reform is needed. We're looking at the moment at the consultation responses. I think there may have been instances in the past where the published guidance hasn't always been properly applied. It is being applied now, and that may give rise to some of the issues that have been drawn to his attention. But there's no change in the policy at all.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I warmly commend the locally led £100 million Connect to Work programme, which supports those with complex barriers to employment to get into work and to stay in work. A constituent of mine, Charlie, has explained to me some of the barriers to work he experiences living with ASD and ADHD, but he's a dedicated and focused young man who is to be commended for wanting to be a useful member of society. Can the Minister update me on what support Connect to Work and other schemes like it will offer Charlie and other constituents of mine in Dartford?
We want to give people like Charlie the chances and choices in life he deserves. And our Connect to Work programme will do everything from helping people to access health treatment if they are able to provide work placement, build their confidence, training, skills, whatever meets their individual needs. That, I think, is the key to this. An end to a one-size-fits-all tick-box approach tailored support for him, but also working closely with employers so that they remove the barriers to work and can employ people with all the skills and talent that people like Charlie have.
Sarah Bull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the main benefits of saving into a private pension is the tax relief you get from the government, which is one of the smartest ways to save for later life. Any move by this government to cut pensions tax relief will devastate savings rates and adequacy of pension provisions. I would hope that the Secretary of State knows this, so can she assure me that she has made it clear to the Chancellor when she's looking to fill the fiscal black hole of her own making that she doesn't target pensions?
Minister.
Well, you only had to wait till next week, till Treasury questions, and you could have asked the question then, but you've got the same answer. I think what we should do is look at the record of actual parties in terms of what have they done. When I look back over the last 14 years of Tory budgets, what I see is a party chopping, and Lib Dems, thank you for pointing that out, chopping and changing pension tax relief left, right and centre because they had no plan, and those were the same budgets that drove child poverty up and wages down.
Luke Charters.
Speaker, it's great to be back after taking paternity leave, and thank you for your support. I welcome the government's parental leave review, but currently partners only get unpaid time off work for 2 antenatal appointments. Does my right honourable friend agree that this is a gap, and can she confirm that the review is looking at how we can better support parents at that crucial time?
Okay. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I begin by congratulating my honourable friend on the recent addition to his family. I hope he had a restful summer, although I doubt it, considering the likely lack of sleep. He is right to raise this issue, Mr. Speaker. It is now past the date for the call for evidence, but if he wants to write to me directly about that, I will ensure that it is fed in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cruel cuts to the winter fuel allowance from both this Labour government and the SNP government in Edinburgh left thousands of pensioners cold in their homes last winter. So when will the Secretary of State apologise for the misery her government has caused to vulnerable pensioners in the Scottish borders and across the United Kingdom?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. We obviously discussed this issue at some length in the statement before recess, and he knows the priority for this party has been to raise the state pension, committing to the triple lock throughout this Parliament at a cost of £31 billion a year. For the new state pension, that's an increase by the end of the Parliament of £1,900 a year. On the winter fuel payment specifically, I think most people, I thought this was the position of the party opposite, think that we shouldn't be in a position where we're paying hundreds of pounds to the very richest pensioners. We have listened to concerns and raised the level of the threshold, but it is important to maintain that principle. If the position of the party opposite is now that they want to see a return to universal winter fuel payments, they need to have a word with the leader of the opposition, who has not supported universal winter fuel payments or indeed a universal state pension.
John Slinger.
I'm visiting the Job Centre in Rugby next week, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from them about their work with local businesses and also with people with disabilities and special educational needs to get people back into work. So could the Minister set out what further steps we're doing in that very important job of a Labour government?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I'm glad that he's visiting Rugby Job Centre, and I would encourage all members right across this House to go to their local job centres, because their work coaches have the most experience and knowledge about the things that we need to do to get people into work. We are creating Job Centre in your pocket so that everyone can have access to help 24 hours a day. And that letting technology take the strain will mean that our work coaches can do more of what they do best, which is giving people, person to person, the confidence to take up life's chances.
John Bland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Policy Exchange published a very insightful report, Out of Control, looking at the pathways into benefit entitlements. They made the point that 50 years ago, just 1 in 2,500 people was said to have autism. Today, that has risen to 1 in 36 children. Will the ministerial team undertake to look at the implications of that definitional creep and the specific implications for benefit entitlements of her department?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have set up a panel of experts to advise us on how best to improve employment prospects for people with autism and with neurodivergence. I'd also say to him, we are, as he knows, going to be undertaking a review of the PIP assessment, so that co-producing it with disabled people, so that we have a clear way forward for who should and should not be entitled to personal independence payment.
Peter Swallow.
My honourable friend set out how this government is reforming pensions long term to help people in Bracknell Forest and across the country to save for their futures.
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and it's a crucial question. That's exactly why we have revived the landmark Pension Commission. We've got to confront the reality that currently we are on track for tomorrow's pensioners to be poorer than today's. Auto-enrolment has been a huge success, with 88% of eligible pensioners now saving, but 45% of working-age adults are currently saving nothing. 3 million self-employed, 1 in 4 low earners, and the Commission will ensure we build a pension system that is strong, fair and sustainable.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Carers Allowance Overpayments Review was due to report in early summer. It is now the 1st of September. In recent weeks, I've become aware of a case where the DWP has informed somebody that they now are they now owe the DWP £18,000. That is a scandal. When is the review going to report back?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have received the report from Liz Sace, and I want to thank her very much for her review of earnings-related overpayments of carers allowance. We are currently considering the findings. We are, as she knows, making a number of changes. We've increased the earnings threshold for carers allowance in a way that will help, I think, avoid these problems in the future. We're looking at the possibility of a taper on carers allowance, but we'll come forward before very long at all, both with the report and with the government's response to it.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who proudly served the trade union movement for 2 decades before entering this place, I warmly welcome this government's improvement to workers' rights. Can I ask the Minister to set out what steps are being taken to ensure that no one is left behind in the vital reforms to statutory sick pay?
Yeah. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know that so many of my honourable friends, including the honourable lady, will welcome the changes that we're making to statutory sick pay, improving eligibility for 1.3 million of the lowest paid employees, removing the waiting period, and many of those who will benefit are low paid women. We know that the removal of the waiting period will mean all employees receive at least £60 more at the start of their sickness absence compared to the current system, but we will continue to evaluate these measures as they are implemented.
Kirsty Black.
It's the only part of these islands where child poverty is falling as a result of the Scottish Child Payment and as a result of the mitigation of the bedroom cap. When will the Labour government move from empty words to actual action to take children out of poverty?
Here. Secretary State.
We are already extending free school meals to all families on universal credit. We have extended the holiday activities and food programme, so we feed poor kids not just during school but in the holidays too. We have introduced a new fair repayment rate in universal credit. We have done the first ever multi-year settlement on the Crisis and Resilience Fund to help struggling families. We're introducing rolling out breakfast clubs. Our child poverty strategy will be published in the autumn. We're already taking action to tackle poverty. We will do more, and I would say to the honourable lady, the Scottish Government needs to look at how it's spending the biggest ever funding settlement given in the spending review, including on employment support, because helping parents into good quality jobs is the long-term key to tackling poverty and inequality.
Chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams.
Mr. Speaker. I was delighted to see the establishment of the Disability Advisory Panel a week or so ago. So sorry, Mr. Speaker, I've got a cold. Can the Right Honourable Gentleman let us know how will this advisory panel link with the co-production in the Timms Review?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and we've announced that Zara Todd will be the chair of the Department's Disability Advisory Panel. The panel was announced in the Get Britain Working White Paper last year. We are separately going to be setting up a group to work with me on the review of the PIP assessment. Of course, I'll be talking to the Disability Advisory Panel about those arrangements, but they will be separate structures.
Final questions to Julie Lewis.
Despite his new role in riding to the rescue of the Treasury, is the Pensions Minister still available to fulfil in principle the undertaking he gave me before the recess to have a meeting about the plight of ExxonMobil pensioners and the difficulties in them getting the discretionary surplus benefits to which I think they should be entitled?
Absolutely.
Minister. Right. Before we come to the statement by the Home Secretary, I should like to say something about the House of Judice resolution. The case of Epping Forest District Council versus Simona Hotels is still active and before the court. However, because this case concerns wider issues relating to the planning consent required for hotels to house asylum seekers, I've decided to grant a waiver so that members are free to refer to it in proceedings. However, I would remind the House that there are other active criminal prosecutions relating to disorder around the Bell Hotel and elsewhere, as well as one prosecution of an asylum seeker for alleged sexual offences. Honourable members may refer to the general issues relating to asylum accommodation, but should avoid discussing any specific criminal cases. I now call the Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will update the House on actions that we are taking with France to strengthen our border security and the next steps on our reforms to the asylum system. The House will be aware that when we came into the government, we found an asylum and immigration system in chaos. Small boat gangs for 7 years had been allowed to embed their criminal trade along the French coast. The asylum backlog was soaring and illegal working was being ignored. The previous government had lost control of the system and, as a result, opened many hundreds of asylum hotels across the country, while returns were a third lower than in 2010. And before leaving office, they deliberately cut asylum decision-making by 70%, leaving a steeply rising backlog behind. It is little wonder that people right across the country lost confidence in the system and demanded to know why they were paying the price of a system that was so out of control. But that does not mean that people rejected the long and proud history of Britain doing our bit to help those fleeing persecution or conflict, including in the past decade families from Ukraine, Syria and Hong Kong. Because it is the British way to do our bit alongside other countries to help those who need sanctuary, but the system has to be controlled and managed based on fair and properly enforced rules, not chaos and exploitation driven by criminal smuggler gangs. And it is exactly because of our important tradition that substantial reforms are needed now. In our first year in government, we've taken immediate action, laying the foundations for more fundamental reform. We have restored asylum decision-making and then rapidly increased the rate of decisions. Had we continued with the previous government's freeze on asylum decisions, thousands more people would have been in hotels and asylum accommodation by now. Instead, we removed 35,000 people with no right to be here, including a 28% increase in returns of failed asylum seekers and a 14% increase in removals of foreign criminals. We've increased raids and arrests on illegal working by 50%, and we cut the annual hotel bill by almost £1 billion in the last financial year. We are rolling out digital ID and biometric kits so immigration enforcement can check on the spot whether someone has a right to work or a right to be in the UK. And on channel crossings and organised immigration crime, we are putting in place new powers, new structures and new international agreements to help dismantle the criminal industry behind the boats. So I want to update the House on the further steps we're now taking. In August, I signed the new treaty with France, allowing us for the first time to directly return those who arrive on small boats. The first detentions took place the next day of people immediately on arrival in Dover, and we expect the first returns to begin later this month. Applications have also been opened for the reciprocal legal route, with the first cases under consideration, subject to strict security checks. We've made clear this is a pilot scheme, but the more we prove the concept at the outset, the better we will be able to develop and grow it. But the principles it embodies are crucial, because no one should be making these dangerous or illegal journeys on small boats, and if they do, we want to see them swiftly returned. But in return, we believe in doing our bit alongside other countries to help those who have fled persecution through managed and controlled legal programmes. This summer, we've also taken further action to strengthen enforcement against the smuggling gangs. France has reviewed its maritime approach to allow for the interception of taxi boats in French waters, and we will continue to work with them to implement this change as soon as possible. In the last year, the National Crime Agency has led 347 disruptions of immigration crime networks, their highest level on record, and a 40% increase in a year. Over the summer, we announced a £100 million uplift in funding for border security and up to 300 more personnel in the National Crime Agency focusing on targeting the smuggler gangs. And the Border Security Bill will give them stronger powers, counter-terrorism powers against smuggler gangs, powers to seize and download mobile phones of small boat arrivals, and the power to ban sex offenders from the asylum system altogether. Mr. Speaker, if opposition parties work with us to speed passage through the other place instead of opposing the bill, those powers could be in place within months, making our country safer and more secure. Let me turn now to the major reforms that are needed to fix the broken asylum system that we inherited. Although we have increased decision-making and increased returns, the overall system remains sclerotic, outdated and unfair. So as we committed in the Immigration White Paper, we will shortly set out more radical reforms to modernise the asylum system and to boost our border security, tackling the pull factors, strengthening enforcement, making sure people are treated fairly, reforming the way that the ECHR is interpreted here at home, speeding up the system, cutting numbers and ending the use of hotels, and developing controlled and managed routes for genuine refugees. At the heart of these reforms will be a complete overhaul of the appeals system, the biggest obstacle to reducing the size of the asylum system and to ending hotel use. Because tens of thousands of people in asylum accommodation are currently waiting for appeals, and under the current system that figure is to grow, with an average wait time already of 54 weeks. So we have already funded thousands of additional sitting days this year, and the Border Security Bill will introduce a statutory timeframe of 24 weeks, but we need to go further. So we will introduce a new independent body to deal with immigration and asylum appeals, fully independent of government, staffed by professionally trained adjudicators with safeguards to ensure high standards, but able to surge capacity as needed to accelerate and prioritise cases, alongside new procedures to tackle repeat applications and unnecessary delays. We're also increasing detention and returns capacity, including a 1,000-bed expansion at Campsfield and Haslar, with the first tranche of additional beds coming online within months, to support many thousands more in forced removals each year. And our reforms will also address the overly complex system for family migration, including changes to the way that Article 8 of the ECHR is interpreted. We should be clear, international law is important. It is because other countries know that we abide by it that we have been able to make these new agreements with France to return people who arrive on small boats, to make new agreements with Germany to stop the warehousing of small boats by criminal gangs, and to explore returns hubs partnerships with other European countries. But we also need the interpretation of international law to keep up with the realities and challenges of today's world. But there is one area where we also need to make more immediate challenges. The current rules for family reunion for refugees were designed many years ago to help families separated by war, conflict and persecution. but the way they are now being used has changed. Even just before the pandemic, refugees who applied to bring family to the UK did so on average more than 1 or 2 years after they had been granted protection, long enough for them to be able to get jobs or find housing or be able to provide their family with some support. In Denmark and Switzerland, currently those granted humanitarian protection are not able to apply to bring family for at least 2 years after protection has been granted. But here in the UK now, however, those applications come in on average in around a month after protection has been granted, often even before a newly granted refugee has left asylum accommodation. As a consequence, refugee families who arrive are far more likely to be seeking homelessness assistance. And some councils are finding that more than a quarter of their family homelessness applications are linked to refugee family reunion. That is not sustainable. Currently, there are also no conditions on family reunion for refugee sponsors, unlike those in place if the sponsor is a British citizen or a long-term UK resident, and that is not fair. Finally, the proportion of migrants who have arrived on small boats and who then apply to bring family has also increased sharply in recent years, with signs that smuggler gangs are now able to use the promise of family reunion to promote dangerous journeys to the UK. Mr. Speaker, we continue to believe that families staying together is important, and it's why we will seek to prioritise family groups among the applicants to come to Britain under our new deal with France. But reforms are needed. So in our asylum policy statement later this year, we will set out a new system for family migration, including looking at contribution requirements, longer periods before newly granted refugees can apply, and dedicated controlled arrangements for unaccompanied children and for those fleeing persecution who have family in the UK. And we aim to have some of those changes in place for the spring. But in the meantime, we do need to address the immediate pressures on local authorities and the risks from criminal gangs using family reunion as a pull factor to encourage more people onto dangerous boats. Therefore, we are bringing forward new immigration rules this week to temporarily suspend new applications under the existing dedicated refugee family reunion route. Until the new framework is introduced, refugees will be covered by the same family migration rules and conditions as everyone else. Mr. Speaker, let me turn next to the action we're taking to ensure that every asylum hotel will be closed for good under this government. Not just by shifting individuals from hotels to other sites, but by driving down the numbers in supported accommodation overall. And not in a chaotic way through piecemeal court judgments, but through a controlled, managed and orderly programme. Driving down inflow into the asylum system, clearing the appeals backlog, which is crucial, and continuing to increase returns. Within the asylum estate, we are reconfiguring sites, increasing room sharing, tightening the tests for accommodation and working at pace to identify alternative, cheaper and more appropriate accommodation with other government departments and with local authorities. And we're increasing standards and security and joint public safety cooperation between the police, accommodation providers and the Home Office to ensure that laws and rules are enforced. Mr. Speaker, I understand and agree with local councils and communities who want the asylum hotels in their communities closed, because we need to close all asylum hotels and we need to do so for good. But that must be done in a controlled and orderly manner and not through a return to the previous government's chaos that led to the opening of hotels in the first place. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me update the House on the continued legal and controlled support that we will provide for those facing conflict and persecution. We will continue to do our bit to support Ukraine, extending the Ukraine Permission Extension Scheme by a further 24 months, with further details to be set out in due course. We're also taking immediate action to rescue children who have been seriously injured in the horrendous onslaught on civilians in Gaza so they can get the health treatment they need. And the Foreign Secretary will update the House shortly on the progress to get those children out. I can confirm that the Home Office has put in place systems to issue expedited visas with biometric checks conducted prior to arrival for children and their immediate accompanying family members, And we have done the same for all the Chevening scholars and are in the process of doing so now for the next group of students from Gaza who have been awarded fully funded scholarships and places at UK universities so they can start their studies in autumn this year. And later this year, we will set out plans to establish a permanent framework for refugee students to come study in the UK so we can help more talented young people fleeing war and persecution to find a better future, alongside capped and managed ways for refugees to work here in the UK. Mr. Speaker, this government is determined to fix every aspect of the broken system we inherited and to restore the confidence of the British people. Solving problems, not exploiting them. A serious and comprehensive plan, not fantasy claims based on sums that don't add up or gimmicks that failed in the past. What we will never do is seek to stir up chaos, division or hate, because that is not who we are as a country, and that is not what Britain stands for. A practical plan to strengthen our border security, to fix the asylum chaos and to rebuild confidence in an asylum and immigration system that serves our national interest, protects our national security and reflects our national values. Because when we wave the Union flag, when we wave the St George's flag, when we sing God Save the King and celebrate everything that is great about Britain and about our country, we do so with pride because of the values that our flags, our king and our country represent: togetherness, fairness and decency, respect for each other, respect for the rule of law. That is what our country stands for. That is the British way to fix the problems we face, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Crisfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. The government has now been in office for well over a year. And I think, I think it's fair to say not even their kindest friends would say they think it has gone very well. But listening to her statement, it sounds like she thinks everything is fine, and if there are any problems, it's all somehow somebody else's fault. Is she living in a parallel universe? After over a year in office, she must now take responsibility for what is happening under this government. Now, it's very interesting during her statement, Mr. Speaker, to notice she did not mention her favourite phrase from a year or so ago, that she was going to smash the gangs. I wonder why she was so silent on her previously favourite catchphrase. Well, the answer is it's not going very well. Now, she mentions National Crime Agency disruptions. Let me gently point out that 84% of those National Crime Agency disruptions that she cited a few minutes ago are classified as not being high impact. And if we look at National Crime Agency arrests for organised immigration crime, they actually went down by 16% in the last financial year, hardly smashing the gangs. And in fact, the NCA's arrests for organised immigration crime in that financial year were only 26, a drop in the ocean compared to the tens of thousands crossing the Channel. Now, Mr. Speaker, it was also rather conspicuous that the Home Secretary did not mention at all, not even a word, about the numbers illegally crossing the English Channel. Now, I wonder why that was. I wonder why she forgot to say a single word about that. Well, the reason, I'm afraid, is pretty clear. Because far from smashing the gangs, so far this year, 29,000, to be precise, 29,003 illegal immigrants have crossed the English Channel. That is the worst year in history, and it is up by 38% compared to last year. That is not success, it is failure. Things are not getting any better, they are getting worse. This government is failing, and everyone can see it. That is why there are protests up and down the country, and where those protests are peaceful, I support them. That is why, this is a shocking figure, 75%, let this sink in, 75% of the public think the government is handling immigration and asylum badly. 75%. Now, let me turn to hotels. Now, in the 9 months before the last general election, 200 hotels were closed down, including the Bell Hotel in Epping. But since 200 hotels closed down, but since the election, the numbers in asylum hotels have actually gone up by 8%. Now, had that previous trend of closures continued, today there would be no asylum hotels open at all. But I asked the Home Secretary to confirm this. Will she confirm that she will not reduce hotel usage simply by shunting asylum seekers from hotels and into flats and HMOs, which are desperately needed by young people? Will she give the House that categoric assurance? Now, Mr. Speaker, last week, the Home Secretary's lawyers said that the rights of illegal immigrants are more important than the rights of local people in places like Epping. And when this was expressly put in those terms to the Education Secretary yesterday on the Trevor Phillips programme, in those words, she shamefully agreed. Those statements are a disgrace. Does the Home Secretary realise how angry that makes people feel? It speaks of a government not on the side of the people in this country. It means the government appears to care more about the rights of illegal immigrants than our own citizens. So will she apologise for what her lawyers and the Education Secretary said? And will she undertake that ministers and their lawyers will never say that again? Now, Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary talks about her returns deal with France. Now, it has been reported that it will only return about 50 people a week, amounting to 6% of arrivals. Does she accept that allowing 94% of illegal arrivals to stay will act as no deterrent at all? Does she accept that? And if she doesn't accept this figure of 50 a week, will she tell the House exactly how many immigrants crossing the Channel will in fact be returned under her deal? Now, she may recall that back in July, we were told by the government that the first returns would happen within weeks. That was back in July. Will she confirm to the House that the number who have actually been returned so far is precisely 0? Now, she also said to the House a couple of minutes ago that there would be security checks on those people reciprocally taken from France into the UK. But will she confirm that her agreement with France expressly says the French government will not provide the UK government with any information at all, any personal data about those migrants? So if there are criminal convictions, if there are suspicions about extremism or terrorism, the French government will not provide information to us. And if that is true, as her agreement says, how can she possibly conduct security checks? Now, Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary talked about tweaks to family visa rules. Let me be clear about the opposition's position on this. If someone enters this country illegally, they should not be allowed to bring in any family members. In fact, everybody entering this country illegally should be immediately removed to their country of origin, if possible, and if not possible, to a safe third country such as Rwanda, a scheme which she cancelled just days before it was due to start. The public expects that approach. The public expects that approach, an approach which she cancelled because the numbers crossing the Channel so far this year have been the worst ever, the worst in history. And it's not just the numbers are high. Hundreds of migrants having crossed, living in those hotels, have been charged with criminal offences, including sexual assaults on girls as young as 8 years old and multiple rapes. This is not just a border security crisis, it is a public safety crisis as well, and people up and down this country are furious. That is why they are protesting, and that is why 75% of the public think this government is failing on asylum and immigration. Now, if this government were serious about fixing this problem, they would know that little tweaks here and there are not enough. Tweaks to Article 8 are not going to be enough. Tweaking the family reunion rules are not enough. returning, maybe if we're lucky, 50 people a week to France is not going to be enough. Maybe intercepting a few boats, worthy though that is, it is not going to be enough. The only way these crossings will stop, the only way we're going to get control of our borders back, is if everybody crossing the Channel knows they will get returned. Now, we tabled a bill to do that in Parliament a few weeks ago. We had a plan to do that, the Rwanda bill. We need to go further by disapplying the Human Rights Act, not just tinkering with Article 8, disapplying the entire Human Rights Act from immigration matters. If the government was serious, that is what they will do. So I have one last question for the Home Secretary. If she really wants to control our borders, if she really wants to get down the record numbers that have been crossing on her watch, she would back our plan, she would disapply the Human Rights Act in its entirety from immigration matters, and she would ensure that every single person crossing the Channel was immediately removed.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do worry about the Shadow Home Secretary's amnesia. And the 14 years that his party was in government, in which they never managed to do any of the fantasy things that he claimed. So coming back to the reality rather than the fantasy rhetoric that he said, he talked about the approach that his previous government was taking before the election. So it's worth reminding the House of what that approach was. Asylum decisions dropped by 70%. They effectively had a freeze on taking asylum decisions, and they were returning those asylum seekers nowhere. Not to France, not to the safe countries that people had passed through, not to Rwanda, despite running the scheme for more than 2 years. Only 4 volunteers went at a cost of £700 million. Their approach left us with a backlog that was soaring. And had we continued with that totally failed approach, not taking asylum decisions, not returning people anywhere, there would have been tens of thousands more people in asylum accommodation, in asylum hotels across the country right now. That is the kind of chaos that his policies were heading towards, and that is the kind of chaos that he is promising again now. The House will remember his personal record, obviously, where small boat arrivals went up tenfold on his watch when he was an immigration minister, and where the less than 1,000 asylum seekers were in hotels by the time he became immigration minister, more than 20,000 by the time that he left. And his new concern for local councils, well, he was the immigration minister who actually wrote to local authorities to tell them he was stopping the requirement for local authorities to agree to accommodation, saying, I have instead authorised providers to identify any suitable properties that they consider appropriate. So, Mr. Speaker, we agree with communities across the country that asylum hotels must all close. And I understand too why councils individually want to take action in their area. But I would say to the Shadow Home Secretary, a party that wants to be in government should have a proper plan for the whole country, not just promote a chaotic approach that ends up making it worse in lots of areas. But that actually is their record. The reason that we have asylum hotels in the first place is because they did no planning. They let Manston chaos get out of control, and both the Shadow Justice Minister, when he was Immigration Minister, as well as the Shadow Home Secretary, rushed around the country, opening hotels instead of taking a practical, steady approach that gets to the heart of the problem, that reduces the asylum system, that strengthens our border security and tackles and reforms the appeals that are causing the huge delays now. And as the final point, Mr. Speaker, this government strongly believes that sex offenders should be banned from the asylum system altogether. That is why we have put those details into the Border Security Bill, a bill that his party has voted against time and again, is still resisting in the House of Lords, a bill which, if opposition parties supported us and worked with us, we could have that law on the statute book. We could have those stronger powers against sex offenders. We could have the stronger powers on counter-terrorism powers to go after criminal gangs. We could have the stronger powers in place to tackle the offences that are being committed in the Channel and across the country as well. The trouble is, what the party opposite is doing in opposition is actually an even worse version of what they did in government, ramping up the rhetoric with policies that would just make the chaos worse. This government will fix the chaos that we inherited and strengthen our border security for the sake of the whole country.
Judy Gosley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks, Secretary of State, for everything which has been revealed today, which will make a difference. I would like to ask, however, as we move from hotels into community distribution, how we can ensure that there is sufficient vetting and transparency in the asylum dispersal, especially for groups known to be high risk, in order to safeguard our residents, restore faith in our communities and prevent disorder and the threats of disorder as we've seen in Nuneaton this summer.
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and anyone who comes to our country needs to abide by our laws. The rules need to be enforced, and we also believe that new partnership and stronger measures are needed between policing and immigration enforcement and the Home Office as well, around making sure that there are proper public safety plans around the asylum estate. We are drawing up new arrangements, including stronger checks at the border, but also stronger arrangements in local communities as well, and I recognise the important points that she is making.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful, as I always am, to the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. Anyone with any sense knows that the Conservatives trashed our asylum system and left the backlog spiralling out of control, with applications for asylum routinely taking years to process. Some of the Home Secretary's remarks are indeed welcome, but I worry, Mr. Speaker, that this government risks repeating some of the same mistakes. The Liberal Democrats will closely scrutinise the plan that the Home Secretary has talked of today, but given that the Home Office itself says one of the reasons those human beings seeking asylum make dangerous small boat crossings is the lack of safe alternative family reunion routes, cutting these back further seems counterproductive, especially when over half of those who were granted family reunion visas in the year ending June 2025 were children under 18. It's right that the government has increased the rate of decisions. Those with no right to be here should be sent back swiftly, and those who do have a valid claim should be able to settle, work, integrate and contribute to our communities. The backlog is still too large. Initial application decisions are still taking too long, and as the Home Secretary stated, a significant share of the backlog comes from appeals. According to the government's own figures, in 2024, almost half of rejected asylum applications were overturned on appeal. And for applications from high-grant countries, that proportion was even higher. So I'd welcome clarity from the Home Secretary on how long it's currently taking to process the average asylum application and what concrete steps are being taken to ensure not only that cases are processed more swiftly, but that decisions are right the first time. So applications are not left in limbo, the courts are not overburdened, and taxpayers are not footing the bill for avoidable delays. I welcome the Home Secretary's encouraging comments about the reciprocal agreement with France. Could she confirm whether the government plans for this to be scaled up, and if so, when? Given that one of the main drivers of dangerous channel crossings is the absence of safe, legal family reunion routes, does the Home Secretary agree that cutting family reunion rules actually risks making the small boat crisis worse, not better? The Home Secretary rightly also mentioned the impact on local authorities. When individuals leave hotels, many present as homeless, creating an unsustainable burden on councils, including my own. Could the Home Secretary explain how she's working with MHCLG to support councils and ensure that this crisis is not simply shifted from one overstretched system to another? Mr. Speaker, constituents have been in touch with me as they're concerned in recent weeks about the number of flags that have gone up on lampposts around our area. They worry that they've been put up by those who seek to divide our community, not bring it together. Patriotism is a good thing. We should be proud of our country. We should be proud that our country welcomed people like my nan in the 1930s when she was fleeing the Nazis. We should be proud of the record we have of doing our bit. We should be proud of the British values I see in action across my community every day. I am proud of those police officers who kept everyone safe during the protests at 2 hotels in my constituency over the summer. Proud of those teachers and pupils who welcome new classmates when they've been placed in one of the hotels. And I am really proud of those who volunteer their time to support new arrivals, whether through local churches or other voluntary groups and charities, because, Mr. Speaker, that's what patriotism looks like.
Yeah. Can I thank the honourable member for her remarks and questions? And what I would say to her is, obviously, at the heart of the France pilot that we have developed is the principle that those who are arriving on dangerous and illegal small boats should be returned, but we should also have, alongside that, in return, the legal route for those who apply, who go through proper security checks. And we will seek to prioritise, as part of that, people who have a connection to the UK. For example, also prioritising family groups, people who have family connections to the UK. And family will continue to need to be an underpinning part of the approach. It's, for example, why you will recall the Ukraine Family Scheme was an important part of the response to Ukraine, and something that from opposition the Labour Party called for as well. But what I would say to you about the family reunion arrangements that we have at the moment is they're being used in a very different way compared to 5 years ago. And the way in which the number of people who are applying immediately before they have a job, before they have a house, before they have any way of being able to support their families, and instead, as a result, are increasing the homelessness pressures on local authorities at a time when we need local authorities not just to be able to do their bit to be able to help clear hotels, but also, crucially, to be able to provide homelessness support in the local community. And that is why making sure that the refugee arrangements around families actually doesn't put that additional pressure on the homelessness system, I think, is important. That's why we will set out reforms, and we will ensure that in the interim the refugees are included under the existing arrangements that apply to everybody, to all sponsors in the UK for family reunion as well. On the appeals issue, we obviously need to speed it up. The average appeal time is now 54 weeks. That is far too long, but also some appeals go on for way longer than that, and we have people who are in asylum accommodation for years with repeat appeals. That is preventing the closure of asylum hotels that needs to take place, and it's why we need the reforms. Finally, I would say to you, raises the issues on flags. I strongly support flags across the country. With the St George's flag, we fly in Pontefract Castle each year. The Union Jack, she will know, is on the Labour Party's membership card, and show her a copy if she hasn't seen it as well. But those flags are the embodiment, as I said as well. The flags are an embodiment of, it should be the ways of bringing our country together, and that will be the same for Scotland, the same in Wales, the same in Northern Ireland too. They are the ways of, through symbolism, the ways to bring our country together.
Murray. Mr. Speaker, a couple of years ago, I was working in local government in Scotland trying to deal with the impact of asylum hotels. The Shadow Home Secretary at the time was in the Home Office, and he opened hotel after hotel without even telling councils that that was happening. So his amnesia today is staggering. 5 years ago, we didn't have asylum hotels. The reason we do now is because the last government signed a contract with private providers that has cost billions and is not just putting pressure on communities, it is a procurement scandal as well. Will the Home Secretary commit to reading the Home Affairs report that we are about to publish on this issue, and to looking as creatively as she can at managing these asylum contacts to get the best deal for the taxpayer?
Well, I do look forward to reading the Home Affairs Select Committee's report, and I thank him for his work on the Home Affairs Select Committee. We've already been working to get better value out of the contracts that we inherited. It's one of the reasons why we have saved nearly £1 billion on some of the asylum accommodation costs, even just since the election. But he's also right to point out part of the reason what happened was the previous government completely lost control of the system in 2022, and how we had the total lack of planning, total lack of any grit, the chaos around Manston, incredibly costly, and this sudden surge of opening asylum hotels all over the country with really poor contracting, really poor value for money, that was really bad for the taxpayer as well as really damaging in terms of having an effective system across the country as well. We cannot go back to that kind of chaos.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Home Secretary, please. We have a tinderbox situation in Epping. We have the Bell Hotel with alleged sexual and physical assaults, and now twice weekly major protests, some of which became violent with injuries to police officers. Appallingly, last week, the government successfully appealed against the injunction on the hotel, prioritising the rights of illegal migrants over the rights and indeed safety of the people of Epping. Our community, Mr. Speaker, is in distress. The situation is untenable. This week, the schools are back. The hotel is in the wrong place, right near a school, and many concerned parents have contacted me. When will the Home Secretary and the government listen to us, address this issue, and do the right and safe thing and close the Bell Hotel immediately?
So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that all asylum hotels need to be closed as swiftly as possible, including the Bell Hotel. It needs to be done in an orderly and sustainable manner so that they are closed for good. And he is not right in the characterisation of the government's case, because what we are clear about is that all asylum hotels need to close. We need to make sure that it is done in an ordered way that doesn't simply make the problem worse in other neighbouring areas or simply cause the kind of disordered chaos that led to the opening of so many hotels in the first place. We also need to strengthen the security and the cooperation with policing, and we want to strengthen the law on asylum seekers who commit offences that can be banned from the system, and that will be part of our border security bill as well.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was Orwell who urged us to be proud of our countries and call out the nationalists trying to demand that we express our pride or be called traitors accordingly. So let's be proud of this country and the work it has done to support people fleeing persecution. Let us be proud of what we have done to help families from Ukraine and Hong Kong. And in that vein, can the Home Secretary, who I know recognises that safe and legal routes for refugee children to be reunited with their parents is something we should be proud of, clarify that if there is going to be a delay in providing those safe and legal routes, it will apply to all children, including Ukrainian children? Or are we actually going to recognise that helping children so they don't face the penalties that we want to see put to their parents is the best and most proudest thing we can do of all?
Well, my honourable friend makes important points, and we will look as part of the new arrangements that we set out, which will include both the stronger border security, both the reforms to the asylum system to make it more controlled and managed and to reduce the size, but also to have the controlled and managed legal routes, and that needs to include arrangements for family and also dedicated arrangements around unaccompanied children, because she is right to raise that as a serious issue. Obviously, for Ukraine, we have a separate dedicated scheme for Ukraine. We are continuing with that scheme. And as the point that she makes about we should recognise, I think people do across the country continue to support that. And having spoken to Ukrainian mums who describe how they fled in the first few weeks of Putin's invasion, knowing that their home villages had been overrun by Russian troops and not knowing whether other family members were safe or whether they would ever be able to return again. We should remember always what it is that people can be fleeing from and the importance of countries working together to support them.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Home Secretary believe the rights of the people coming over the channel in dinghies should take precedence over the rights of local residents in places like Epping, as her lawyers argued for in court and as the Education Secretary said in an interview at the weekend?
No, that is wrong, and that is wrong about the government's position, and the government has made clear that all asylum hotels need to close. They need to do so in an orderly manner that does not end up increasing the problems in other areas. We need to close the hotels for the whole country, and the judge himself has said that this is not about a hierarchy of rights.
Linda Jess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very glad that the Home Secretary has acknowledged that, like other countries, we do have a duty to safeguard those fleeing persecution and seeking sanctuary in Britain. But the reason why we had 400 asylum hotels back in 2023 at a cost of £9 million a day, and why we have just over 200, is because the party opposite failed to deal with asylum claim applications, which this country and this government is now doing. And if there's any government that will end the use of hotels for asylum seekers, it is this Labour government.
I welcome my honourable friend's points. We need the consistent, practical plans that will close hotels right across the country, clearing the appeals backlog, which otherwise would grow, preventing the increase in asylum claims in the first place, but also the restarting of decisions as well, because had we carried on with that freeze on asylum decisions that the previous government left us with, there would have been tens of thousands more people in hotels across the country right now. That would have been deeply wrong.
Stefan Curell.
Speaker, people with a wide range of views about how to tackle immigration spoke to me over the summer. None of them are happy with how things are. They're furious with how the Conservatives trashed our border security, and they certainly don't want the harebrained schemes of reform. They want action that fixes the system fast. After years of failure, will the Home Secretary finally make sure that our immigration system keeps out people who would come here for the wrong reasons while properly supporting those who need our help?
Yes, we need to strengthen our border security, and that is why the Border Security and Asylum Bill, currently passing through the other place, includes the ability to use counter-terrorism powers against criminal smuggler gangs. Those are crucial. We need to strengthen the work of the National Crime Agency to go after those gangs, because they are pursuing a vile trade in human lives.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't envy the Home Secretary trying to clear up the mess that the last government left on migration. I doubt, however, that the measures she's putting before the House at the present time will be as successful as she and I would wish them to be. They don't really deal with the fact that many migrants are not coming from war-torn countries. They're coming from France, which is not persecuting them in any recognisable form. The reason is demand pull from this country, which migrants believe they will have a better time and an easier time and get through the system more easily than they would in France and other European countries. Denmark has been successful in reducing the demand pull. If these measures aren't as successful as she would wish them to be, will she look more closely at what Denmark has done to improve the situation?
So he's right to say that obviously small boats are mainly setting off from France. People have travelled through France, but that is exactly why we have negotiated the pilot agreement with France to be able to return people back to France. The first time that this has happened, something previous governments tried and completely failed to do. It's important we do that and we build on that, but we also need to tackle some of those pull factors, particularly around illegal working. That's why we've had a 50% increase in illegal raids and arrests, and also to recognise that the family reunion issue is being used by some of those criminal gangs as well. And that is one of the things that Denmark has done, which is to increase the time before refugees can apply for family reunion so that they are more likely to be working, more likely to be supporting their families, and so that we have they prevent criminal gangs being able to use it as a pull factor.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary has spoken about tweaks to the rules and regulations, potentially to interpretation of the law. The problem with that, of course, is that our courts will also interpret the law and may, in fact, go against what the Home Secretary wants to do.
Yeah.
So will she set out what changes to the law she will introduce to actually make sure that we stop the illegal migrants coming to this country?
Well, I do agree with him we need to change the law. So first, obviously, we have the Border Security and Asylum Bill, which is bringing in a whole series of changes around counter-terrorism powers, around banning sex offenders from the asylum system, around a new offence on endangerment. But we also believe that new legal changes are going to be needed to the asylum system. We will bring forward further legislation in order to do that, and we will set out later this year detailed reforms, not just on appeals, but more widely around the asylum system in order to be able to tackle some of both the historic chaos and also the delays in the system to get the system back under control.
Sally James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many are aware, there is a number of well-known delivery companies and other companies, in fact, who are employing asylum seekers with no right to work, and this is helping to incentivise the boat crossings and ultimately undermine our national security. So will the Home Secretary liaise with the Treasury before the budget to discuss bringing a windfall tax on some of these delivery companies so they can start contributing to the cost of a problem that they are helping to exacerbate?
Yeah. Well, Margaret Friend raises an important point about the gig economy and needing to ensure that the gig economy does not become rife for abuse and misuse around illegal working. That is why we are bringing in, again, in the Border Security Bill, which unfortunately opposition parties, the Conservatives and Reform, have continued to vote against, but bringing in that bill the requirements for employers in the gig economy to also abide by the checks on illegal working. And it's why we've also signed recently a new agreement with some of the major delivery companies to share information so that we can target abuse and crime.
Pete Wishart.
What a country the UK is becoming, and rarely has the national mood been so ugly and intimidating. People congregating at hotels, screaming at asylum seekers to go home. The right wing so emboldened that they feel the streets belong to them. Doesn't she realise every time she moves onto the ground of reform, all she's doing is further encouraging and emboldening them? How about trying something different? How about just occasionally saying something positive about immigration? How about not dehumanising asylum seekers and showing them some compassion, decency and humanity?
Yeah. Well, I would just point out to the honourable member that I have spoken about Ukrainian mums and the experiences that they had fleeing from Putin. I have spoken about the students in Gaza who currently can't take up their places and who we are working to do expedited visas so that they can pursue a better future, and the importance of having a proper legal and controlled routes as part of an effective system, and that has been part of our history. But we also have to have a system that is properly controlled and managed. We also have to have a system that is not open to abuse and misuse and exploitation by criminal gangs. And we also have to have stronger border security so that it is government and not gangs that chooses who to come to our country.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the Home Secretary's statement. A lot to unpick, including more detail on this new appeals system. But one of the key concerns when I was in the Home Office many years ago was that the poor legal advice that people were getting early on and the lawyers who were putting them through many hopeless loops to extend their stay unnecessarily, putting them in a miserable situation, costing the taxpayer and creating chaos and duplication in the system. Is she looking at what legal advice people will get at an early stage so that those appeals and processes can be expedited?
My old friend I know is former Home Office Minister and has a lot of experience in dealing with issues around immigration cases as well, and some of the real concerns around some of both the advice that people are given, decisions, the way in which decisions are made. We are strengthening some of the regulation issues and some of the ways in which the system works around legal advice as part of the Border and Security Bill, and I'd be happy to talk to her about this issue further.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my Spelthorne constituency in Stanwell, we have the Stanwell Hotel, which is being used to house asylum seekers. I wrote to Home Office ministers on the 24th of July, again on the 25th of July, and again on the 29th of July, and I have had 0 responses to any of those letters. So please, will the Home Secretary show some respect to my constituents and the people of Spelthorne and reply to their questions and concerns?
Well, I will ensure that the honourable member gets a written response to his questions, but let me also make clear that all asylum hotels, including the hotel in his constituency, need to close. They need to do so in an orderly manner, and they need to do so in a way that doesn't make the problem worse elsewhere or create more chaos, as we have seen in the past. That is the best way for us to reduce the size of the asylum system, to clear all of the backlogs, and to make sure that we have an effective system in place.
Alistair Trapper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The ECHR is an important bedrock, not just for protecting vulnerable people's rights here in the UK, but also our strong international relationships abroad, which have been crucial not just to securing that returns deal with France, but also cooperation with Germany and other European partners to finally clamp down on the dire scourge of people smuggling gangs that we inherited. So leaving it fully cannot be a solution to the problems. It doesn't, though, mean that every aspect of it is currently working in the right way, and it's clear it's currently standing in the way of some of the actions we need to take if we're going to take this issue seriously. So can I welcome the clarification of how we're looking to take forward interpretation of Article 8 from the Home Secretary today, and can I seek confirmation from her that we won't shy away from further clarifications like the one announced today, where the EHRC is currently getting in the way of the action we know we need to take to provide the border security our country is crying out for.
Well, my honourable friend is right to talk about the international law and ECHR being parts of the reasons that we've been able to get international agreements, because other countries know that we will abide by international law. That is how we have got the French pilot in place in the first place, something that the previous government was repeatedly unable to do. But the way in which it is interpreted is significant and does need to keep up to date. We have the challenge around Article 8 and family cases, that far too many cases are being treated as exceptions to the rules rather than according to the rules that Parliament has set. We think the rules need to change in order to be able to address that, and we need to work through different changes to the way in which Article 8 in particular is interpreted as part of our immigration and asylum system, and we will set out more details on that as part of our asylum reform package that we will set out later this year.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Every time the Home Secretary announces a new policy on illegal migration actually goes up. So I think a period of silence would be most welcome from the Home Secretary. But does she agree with me that the only way to stop the pull factor is to detain, deport and never allow these illegal migrants to claim asylum in this country?
Well, the pilot scheme we have agreed with France involves being able to detain people on arrival in Dover for the first time, something that's not happened before, and then to be able to return them to France, to the place where the boats set off from. This is something that previous government, including the government that he supported and was part of, were unable to agree and unable to achieve. And we have increased returns of failed asylum seekers by nearly 30% just since the election alone, because we believe that the rules need to be enforced and also that returns need to be increased as well. The problem with his party's approach is, frankly, he sounds a lot like the last Tory government's promises, grand promises that totally failed. They're just rehashing the same chaotic promises without ever being able to provide the detail of how they would make any of their policies work. The British way is to roll up our sleeves and to do things in a practical way, to increase returns and to sort the problems out.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Home Secretary's statement, she has stated that she will never seek to stir up chaos, hatred and division. Yet that's what we've seen this summer, with the far right emboldened because of racism and demonisation in the media and from politicians. And instead of scapegoating refugees and asylum seekers, maybe the Home Secretary needs to be thinking about more humane policies, including safe route, employment and right to remain. So can you explain whether these policies have and will be considered?
Well, what I say to my friend is that part of the French pilot scheme involves people who apply lawfully to come to the UK and go through proper security checks, being able to do so on the one-for-one basis, with those being returned who have arrived on dangerous small boats in the hands of criminal gangs. We've also set out, as part of the statement I've just made, our intention to have a permanent framework for refugee students to be able to come to the UK rather than the ad hoc approach that we are currently applying to Gaza students, but we think there needs to be a more systematic approach, as well as the captain-controlled approaches to other refugee work programmes as well. That has to be alongside the better controls and management of the existing system, which has become chaotic, where there are long delays and where we have had the undermining of our border security by criminal gangs. We have to do those things together, and we have to do so in a way that pulls our country together rather than see division and tension continue.
Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reform announced in the summer that they would house all asylum seekers in former RAF bases. In my constituency, RAF Linton-on-Ouse was ruled out for inappropriateness of its location in the small village around it. Can I ask the Home Secretary to confirm that she has no plans to reverse that decision to rule out those inappropriate RAF bases?
Well, we clearly don't want asylum accommodation in inappropriate places. What we have to do is to reduce the overall size of the asylum system, alongside making sure that we can move, where possible, to alternative and better sites from hotels as well. But I think if any system that just simply looks at expanding the asylum system, as happens if you have a freeze on asylum decisions and some of the policies that unfortunately Reform are pursuing that risk increasing the number of people stuck in the asylum system as well, because they do not have the plans for practical returns, that simply makes the problem worse rather than the practical changes that we need to bring the numbers down.
Barry Gardner.
It's come to my attention, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the job of Home Secretary is one that does not always attract the greatest thanks in government. So I want to thank her this afternoon for the response that she and her department has given to the letter from 100 colleagues on the Gaza students, and for what she said this afternoon about looking at a permanent scheme. Could she also confirm to the House, though, that these visas, when they are issued, will be the same as any international student's visa, in that the students, the scholars, will be able to bring their families, their dependents with them?
Well, the honourable member will know that for many student visas actually do not allow for bringing dependents to the UK. There will be exceptional circumstances for the particular circumstances around Gaza, but overall the approach to student visas across the board for the particularly things like the master's courses and so on is not to include dependents. We do, however, want to make sure that we can have the refugee route for students, which does recognise that there will be some people who can come, who can get education in UK universities, develop their incredible talents, and then will want to return to their home countries in future to rebuild their countries. There may be others who are also not able to return because that is the nature of the crisis we face.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In her statement, the Home Secretary mentioned that the National Crime Agency has disrupted 347 immigration crime networks. Could she say in that same time period how many gangs have been smashed?
Well, many of those disruptions are exactly about pursuing gangs, and also there are some of those disruptions, over 40 of the disruptions include some very high profile and high value disruptions as well, disruptions which the National Crime Agency has itself said are having a significant impact on degrading, undermining and stopping the criminal gangs. And some of the coordinated arrests with France and with Germany are also preventing a criminal gang activity, including taking out some of the leaders of those criminal gangs.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is it any wonder that an honourable member opposite described the Shadow Home Secretary's asylum policy as silly when it was the Conservative government which failed to process claims, filled up hotels, left people in limbo and broke the bank in the process, just as it broke the bank on everything that it touched? Opening asylum hotels did not happen on our watch. We want to shut them. Asylum hotels, what? Asylum hotels did not happen on our watch. We want to shut them. We want to save the public purse significant sums of money. We want to get this system right. Will the Home Secretary tell the people of Bournemouth East that I represent how she is speeding up that process of closing asylum hotels here in Bournemouth and in Britain?
Honourable Friend is right. We need to end asylum hotels across the board. That means making sure that we can clear the appeals backlog through major appeals reform, because that is currently the biggest cause preventing faster closure of hotels at the moment. It means also preventing people taking up accommodation in the first place when they should not be entitled to, and it means looking for alternative sites where they are more appropriate, including working with other government departments in order to be able to do so. But it also crucially means recognising that the system that we inherited, if we had carried on with that, not taking asylum decisions, just this frozen system, which the previous government was not returning people and they were not taking asylum decisions, that would have left us with tens of thousands more people in asylum hotels. That is the system that they want to go back to. That would be deeply damaging for his constituents and for the country.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, providing safer routes for refugees, it's not going to eradicate the entire problem. None of us are saying that it is, but it's surely part of the solution to stopping trafficking across the Channel. So isn't it just cruel madness to restrict family reunion, one of the few safe routes that actually currently exist, particularly when we know that 93% of refugee family reunion visas this year were to 93% to women and children? Won't this increase the number of people putting themselves at the mercy of evil traffickers? Won't this increase the number of tragedies in the Channel?
So I know that this is an issue that the Honourable Member has taken a very strong interest in over a long period of time. What I would say to him is that since he and I think, probably first started discussing this issue many years ago, the way in which the family reunion system is being used has changed. And so it has gone from people applying after they had been had refugee protection here in the UK for maybe a year or 2 years to applying in around a month. And that means that those people applying have often not left asylum accommodation or asylum hotels. They don't have housing, they don't have jobs, they don't have ways in which to support family members who they seek to bring to the UK. And we've also seen issues around risks that criminal gangs are using it and exploiting it. That is why we are temporarily pausing the existing refugee family reunion, and we'll be consulting on what are the new arrangements that should be brought in, that we would aim to bring in some of those arrangements by this spring. In the interim, The refugees will be covered by exactly the same rules as everyone else and the same conditions as everyone else through the Appendix FM process. But there is a concern where there are no conditions at the moment on refugee family reunion. The way in which it's being used has changed, and there is a responsibility on us to not have huge problems on homelessness assistance for local authorities, to have a managed system that also supports contributions and doesn't simply end up being exploited by criminal gangs.
Debbie Abrams.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. I recognise the complexity of the issues that she's facing. I was very struck with Lord Dubbs on the radio this morning when he was describing his own personal circumstances. His father left Prague as soon as the Nazis invaded in 1939. He got kinder transport, one of the last ones out, and his mother followed a few months later. That's not the year's timetable that we've talked about in terms of the parity of the scheme. So perhaps there needs to be an Alf Dubbs test that would make sure that families facing the similar sort of circumstances where their lives are in jeopardy would be protected. He also mentioned about ensuring that people understood why people flee as refugees. The conflation between economic migrants and refugees is frankly very unhelpful.
Secretary.
Can I recognise the important points that my honourable friend made, and also the work that Lord Dubbs has done over many years, and particularly to champion unaccompanied child refugees. And we have recognised there will need to be dedicated arrangements that recognise the particular plight of unaccompanied child refugees. But I think this needs to be done in a properly controlled and managed way, which actually it hasn't been for a long time. To do that through a controlled and managed way, there are always under the existing systems that will apply to everyone in the meantime through the next 6 months while we bring in the new arrangements for the future. There are always provisions for exceptional circumstances, but what we need to do is to prevent the system that we have at the moment, which is pushing significant pressure on homelessness for local authorities and also is being exploited by criminal gangs.
Sir Desmond Swain.
The only effective measure of the government's actions are the number of crossings, aren't they?
Well, I would say there's a big problem with the small boats, which where we've seen the criminal gangs change their tactics, particularly to exploit the French rules, which mean that up until now the France has not been intervening in French waters, but also not just that, but also people who are claiming as a result of coming to the end of their visa, having come to the UK lawfully, and then claim asylum when nothing else has changed in their country. And we need to make sure that there are tighter rules around that, as well as action around the border security to prevent dangerous boat crossings that undermine security and also put lives at risk.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency, like Britain as a whole, has long been home to people of all faiths and cultures who came here or whose forebearers came here from all around the world. And over the summer, we've seen the growth of ugly rhetoric, including the term Indigenous Britons. And this risks a culture of fear in many of our communities. So what is the government doing to address this insidious trend?
Madam Secretary.
My friend makes a really important point, because ours is a country that has been strengthened through very many generations, people coming to our shores from all over the world to work, to reunite with family, to be part of communities, to set up businesses, to be part of our public services, particularly our National Health Service, and have done so through generation after generation. That is an important part of our country. and will continue to be so for the future. We have had long debates about how the immigration system, of course, needs to be controlled and managed, but also how we recognise the need for our country to come together. Whatever people's history, whatever people's family history, for people to be able to come together and be proud of the country that Great Britain is, not to be divided, not to pursue hatred, and not to pit people against each other.
Carla Denyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, our communities are divided and they are scared. We, all of us, want to be with our families, and communities are at their strongest when family life is protected and supported. If the Secretary of State lifted the ban on asylum seekers working, she would be giving those who subsequently achieve refugee status a stronger footing to support their families and be ready to join our communities and not need to seek that homelessness relief that she mentions. So, instead of keeping children and their families apart, why doesn't she help families to support themselves?
Home Secretary.
Well, I know that the honourable member will be as concerned as I am about the lives at risk in the small boat crossings, and we do have to do everything that we can to prevent those dangerous boat crossings, including seeing families on those boat crossings as well. But part of what the criminal gangs do, part of their sell, is to claim that it will be really easy to work, and that is work illegally in the UK, but that is part of their pitch. It's one of the reasons why it's so important that we tackle the illegal working, because it's that promise of being able to work easily, being able to get income, that is one of the things that the criminal gangs exploit in order to get a lot of people to part with their money and to get involved in what is this criminal gang's vile trade.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was struck by the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Hackney South, about the importance of good and appropriate legal advice to people seeking immigration status in the UK. And I recall 2 cases that I have where constituents have been very badly let down by their solicitors, 2 cases I've brought to the attention of the Home Secretary's Department. So, given that justice is devolved to the Scottish Government, when changes are being made to regulation around this issue, will the Home Secretary commit to discussing this with the Scottish Government and, if necessary, with the Law Council of Scotland?
I welcome the points that my honourable friend makes, because we need to make sure that on the issues around legal advice around migration, because obviously immigration is not a devolved issue. Therefore, there need to be high standards around legal advice right across the country. We obviously have those discussions with all of the devolved administrations, and will continue to do so as the Border and Security Bill passes through the Parliament.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Home Secretary set out how many migrants will be returned to France over the coming 12 months?
Home Secretary.
Well, we have set out that this is a pilot, and we want to build and grow it. There is no cap on the overall numbers to go as part of the pilot, and we need to build it as we go. What we've also said is that we won't set out the kinds of operational details that criminal gangs will simply use and manipulate along the way, but we will provide updates as each month goes by on the progress of the scheme. I think it's important for 2 ways. First of all, because it is the basis from which we can then expand and to actually be able to return people to France and undermine the model of the criminal gangs. But this is also underpinning this is a fairness principle, which is if you arrive on a dangerous illegal small boat and you pay a criminal gang, actually you should be returned, but we should do our bit alongside other countries to help those who apply through a legal route and go through proper security checks.
Jessica Tarl.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This summer, my community in Bournemouth West has been deeply divided by misinformation about asylum hotels and local crime rates. This has been exploited by parts of the national media and, frankly, Conservative and Reform politicians and local activist groups as well, seeking simply to stoke fear. I, like everyone on this side of the House, stood on a manifesto to end hotel use.
Yeah.
So can I thank the Home Secretary for getting on with the job of restoring order to our asylum system to address the chaos left by the last government.
as
And
demonstrated.
can she give my constituents reassurance that we remain committed to tackling the vile organised crime gangs that drive the boats, to clearing the asylum backlog, to give those who are seeking asylum the chance to restore their lives here and give them certainty, and also to ending hotel use in communities like mine and across the country?
Home Secretary.
Well, we have obviously, as my honourable friend said, made clear in our manifesto, we will end asylum hotel use. We need to put an end to the asylum hotel use right across the country, to do so in an orderly way. We also need to make sure that the rules are properly enforced, that laws are properly respected, and we will strengthen the law. And that is why the Border Security Bill, for example, bans sex offenders from the asylum system. It strengthens counter-terrorism powers to go after the criminal gangs. And it does so in a way that it is astonishing, frankly, that the parties opposite, the Conservatives and Reform Party, just refuse to support when we need those laws in place as rapidly as possible. And we will do so alongside ensuring that there are proper, controlled and managed legal ways to support refugees, as our country has always done, because that is a proud part of our history.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Past waves of refugees who came to this country, quite rightly, had to identify themselves and come here legally. What percentage does the Home Secretary think of people who arrive illegally by small boats do so having torn up their identification documents, and should such people ever be granted asylum?
Home Secretary.
Well, the honourable member will know that obviously there are different identity checks as part of the asylum system, that those are tested as well through the courts, and one of the things that is one of the reasons why cases, asylum claims can be turned down, is if there is a lack of credibility in the application that is put in, and that can be a lack of credibility because of concerns about deliberately lost documents, for example, or not having proper identity information. It's important that we do that. That's why we're also increasing the digital ID and biometric checks as part of the ways to prevent illegal working, and linking that back to the biometric asylum system as well.
Alex Baker.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Illegal working not only undermines the integrity of our immigration system, it also erodes trust in our communities. In Aldershot, constituents have raised concerns about people continuing to work illegally even after reports have been made to the Home Office. That risks leaving local people feeling that the system is neither fair nor properly enforced. I welcome that the Home Office illegal working rates are up 50%, but can the Minister update the House on what action the Government is taking to strengthen enforcement, and how the Home Office is ensuring that reports made are acted on swiftly so that trust in our communities can be maintained?
Home Secretary.
Well, our friend makes an important point, and we have increased illegal working arrests and raids by 50%. We've significantly increased the fines for employers who are engaged in illegal working. But the further thing we are doing is, as part of the organised immigration crime domestic task force, bringing together policing here in the UK, that one of the things it is looking at is the way that organised immigration crime networks are also linked into organised crime here in the UK, and also the exploitation of illegal workers. So going after some of those employers, some of those who are operating bogus tactics alongside the existing raids.
Christine Jardine.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And actually, can I welcome the Home Secretary's confirmation in her statement of the expedited visas for students, particularly those from Gaza. I've written to both the Home Secretary and the Foreign Secretary this summer, appealing for exactly this move, and I know how welcome it will be to those students. But I wonder if I could also ask her, she talks about a capped work scheme. We talk a lot about the pressure on local authorities and the cost to the taxpayer. Would she not agree with me that if we could give asylum seekers the right to work, pay national insurance, tax and contribute, they would then be carrying their own burden and it would no longer be a weight on the taxpayer.
Home Secretary.
Well, can I welcome the campaigning she has done to support students in Gaza, because it is horrendous, the situation that we're seeing. The Foreign Secretary will shortly make a statement about the truly abominable situation in Gaza and also the work we are doing to get students out who have the fully funded places in the UK and to provide them with that support. The only issue again I would say is, and this is something that the French government has raised many times, is the way in which the criminal gangs, the criminal smuggler gangs, use the potential to work in the UK as being a pull factor, as being an advertising, part of their advertising. And that is the challenge with the scenario that she sets out, is that would make it even easier for the criminal gangs to be able to use that as part of their advertising and part of their reason to try and persuade people to part with their money and to make an incredibly dangerous journey across the Channel.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Stigmatising and dehumanising asylum seekers has stirred up race hate, thankfully by a small number though, in our communities, and I'm really disturbed to see that racism perpetrated on the streets of York. However, I'm even more disturbed to hear that there are planned across the country assaults on asylum hotels, not least in York, where we have children and families staying. Could she set out what policing operations will be in place to protect those children and families from this hate and ensure their safety over the coming weeks?
Home Secretary.
I think my honourable friend is right to point out the dangers of some of the kind of divisive language, the dehumanising language towards other human beings, and to point out our shared humanity. And we can have disagreements with people, we can have views about the way in which systems should work, about the way in which rules should be enforced, and recognise there will be people who need to be returned because they have no right to be in the UK, but also we can avoid the kind of demonising language that ends up escalating tensions or promoting hatred and violence, something that we in this country should never do.
Louis French.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary today has described the people smugglers as criminals and the boat crossings as illegal. Does she therefore agree with me that those 29,000 individuals that have entered this country illegally from France this year should be classified as lawbreakers, and therefore those lawbreakers should at least be deported straight away or be banned from claiming asylum in the future?
Home Secretary.
So the laws on illegal entry go right back to, I think, 1972. There's been a long-standing issue around illegal entry. I would say to him, his previous government's policy was to claim that everybody was going to be returned to France or to Rwanda, where they ran the scheme for 2.5 years, and 4 volunteers were sent. So nobody was actually returned, and they never managed to return anybody to France. What we are being clear is that we believe where people arrive on dangerous boat crossings or illegal routes, actually they should be returned to France as part of that pilot scheme. We've set up the pilot scheme to develop this. We want to build it, but it is something that the previous government never managed to do. There's no point in their fantasy claims. We need practical steps, which is what we are doing with France.
Sir Jan Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the hotels that is housing asylum seekers in Kent is the hotel in Ashford. The decision to house them was taken by the Conservatives when they were in power. Many people currently living there are going through appeal process. So I welcome the decision to speed up appealing processes. Will my honourable friend reassure me and my constituents that this government will end up the use of the Holiday Inn as asylum hotel as soon as possible?
I can assure him that we will end asylum hotels, including the asylum hotel in his constituency. Part of the way we need to do this is to clear the appeals backlog, and the reason for setting up the new independent appeals commission, is so that it can swiftly surge capacity if there are changes in the number of cases going to appeal, that they can actually respond much more quickly, and also to change some of the procedures so that they can do fast-track decision-making that can work then with returns for those who don't have a right to be in the UK.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
After the horrors of the last century, we pledged to protect people fleeing war and persecution. This included parents and their children, and today the asylum system is in chaos. This serves no one save those who peddle hatred. Border Force staff represented by the PCS union have produced a Safe Routes report outlining how a Ukrainian-style visa system would prevent deaths in the Channel and stop the smuggling gangs overnight. Will she listen to officers on the front line who are seeking to deliver a practical and a humane solution to the present chaos?
Well, what I would say to the Honourable Member is the whole principle behind the France pilot that we want to build and grow is that people can apply through a legal process, go through proper security checks as well, but we will return people who come on these dangerous small boats facilitated by criminal gangs. Those principles, I think, are really important, that we want a system that can better return those who are being exploited by criminal gangs, undermine their business model, and who are using illegal entry. But alongside that, we do what our country has always done through history, which is to provide the legal processes controlled and managed to be able to support those who have fled persecution and conflict. It's what happened as part of the Ukraine scheme. It's what we will now seek to do as part of a refugee approach to students, and it's what we need to do to have a proper system across the board that does both things, that looks at dealing with the control, bringing more control into a chaotic system, and also having something that is true to our historic values.
Clive Efford.
I welcome my right honourable friend's statement today, and can I commend her for the way she's working with our neighbouring countries to try and deal with this problem. The approach of the previous government was basically to stand on the cliffs of Dover and shout abuse across the Channel and tell the Conservatives that they should keep all refugees and we would take none. So if we're going to provide a solution to this problem, it has to come from the sort of cooperation that she has been working on. And does she agree?
Secretary.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend. Frankly, we saw what happened under the previous government, and we saw also the system that we had inherited, where they made grand but empty claims about where people were going to be returned to, but then had none of the agreements, nothing workable in place to actually do it, and then instead just had people stuck potentially indefinitely in the asylum system, which would have meant increasing numbers of asylum hotels. In contrast, what we have done already is a 28% increase in returns of failed asylum seekers and put in place the foundations for building a new approach with France and with other European countries. I think most people recognise the complexity of this issue rather than the sort of a fantasy promise approach which just ends up undermining trust.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Home Secretary accept that some of the UK's adversaries are seeking to weaponise illegal migration? And does she share my concern of the growing nexus between malign state actors and non-state actors, such as the criminal gangs that she's mentioned today? And if she accepts that collaboration and malevolent cooperation is going on, that it is a national security threat, yes. And as such, that even though there'll be more powers, counter-terrorism powers under the new bill for the National Crime Agency, which I welcome, there also should be more collaboration between the Security Service and the National Crime Agency.
Madam Secretary.
Can I agree with the points that the honourable member has made? The Prime Minister said early last year that border security is a national security issue. He is right about that. He is also right that we see malign forces attempt to exploit and undermine border security, and also he's also right to talk about the interaction sometimes between malign state-backed threats and also organised immigration crime. Why we already have growing cooperation between the intelligence and security agencies and also the National Crime Agency that looks at some of the these smuggler gang threats and routes, and have pursued further issues there, and are also looking at strengthened checks that we may be able to do at our borders. It also strengthens the argument for the international cooperation with other law enforcement and intelligence and security agencies as well.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a previous life, I worked on the Turkey-Greece returns deal, a deal that returned refugees that had crossed in small boats from Turkey to the Greek islands in return for properly registered asylum seekers in Turkey. As we all know, that deal drastically reduced the number of small boats that crossed into Turkey. Does the Home Secretary think that the UK's deal with France, negotiated just last month, is already having a deterrent effect? And might that be connected to the smallest number of crossings in August since 2019 that we've seen?
My honourable friend is right that the crossings in August were the lowest for several years, although there was the same level of crossing days as last summer. You will also know there's a lot of different factors involved, and we have been seeking with France as well to get the implementation of their maritime review to also be able to do stronger interventions. But I welcome the point that he made about the Greece-Turkey deal, because that did have a very significant impact on those crossings, and it's why we believe it is the right thing to do to pursue this cooperation with France, and I welcome the work that the French government has done to support this pilot agreement on returns.
Josh Babarinde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As an Eastbourne boy born and bred, I am a proud Englishman. And in his St George's Day speech in 1933, Winston Churchill said that his England was one where no one would think of persecuting a man on account of his religion or his race. Does the Home Secretary agree with Winston Churchill that our country and our flag represent unity and tolerance? And does she agree with me that those who attempt to divide our communities in the name of our flag are no patriots of Churchill's England, no patriots of today's England, and no patriots of our great country?
Home Secretary.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend about the importance of patriotism that brings our country together. That is what our flags symbolise, that is what our values as a country symbolise. Obviously, the Union Jack is in itself a coming together in its very embodiment as a flag, but also the St George's flag for those of us representing English constituencies that are proud to fly the St George's flag and so proud to stand up for the values and the shared description that he has, the patriotism around those English values as well as those British values that are about coming together, about fairness, about decency, about respect. That is what we do. It's why we all want an ordered system that criminal gangs can't exploit, because we respect the rule of law, but it's also why we should never discuss any of these issues in a way that promotes hate and division. That is not the kind of country we are.
Sonia Kumar.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at the start of this summer, I welcome the government's decisive action in sanctioning Chinese companies involved in manufacturing and supplying boats used by criminal gangs to facilitate dangerous channel crossings. Disrupting these supply chains is a vital part of smashing the gangs. Can my right honourable friend update the House on what discussions she's had with international counterparts to coordinate efforts in targeting these companies and ensuring that these sanctions are enforced globally?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right to welcome the Foreign Secretary's introduction of sanctions around criminal smuggler gangs. It's the first time that this has been done. And we also have extensive cooperation with the National Crime Agency with Iraq, for example. We have massively strengthened the cooperation because we know that there are Iraqi Kurdish gangs that are operating in northern France, and where we have recently signed a new agreement with Iraq, with Turkey, with Bulgaria, with Belgium, with France, with different countries, and crucially with Germany, that is going to be changing the law in order to help us go after the criminal gangs and their supply chains. The work that is being done to disrupt supply chains is having an impact. It is significant too that we are seeing not only the disruptions and arrests internationally as well as in the UK, we are also seeing fewer boats physically crossing, but instead the criminal gangs are resorting to overcrowding those boats instead.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I note that the appeal court judges in last Thursday's judgment were using Article 8 of the ECHR as the reason why the interim injunction on the Bell Hotel should be quashed. Yet the Home Secretary in her statement today has been arguing that she wants to alter the interpretation of that same Article 8. Wouldn't a much better and more quicker and more effective route would be that one argued by the Shadow Home Secretary this afternoon, to simply disapply all immigration matters from the European Court of Human Rights?
Home Secretary.
Well, I think that's not what, as my understanding, is not what his front bench is arguing, and is only arguing about the Human Rights Act, risking there actually being more issues around the domestic courts not being able to take decisions before things go to the European courts. But I'll leave that for his own wrangling within his party about what their position is. What I would say about the we do think that there needs to be reforms around the way in which Article 8 is interpreted. I think the way in which too many cases around family rules are being treated as exceptions that are not that higher level of decision making can't be exceptional if you're talking about so many cases being treated as exceptions. It means that what we need to look at is the rules themselves, and also having much greater clarity about the way in which we believe those rules should be interpreted, and the way in which family migration should be interpreted in the courts.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Much has been said about the role of the European Convention on Human Rights, and it appears that the party of Churchill is seeking to abandon his legacy in their lurch towards the right, just as there is a growing consensus amongst European nations that we need to modernise it for today's times. Does the Home Secretary agree that Britain should be part of leading that change rather than leaving and turning us into Belarus or Russia?
Home Secretary.
We do have a strong history of leading around international standards, around international legal frameworks. Of course, laws and the way in which they're interpreted need to move with the times and need to keep up to date with new challenges, including in a world of mass communications. We face very different kinds of challenges than maybe 20 years ago or 50 years ago or more. But he is also right to say that the UK has always played that leading role in defining those standards and in making sure that other countries do abide by international laws, and actually we lose out and don't get the kind of international cooperation that we need if what we try and do is just rip up that international law and cooperation.
Chris Coughlin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that this country helps refugees, and I'm intensely proud that I spent years building a charity with a Rwandan refugee from the genocide. But in my constituency, there have been 2 serious criminal incidents in Hawley in the last 3 months in relation to the 4 Points Hotel. My constituents do have legitimate safety concerns, and although the police have acted promptly, what steps is the Home Secretary taking to ensure the 4 Points Hotel is closed as an asylum hotel as soon as possible?
Well, the honourable member makes an important point. We want all asylum hotels to close, including in his constituency. We need to do that in a controlled and orderly manner as well. But I think what we also need to do is to strengthen the arrangements to ensure that the law is enforced and that rules are enforced, that public safety considerations are also taken seriously as part of the management of the whole asylum and immigration system. And it's why we are developing new partnerships between policing, immigration enforcement and the Home Office and asylum accommodation providers. It's immensely important there is proper shared information and also stronger arrangements to make sure that wherever criminality is found, it is properly and swiftly tackled.
Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Home Secretary, the former Immigration Minister, has some brass neck, do we not think, Home Secretary? He opened so many hotels, I thought he was going to overtake Lenny Henry as the frontage of Premier Inn at one stage. My constituents are so fed up with this, and I'm glad she's taking it so seriously, getting the numbers down. While we're doing everything we can to get these numbers down, does she agree with me that everyone involved in this debate, and particularly politicians, shouldn't incite or encourage the sort of aggression and actually sheer racism that we've seen, some actually directed towards our brave police officers over the summer? Thank you.
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right that the previous government, including the Shadow Home Secretary when he was Immigration Minister, was responsible for a huge increase in asylum hotels and presided over a tenfold increase in small boat crossings as well. The important thing now is to make sure that we can end asylum hotels and make sure that we can bring back control into the system. But as we do so, we should make sure that we don't have divisive or hateful rhetoric or anything that particularly that promotes violence against police officers or within communities, which is always a disgrace.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary is right to talk about tackling push and pull factors, something which, when we're in government, we worked towards tackling, despite challenges, bringing forward the use of third countries. Because you both need a deterrent, but you also need a place to send people who we don't have returns agreements with their country of origin, or we don't know. Now, it's no surprise to me, our arrivals have increased since that scheme was scrapped. I understand there's a period of reset happening in Downing Street at the moment, so how long before we can expect her to come to the dispatch box to talk about a third country scheme that she'll be introducing?
Home Secretary.
Well, obviously what this government has managed to do is to get the agreement with France in place, that pilot agreement that we seek to build. France obviously is not the country where most of the people passing through started from, so it is effectively a third country agreement that we have already put in place and are now working to implement on a pilot basis. We're also working with other European countries to explore returns hubs as well. But what we don't think is the right thing to do is to have an incredibly expensive programme that sent just 4 volunteers, and during the 2.5 years, 2 years plus that it was in operation, ended up costing £700 million, while 84,000 people arrived in the UK.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Peterborough is a proud and generous place and has welcomed many people to our doors over the generations. And I'd like to put on tribute by thanks to the churches, mosques and community groups which are looking after and welcoming people. But people are getting fed up with a system that is broken and was broken before my honourable friend became the Home Secretary. So many people in my constituency will welcome the record deportations, the focus on Article 8 and making efficiency and driving forward the system. But to be honest, the biggest issue in my constituency remains the hotel that was opened by Serco with no consultation with the police or the council before it happened. Can my right honourable friend assure me that she will make sure that there is no single bureaucratic block, no stone she will not move to get the Dragonfly Hotel closed as soon as possible as part of fixing this rotten, broken system?
Well, we have made clear that we need to end all asylum hotels, including the hotel in my honourable friend's constituency. It's actually because we believe in the long history that the UK has of helping those who have fled persecution and conflict in an ordered way, is why we also need to get control and fix the chaos that we inherited, including ending asylum hotels that are undermining confidence in the whole system and were introduced exactly because the previous government lost control over the system. That is what now needs to be turned around, and that is the foundations that we are putting in place.
Ben Opsijekti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. She's touched on this a couple of times already, but I'm yet to hear from the Secretary of State about the scope of the government's asylum accommodation programme, which is currently rated at amber. Despite over 29,003 asylum seekers arriving by small boat alone so far this year, the scope of this programme will only see the creation of 5,000 bed spaces by the end of 2026, spread across 3 accommodation pilots following its strategic refresh. In what locations will the 3 accommodation pilots be? How many bed spaces for asylum seekers will be in each, and at what stage gate is each one?
So, we are developing alternative approaches to asylum accommodation, including working with local councils that have come forward and also including working with other government departments. We will provide an update as well as we make progress and do so. But I think there's the two things that need to happen together. There's obviously the shift to alternative sites that has to follow value for money tests, because that was the mistake that I think was often made in the past, and not having the proper assessments in place, as the Public Accounts Committee identified, but also making sure that we reduce the numbers of people in the asylum accommodation system overall. Because if we don't reduce the numbers in the system, simply moving the problem around from place to place won't solve it and won't get it back under control.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ensuring we have a humane and functioning asylum and immigration system needs competence, credibility and compassion. And I welcome the credible plan that this government has put in place. Our approach also has to be holistic, and part of that is also tackling the root causes of displacement, conflict and persecution. The Home Secretary has touched on how we're working with other countries. Could she also talk about how she's working cross-government and internationally to also address these drivers of displacement?
Secretary.
And can I welcome the honourable member's point here, because she's absolutely right that any comprehensive, effective approach internationally, not just here in the UK, needs to look at the causes and the drivers of mass migration, of people who have fled persecution and conflict, but also some of the economic migration issues that have also caused significant challenges. The Foreign Secretary and I have set up a joint migration team to work closely on some of these issues, and the Foreign Secretary has also made issues around migration a key priority for the Foreign Office. This is clearly an important cross-government issue where we are working together.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When Labour was in opposition, it attacked the Conservatives for the small number of asylum seekers who would be removed to Rwanda as part of the Tory deterrent. Now the Conservatives are in opposition, they're attacking Labour for the small number of asylum seekers who will be removed to France as part of the Labour deterrent. Does the Secretary of State accept that for a deterrent to work, people considering this dangerous crossing need to know that it may be in vain?
Home Secretary.
Well, we have established the agreement with France as a pilot agreement, and we want to develop and expand it. It allows us to detain people immediately on arrival at Dover at Western Jet Foyle in order to then be returned. The first cases have been referred to France, and we expect the first returns to start during the course of this month. But I think there's also, as well as the impact in terms of undermining the criminal business model of the gangs, the deterrence issues that he talked about, there's also a really important principle here, which is for people arriving illegally on dangerous boats where they pay criminal gangs should be returned, but people should also then, who apply through a legal route and then go through proper security checks, the UK should do its bit in a controlled and managed way and a capped way alongside other countries.
Julie Minns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the Home Secretary's statement, and can I strongly welcome the enforcement action recently taken by UK Border Force, Cumbria Police and local trading standards in cracking down on illegal trading and illegal working in retail in my Carlisle constituency. Will the Home Secretary reassure my constituents that there will be no let-up in this enforcement activity, and that the same rigour will be applied to migrant workers working as delivery riders?
Can I also welcome the law enforcement work in my honourable friend's constituency, and this is why we have set up a domestic organised immigration crime task force to be able to work across different police forces into those networks that are exploiting illegal working, that often have networks into all kinds of other organised crime as well, that undermine communities, that undermine town centres and also exploit individuals and undermine border security. We are strengthening that domestic work, which had never been done before as a result of some of the report by the Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Policing.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the watch of this Home Secretary, the fact is 2025 has been the worst year on record for small boat crossings. And whilst the government claims it wants to end the use of asylum hotels, the Right Honourable Lady is not telling us when, and so I'd like some reassurance today that she will not, as a result of this, we will not see an increase in HMOs or the use of local houses or local flats to rent for these particular individuals, nor will we see any increase of costs to local councils.
Home Secretary.
Well, unfortunately, the position that we inherited from the previous government that her front bench wants to go back to actually had the freeze on asylum decisions and would have left us with tens of thousands more people in asylum hotels. We will end asylum hotels over the course of this Parliament, but we need to do it not simply by moving people to different kinds of accommodation, and I do think that is an important point, but also by reducing the overall size of the asylum system. If we don't reduce the overall size of the asylum system, because their policies were doing the opposite, they were increasing it, then actually we will never solve this problem or rebuild the confidence of the people across the UK.
Ms Barna Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the East End of London, we have a proud history of welcoming refugees and migrants, many fleeing war and persecution. Yet we've seen over recent years and months the political and media establishment complicit in the normalisation of Islamophobia and anti-migrant rhetoric, with campaigns targeting asylum seekers outside hotels over the summer and resorting to violent aggression, including yesterday in my constituency. This is putting all of us at risk. Could the Home Secretary say exactly what she will do to ensure that asylum seekers, refugees, migrants and all those who live in my constituency can live safely from attempts, including organised by the far right, to create fear and division in our area?
Home Secretary.
Well, everyone has a right to be safe, everyone has a right to respect, and the pursuit of division and hatred and violence is never acceptable, both as part of the immigration and asylum system, but also more widely across our country. It's hugely important that alongside all of the reforms we introduce, because we do need reforms to the system, we also have a clear recognition of the importance of our shared humanity and the importance of preventing any kind of violence, hatred or the kinds of tensions and problems that she describes.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With crossings up over 40% this year alone at some 30,000, clearly the government's current policies are acting as a magnet, not a deterrent. So when will the Home Secretary realise that the only effective deterrent is to detain and deport everybody who comes here illegally, and to do that we must leave the European Convention on Human Rights?
Secretary.
Well, this government has increased the returns of those who have no right to be here since the election, including a 28% increase in returns of failed asylum seekers. We're strengthening enforcement and bringing in new counter-terrorism powers to go after the criminal gangs, counter-terrorism powers that incomprehensibly his party has voted against and seems to be opposing the action that we need to go after the criminal gangs. If he would support them, if the Conservatives would support them, we could bring those powers in swiftly in the course of a few months and give our law enforcement the powers to take stronger action against those criminal gangs. And I hope he would support the agreement with France as well that does provide for the immediate detention of people arriving in the UK and returning them also to France as well. The trouble with his party's policies is, frankly, they sound an awful lot like the last Conservative government's policies that totally failed. And so whilst the previous Conservative government was chaos, his party just seems to be chaos on steroids. They're not trying to solve the problem. All they're trying to do is exploit it. What we need is a properly controlled and managed system that goes after the criminal gangs who should not be able to get away with their vile trade.
Alex McIntyre.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Gloucester has a proud history of being a welcoming and diverse city, and just last week I was pleased to attend the Ukrainian Independence Day celebrations in my constituency with some of those who have sought refuge in our city. but many of my constituents have written to me, particularly those who live next door to the asylum hotel that was opened by the last Conservative government, with legitimate concerns about the future of that site and the impact of things like protests on their front doorsteps. So can she reassure my constituents that the policies that she's announced today will speed up the closure of that hotel as for use for asylum seekers? And will she meet with me to discuss the impact of those sites on local residents in Gloucester?
Madam Secretary.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that we will end asylum hotels, we will close asylum hotels that the previous government opened, including in his constituency, and it is hugely important that we do so. He is right to talk about the long history of people right across the country, including the more than 100,000 families who came forward to offer homes to Ukrainians at the beginning of Putin's war and invasion of Ukraine. And that spirit, those values are immensely important, but people need to know that the system is being properly controlled and managed and that misuse is being tackled, and that's why it's so important to end asylum hotels.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is clear that the government has lost control. The government are going against their own election manifesto by taking it through the courts. So I've asked before with no answer, so I'll ask again. Can the Home Secretary give me a date when the hotel in my constituency of Broxbourne will close to illegal asylum seekers?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have been clear. We will end the asylum hotels that were opened by the previous government, and we will close those asylum hotels. And hopefully, if he can support the reforms that we will introduce on the appeal system so we can speed those back through Parliament and clear the backlog, I hope he will support the increase in decision-making that we have had to introduce after his party froze decision-making and created a soaring backlog that would have increased the numbers of people in hotels, and I hope he would support the Border Security and Asylum Bill that is currently passing through the House of Lords, passing through the other place, because that would bring in stronger counter-terrorism powers to be able to go after the criminal gangs who are organising small boats in the first place, which sadly his party is still opposing.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We must stop criminal gangs from launching illegal crossings at source from the French coast. So could the Home Secretary update us on this conversation she's having with the French authorities to ensure that their tactics include intervening in shallow waters to stop as many of these boats at source as possible?
Well, the French government has been undertaking the maritime review. It is something that the Interior Minister has also been pursuing very strongly in order to ensure that there can be intervention in French waters. Currently what's happening, we've seen the small boats, the criminal gangs operate these taxi boat tactics to load people onto the boats in shallow waters, and some of the disgraceful scenes that we have seen as a result. And that maritime review is looking at ways instead to be able to intervene in shallow waters and to be able to prevent the boat crossings in the first place. This is alongside the extension of the Compagnie de Marche, additional patrols along French beaches, which has been agreed, and also the new judicial prosecution unit in Dunkirk, which is now working very closely with the Border Security Command as part of the important foundations to strengthen law enforcement.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whatever the promised tinkering with Article 8, the reality is that this government, or any government, will only get a grip on the out-of-control illegal immigration by quitting the ECHR. I agree that Article 8 is a problem, but the answer is Article 58, which is the one that allows the government to serve notice that it's leaving the ECHR. And unless and until it does that, we're not going to solve this problem. Could I ask the Home Secretary this? How does she hope to sort out this mess while her every action is subject to the foreign stipulations and ultimately the foreign court that is diligently applying the very ECHR to which she clings? Isn't that mean we go round endlessly in a circle? And when it comes to the appeal panels, will they be subject to judicial review, where again the ECHR can be relied on?
Right.
Well, the fact of having international law and abiding by it has helped us to get new agreements in place to be able to return people who arrive by small boats, and is also helping us work with other European countries on returns hubs to increase returns as well. I do think there is a problem with the way in which Article 8 is being interpreted in the courts. That's why I have been clear that reforms are needed, and we will bring forward that as part of a major package of reforms to the asylum system before the end of this year.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Conservatives and Reform appear to be engaged in competitive populism, and one of the consequences of that is opportunism. And in that light, does my right honourable friend agree that it's surprising that they pose as the party on the side of local democracy when it comes to asylum hotels? Can she confirm not only did the current Shadow Home Secretary decide in March 2020 to suspend the practice of consulting local authorities before opening asylum hotels in their area, but that the practice remained suspended for the rest of the time they were in government, even after the emergency of the pandemic ended?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right that not only did the the Shadow Home Secretary lift the responsibilities to consult local authorities, he also voted against amendments put forward by the Labour opposition at the time to strengthen the work with local authorities. This government is strengthening that work with local authorities. Instead, all the Shadow Home Secretary and the Shadow Justice Secretary seem to do is chase each other around chasing each other's tails to try and get to the next photo opportunity first, or to chase the honourable member for Clacton as well. It's just more chaos from the parties opposite.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not populist to want safe and secure communities. But the only way we're going to solve this crisis, we're going round in circles, is to withdraw from outdated refugee conventions, to rescind the insidious ECHR from our own laws, and to use British military assets to prevent incursion in British waters. That is the only way we're going to solve this crisis. And will the Home Secretary commit to doing that today?
Home Secretary.
Well, I'll just point out to the honourable member opposite that his party was in power for a period of 8 years in which criminal gangs were able to take hold along the borders, in which they were able to undermine our border security. Frankly, it should be governments, not gangs, that decide who enters our country. And what we need is to have the counter-terrorism powers to go after those criminal gangs that, frankly, he and his party are still voting against. Shameful.
Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it cannot be denied that we have inherited a very difficult position, and that recently there's been a real increase in the rhetoric, which is causing serious worry, upset, anger and mistrust in our communities. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, many vital measures to tackle this organised crime, like counter-terrorist style powers against gangs, a new offence of engagement at sea, banning sex offenders from the asylum system and powers to search phones are stuck in the Border Security Bill. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that if the Tories and Reform were really serious about these changes, they would stop voting against and organising against this bill and put their constituents and my constituents in Portsmouth North at the heart of this and let us put this bill in force?
My honourable friend is exactly right. The Tories and Reform could start working with us tomorrow to speed up the passage of this crucial legislation that would give our law enforcement counter-terrorism powers to go after smuggler gangs, that would mean new offences, that would mean they could download and search the mobile phones of people arriving on small boats, and would mean, crucially, that they could ban sex offenders from the asylum system altogether. You'd think that the parties opposite would support this. Instead, they have been blocking it. It's shameful.
Cameron Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, our country should be proud that in the 1930s we welcomed 10,000 Jewish children from Europe upon the kinder transports. Alas, our predecessors would not countenance bringing across their parents, and we know that the cost of that decision was that those parents were massacred in the Holocaust. There has always been vocal opposition to migration in this country, but I remind the government that responsibility lies with them. Across our country today, thousands of vulnerable refugees are afraid. They are afraid of the rise in right-wing activity and in right-wing rhetoric. Rhetoric this government has flirted with. I invite the government not to follow the Conservative Party or Reform UK into the abyss and to treat this issue with the compassion it deserves.
Secretary.
Well, the honourable member refers to the kinder transport as well as the important support for children there. The UK also took Jewish orphaned children from concentration camps and provided them a home, important future in the UK as well. And we have a long history of supporting those who have fled persecution and conflict. But that is exactly why it's so important that the system needs to be properly managed and controlled. That's why it's so important that we tackle the chaos that we've inherited. It's why it's so important that we strengthen our border security as well in order to restore confidence in the very system and the very values that he describes that are so important. This government will never pursue the kinds of violence promoting rhetoric that can cause such division. We will always be responsible and serious about the practical steps that need to be taken to deal with the chaos we inherited.
Paul Wall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the Home Secretary's statement today, particularly the UK-France migrant deal, which provides a safe and legal route for all those families genuinely fleeing persecution, but who play by the rules and want to enter the country legally. And also it balances that with the need to remove from this country and send back to France those who try to jump the queue in small boats. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Shadow Home Secretary suggested that the potential figure of 50 returns a week under this pilot scheme is not enough. So can the Home Secretary remind the House that under the last government there were 128,000 people who crossed the Channel, and of those, how many were returned to France? It wasn't 50 a week, it wasn't 100 a week, it was 0 a week, every week for 6.5 years.
My honourable friend is exactly right. The previous government made a whole series of grand but empty claims. They returned no one to France who arrived on the small boats. They had no agreement in place to do that, but they also sent no one to Rwanda other than 4 volunteers who were paid to go, because again and again, all they did was escalate the rhetoric and escalate the chaos rather than taking the practical steps to get the returns that we need.
Neil Shastrahurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in her statement, the Home Secretary set out that they would have an independent body to process asylum appeals. Well, that only works if it's delivered at pace, if it's resourced, and if it's well staffed. So can the Home Secretary set out when they will start recruiting arbitrators and support staff, when they will be operational at full pelt, will it operate 7 days a week, and if in a year's time we come back from next summer's recess and the immigration boats are higher than they were this year, will she take personal responsibility?
Madam Secretary.
Well, we're seeking accelerated legislation to bring in the new Independent Appeals Commission, and he will know that once legislation begins its passage through the House, it is then possible to start implementation and to make sure that we can invest in getting the adjudicators, the trained adjudicators, in place as well. So we will set out an update before the end of this year, both of the timetable and also the further details around how that appeals system will work. It obviously has to be fully independent from the Home Office and fully independent from the government, but it needs to be able to surge and respond swiftly in order to prevent huge backlogs growing up. I really hope that he and his party will be able to support this legislation, because then we can move through much more quickly and make sure that we can implement the new body much more quickly as well.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I forgot how much I enjoyed bobbing. I think we all want to be proud of the UK's asylum system, but because of the mess we inherited from the previous government, none of us are there right now, and I think that is just a fact. So I do thank the Home Secretary for the work she's doing, the quite methodical work to get a grip of the situation and get the system back on track. It really pains me, though, that some of the people who are behind this mess are now sitting opposite and are seeking to weaponise it, rather than apologising to the country. So does the Home Secretary share my hope that extending the Ukrainian visa scheme, the refugee student scheme, bringing Gaza students here and supporting those injured Gazan children is going to be a chance to show the UK immigration system at its best? Thank you.
Well, I hope the party opposite will support Gazan students being able to take up their places and scholarships in the UK, just as I hope they will also support the border security bill, which they are still opposing. Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government appears to be conflating the terms illegal immigrant and asylum seeker. The UK has rightly in the past taken in asylum seekers, including Ukrainians who have been fleeing persecution, but these are different to those crossing the channel illegally, the vast majority of whom are men aged 20 to 30 with no children or families appearing to cross with them. So I've got 3 questions for the Home Secretary. First one, does she agree with the Prime Minister's comments that the UK has plenty of housing to accommodate illegal immigrants? Will she rule out the use of houses of multiple occupation, and will she rule out the use of social housing for illegal immigrants?
Home Secretary.
Well, I would say to the honourable member, given what he said about crossings, I hope he would support the French pilot agreement that we have in place, which means we can return people who make these dangerous or illegal journeys so that we can return them to France, but in exchange we also have a legal process for people who apply properly, who follow the rules and who go through security checks. We've been clear that the way to tackle the chaos in the asylum system is to end asylum hotels, but to do so as well by reducing the overall number of people in the asylum accommodation system, and that includes sorting out the appeals chaos we inherited from his party.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Respect for each other and respect for the rule of law. The Home Secretary was right to emphasise those as fundamental British values, and they're underpinned by our robust human rights framework, which underscores and protects individual liberties. Winston Churchill knew that, which is why he was such a supporter of the ECHR after World War II. So will the Home Secretary do all she can to protect our human rights framework from those on the opposition benches who would tear it up for a cheap headline by campaigning as hard as she can to make sure that the ECHR is fit for the 21st century and can restore public confidence?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend is right that we do need reforms, but we also need to recognise that international law can help underpin international cooperation. The criminal gangs operate across borders and exploit the fact that too often governments don't operate across borders and law enforcement doesn't operate across borders in order to go after them. So that's why we need that international cooperation in place, underpinned by legal framework.
Caroline Verdon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The national conversation on immigration and asylum is being dominated loudly by colleagues in this place who have a sorry track record of stirring up division, dehumanising people who are seeking sanctuary from some of the world's harshest regimes and conflicts, and many of my constituents raised their fears with me this summer. As immigration has soared since we left the European Union, would the Home Secretary agree with me that the architects of the damaging Brexit campaign are probably the least likely people to have the answer to the small boat crossings, and that we must do all we can to emphasise the benefits and value that migrants bring to the UK, as they have done for centuries?
Home Secretary.
Well, it is the case that the Conservative Party in government managed to also both create the chaos in the asylum system, let criminal gangs take over along our borders, but also saw legal migration quadruple in the space of just 4 years. Immigration has always been an important part of our history, but that is also why it needs to be properly controlled and managed in a fair and sensible way. That hasn't happened too often in the past, but it needs to do so also in a way that is serious and respectful to other people, to make sure that we as a country come together at the same time as making sure there are proper controls in the system.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement? And does the Home Secretary accept that the frustration that many feel about illegal immigration must not ever be confused with the opinion of those who come and add to our society in the NHS, in agriculture or many other jobs in which we rely on help from foreign nationals? And will the Home Secretary not accept that the route to the UK from the Republic of Ireland through Northern Ireland is feeding that frenzy? And will the Home Secretary finally, rightfully, block the current loopholes and close the backdoor access from the Republic of Ireland to the United Kingdom? Thank you.
Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right that people have long supported people coming to work in our NHS, coming through legal routes. Those do also have to be controlled and managed, and the way in which legal migration quadrupled under the previous government, I think, was a serious problem, and that is why we are bringing legal migration down. That's why we put that in the immigration white paper. But he's also right that some of the most serious concerns are about these dangerous and illegal boat crossings that are underpinned and facilitated by criminal gangs. He raises the separate issue around Ireland and Northern Ireland, but he will know that the Common Travel Area is a long-standing part of our history. It's a long-standing part of our arrangements. We do have close security cooperation with the Irish government and with Irish law enforcement for exactly that reason, but it is also an important part of the arrangements and the close relationship between our countries.
That concludes the statement, and can I thank the Home Secretary and members for their time. The Home Secretary's been on her feet for around 2.5 hours and we've had over 80 backbench contributions. We'll now give the House a few moments to settle and for the front benches to swap over. Statement, Foreign Secretary.
Well, with permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to make a statement on the situation in the occupied Palestinian territories and Iran. In Gaza on the ground, it's unimaginably bleak. Horrifying images and accounts will be seared into the minds of colleagues across this House. They're almost impossible to put into words. But we can and must be precise with our language. Because on the 22nd of August, the UN-backed IPC mechanism confirmed what we are witnessing. Famine. Famine in Gaza City. Famine in its surrounding neighbourhoods, now spreading across the wider territory. Famine which, unchecked, will spiral into widespread starvation. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was foreseen. The terrible conclusion of the obstacles we have warned about for over 6 months. Since the 1st of July, over 300 people have died from malnutrition, including 119 children. More than 132,000 children under the age of 5 are at risk of dying from hunger by June of next year. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a natural disaster, it's a man-made famine in the 21st century. And I'm outraged by the Israeli government's refusal to allow in sufficient aid. We need a massive humanitarian response to prevent more deaths. Crucial NGOs, humanitarians and health workers allowed to operate and stockpiles of aid on Gaza's borders released. As a result, in the past 3 months, over 2,000 Gazans have been killed trying to feed their families. And Hamas themselves are exploiting the chaos and deliberately starving Israeli hostages for abhorrent political purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that these words of condemnation echoed across legislatures all over the world are not enough. But be in no doubt, we have acted as a country where we can. We restored funding to UNRWA. We suspended arms exports that could be used in Gaza. We signed a landmark agreement with the Palestinian Authority. We stood up for the independence of international courts. We've delivered 3 sanctions packages, 3, on violent settlers and far-right Israeli ministers for incitement. We've suspended trade negotiations with the Israeli government, and we are at the forefront of the international community's work to plan for a stable, post-conflict peace. And we've now provided over £250 million in development assistance over the past 2 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, today we're going further. I can announce an additional £15 million worth of aid and medical care for Gaza and the region. We continue to work alongside regional partners, including Egypt and Jordan, of course, to enable the UN and NGOs to ensure aid reaches those most in need. Brave medics in Gaza tell us that essential medicines are running out and they cannot operate safely. And that's why we're funding UK Med, whose field hospitals have treated over 600,000 Gazans. And that's why we're also funding the WHO Egypt to treat thousands of evacuated Gazan people. Meanwhile, Madam Deputy Speaker, as my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, said earlier, we are working with the World Health Organization to get critically ill and injured children into the UK, where they'll receive specialist NHS treatment. The first patients are expected to arrive in the UK in the coming weeks. And we're extracting people from a war zone, of course, that is complex and dangerous. It relies entirely on Israeli permissions, and I'm pressing the Israeli government for this to happen as quickly as possible. We're also supporting brilliant students granted FCDO achieving scholarships and other scholarships to escape Gaza so that they can take up their places for the coming academic year. Madam Deputy Speaker, I recognise that this only touches the edges of this catastrophe. We all know that there is only one way out: an immediate ceasefire. An immediate ceasefire that would see the unconditional release by Hamas of all hostages. An immediate ceasefire that would see a transformation in the delivery of aid. We know this. Our US and European allies know it. Our Gulf partners know it too. And I'm working night and day with them to deliver a ceasefire and a wider political process to deliver long-term peace. To make a ceasefire last, we need a monitoring mechanism, we need the disarmament of Hamas, we need a new governance framework for Gaza. This is the focus of our intense diplomacy in the region. In contrast, further military operations in Gaza City will only prolong and deepen this crisis. So together with our partners, we demand an immediate halt to this operation. Each week brings new horrors. Last week's double strike on Nasser Hospital, one of Gaza's last remaining major health facilities, killed 20 people, including 5 journalists. I remind Israel once again that international law requires the protection of healthcare workers, journalists and civilians. These actions will not end the war. They will not bring the hostages home, let alone make them safer, as hostage families have recognised. They will sow despair and anger across the region for generations. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in the West Bank, the Israeli government is tightening its stranglehold on the Palestinian economy and continues to approve illegal settlement construction, just recently in the E1 area east of Jerusalem. This would erect a physical barrier to the contiguous Palestinian state, and it must not happen. Madam Deputy Speaker, in July, I described before the UN General Assembly our intention to recognise the state of Palestine later this month. Unless the Israeli government takes substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza and commits to a long-term sustainable peace. Madam Deputy Speaker, this commitment responds to the current crisis, but stems from our historic responsibility to the region's security, reaching back over a century to the Balfour Declaration. As I said last month in New York, I am deeply proud that it was a British Foreign Secretary who helped establish a homeland for the Jewish people. But the same declaration promised that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of the Palestinian people. And Madam Deputy Speaker, those rights are more under threat than at any point in the past century. To those who say recognition rewards Hamas or threatens Israeli security, it does neither. Recognition is rooted in the principle of a two-state solution which Hamas rejects. We have been clear that any Palestinian state should be demilitarized. Indeed, President Abbas has confirmed this in writing. We see no contradiction between the two-state solution and our deep commitment to Israeli security, because security comes from stable borders, not indefinite occupation. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I finish, I would also like to update the House on Iran. On the 28th of August, the UK, along with France and Germany, triggered the snapback mechanism under the UN Security Council Resolution 2231. This means that if no agreement is reached within 30 days, the sanctions that were lifted under the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, will come back into force. These wide-ranging sanctions include a full arms embargo and restrictions on its nuclear, missile and drone programme. This was not a decision we took lightly. For years, we have worked with international partners to stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. The 2015 deal was meant to do just that, but Iran has repeatedly undermined the agreement. Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium is now 40 times over the limit that was set by the JCPOA. Despite this clear escalation, we have made every effort over years of negotiations to bring Iran back to compliance. These efforts have continued in recent months. I've urged Foreign Minister Araghchi to de-escalate and choose diplomacy. In July, we offered Iran more time if it agreed to return to negotiations with the United States and to restore full access to the International Atomic Energy Agency. Last month, I warned Iran that time was short and we would have little choice but to trigger snapback. I regret to inform the House that Iran has not complied with its legal obligations nor chosen the path of diplomacy, so we have had no choice but to act. I have long been clear that I will not allow snapback to expire without a durable and comprehensive deal. It would be unacceptable to allow this issue to fall off the UN Security Council agenda despite the threat posed by Iran's nuclear programme. But snapback is not the end of diplomacy, Madam Deputy Speaker, as Secretary Rubio has also recently underlined. Iran can still meet our conditions. It can restore full IAEA access. It can address our concerns about its stockpile and enrichment and return to negotiations. Alongside our partners, I will continue to urge Iran to choose this path. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the worst of times, this government will continue to take all the steps that we can to alleviate suffering, to help bring regional conflict to an end, to create the conditions for long-term peace and security. We will not rest until there is a ceasefire in Gaza. The hostages are returned. A flood of aid reaches those in desperate need, And despite the obstacles before us, we will work with partners to preserve the two-state solution. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Foreign Secretary, who will have up to 6.5 minutes for her contribution.
Speaker, I thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement today, and I also express my sympathy for the people of Afghanistan who are suffering from last night's major earthquake. Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to the Middle East, since this House last met, this awful conflict continues to see lives lost with such intolerable suffering. Hamas continues to refuse the release of all remaining hostages, despite the best efforts of those trying to broker peace. The hostages are now approaching 700 days in captivity, and the whole House will have been sickened by the harrowing clip of emaciated hostage FVR David released by Hamas over the summer. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire, and we are all familiar with the reports that we have seen on a daily basis on our news channels. The inhumane suffering, the recent airstrikes, and the inability to provide food for civilians simply cannot go on. We all want an urgent and sustainable end to this conflict, the release of the hostages from terrorist captivity, and to see aid for the people of Gaza. There are key questions for the British government to answer. The British government is in a position to help influence these outcomes, but is it actually leveraging its ability to fully do so? The government's frequent statements have so far not moved the dial closer to a sustainable end to this conflict. And as the Foreign Secretary himself has said, we are not in any position whatsoever to see any alleviation of this horrendous situation. Diplomacy is about putting in the hard yards to find solutions and not just giving statements. So I do want to ask the government on 3 specific points today. Is the government taking any new specific action to tighten the screws on Hamas, to pile more pressure on them to release the hostages? Should we expect more measures to further degrade Hamas's ability to finance their campaign of terror? And why is the government not leading on international efforts to produce a credible plan to exactly do this, with an agreement from all the key regional partners and players with an interest in peace to see Hamas leave Gaza? Secondly, can the Foreign Secretary update the House on precisely where we stand, what Britain is contributing to the efforts by the UN and to our regional allies to broker the release of hostages and to an end of the conflict? Are we intimately involved, and are we sending in the UK expertise to help? Because we do have great expertise when it comes to brokering these types of negotiations. Third, while we note his announcement on the support for women and girls yesterday, the government has yet to make essential breakthroughs on aid. Ministers obviously need to work around the clock with everyone, all our partners, including with the Israelis and multinational institutions, to unblock the situation by coming up with practical solutions, even new solutions, that all sides can focus on when it comes to getting medical and food aid into Gaza. That does have to provide a significant increase in food and medical supplies to reach civilians, while addressing Israeli concerns about aid diversions, because those concerns are constant. Is the UK working with the multilateral bodies to try and mediate the divisions and the breakdowns of trust that have emerged with the government of Israel? Is the Foreign Secretary considering schemes similar to those that we implemented previously by the Conservative government, such as floating piers, and working with the US and Cyprus to put in place off the coast of Gaza to get aid in? We need practical and pragmatic solutions when it comes to getting food and medical supplies into innocent civilians in Gaza. On Labour's decision to recognise a Palestinian state, the government announced this huge shift in British policy just days after the House went into recess. We all support a two-state solution that guarantees security for both Israelis and Palestinians. But the Foreign Secretary must also know that recognising a Palestinian state in September will not secure the lasting peace we all want to see. Recognition is only meaningful if it's part of a formal peace process, and it should not happen while the hostages are still being held in terrorist captivity and while Hamas's reign of terror continues. So can the Foreign Secretary explain, with his plan to go ahead with recognition while hostages are still being held and while Hamas, who have predictably welcomed and been emboldened by this move, while they continue to hold on to power in Gaza, how and what practical measures are we proposing to remove Hamas from Gaza? The Foreign Secretary must realise that recognition will not secure the release of the hostages, and nor will it get aid into Gaza immediately. And with that, we have to always consider what tools of leverage we have when it comes to future peace processes and negotiations that could actually help a two-state solution to be established for a peaceful situation in the Middle East. How will this unilateral action help to advance the best shot that we have of achieving a two-state solution, which is also the expansion of the Abraham Accords and Saudi normalisation, through which we could also calibrate our actions? Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Middle East more broadly, the appalling behaviour of the Iranian regime has gone on for too long, and they have brought the anticipation, the initiation of the snapback process upon themselves. The Iranian people deserve much better. Tehran must never obtain a nuclear weapon, and Conservatives remain clear that the recent US strikes were necessary. So can the Foreign Secretary confirm whether he believes Iran has the capability and the intention of recommending or recommencing its nuclear programme, and whether his assumption is that snapback, the process will be seen through to completion? And finally, can the Foreign Secretary confirm whether or not he welcomes Israel's actions regarding the Houthi leadership in Yemen, and update the House on how the UK will now use this moment to further degrade the Houthis' ability to carry out the recent attacks and strikes that we have seen?
Well, I'm grateful to the Shadow Foreign Secretary for the tone of her remarks, and I'm pleased that she agrees with me, and I suppose the sentiment of the entire House, on the dire, as she describes it, humanitarian situation in Gaza, on the inhumanity that she also described. And she will recognise that even before we came to power, the last government was calling for a ceasefire that we all want to see. She asks what the government is doing in relation to Hamas. And can I just say to her that in New York, with our Arab partners, with the French and others, we were doing just that, supporting the Prime Minister's framework for peace, working with colleagues to establish the circumstances of the day after. We've been crystal clear there can be no role for Hamas. We need the demilitarization of Gaza, and we are working with partners to try and set about the trusteeship, the new governance arrangement with Gaza. And of course, no government is doing more than we are. We signed an MOU with the Palestinian Authority. We're working with them on reform in a deliberate, day-to-day action, because there must be a role subsequently for the Palestinian Authority. And she asks what new solutions might be found on aid, and that's where I depart with the sentiment of what she's saying, because I'm not sure we need new solutions. It's the old ones. It's UNRWA. It's OCHA. It's the World Food Programme. They exist. They exist. Let us support them. That is why it was this party that restored funding to UNRWA when it was opposed by the opposition. That is not what feeds, I say to her gently, that's not what feeds women and girls. The mechanisms are there. They work all over the globe. It worked last time when we had a ceasefire. Suddenly the trucks went up to 607. We can do it once more. That is the position of the UK government. I spoke to Tom Fletcher at the UN this morning to get the latest. The moderately good news is that truck movements are up in August over where they were when I last updated the House as we came to recess in July. But he reminded me 60 or 70 trucks a day is nowhere near where it needs to be. And one of the reasons why I found the extra resources today is because we know also that the medical situation is dire, and the work that we can do with UK Med is so important and so valued, even up against that horrific situation. And let me be crystal clear. Hamas is a terrorist organisation. Our demands are unconditional and have not changed. The hostages must be released without delay, and there can be no role for Hamas. But equally, she will have seen the situation in the West Bank. She didn't comment in her remarks on the E1 development, running a coach and horses through 2 states. 2 states has been a united position of every single party in this chamber. That is why we set out the plans that we did towards recognition. Unless we get the breakthrough that we need on the ceasefire and a full process, we will move to recognition when the UN meets at UNGA in New York. I'm grateful for her support on Iran and the snapback. My assessment is that no country needs the percentages of enriched uranium that we see in Iran. We don't have them in our country. We don't have them at sites like Sellafield and other, Urenco. There's absolutely no need for them. We need a baseline, and that's why we need the inspectors back in. We need to know where that highly enriched uranium has now gone, and that's why we've been very clear with the Iranians on the need to trigger snapback, and that we will see those sanctions come back unless we can reach a diplomatic solution in the next 30 days.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I read with alarm yesterday's report in the Washington Post detailing a plan that's circulating amongst the Trump administration about the future of Gaza. They call it the Great Plan. It proposes the total transformation of Gaza into a tourist region, a high-tech hub under temporary US administration. What's going to happen to the Gazans? Well, 2 million of them are going to be temporarily relocated to other countries, including Somaliland and South Sudan. Forced population transfer is contrary to and a complete violation of international humanitarian law. Madam Deputy Speaker, there must be serious thought given to the day after for Gaza, and my committee recommended as much in our report that was published in July. But this unserious, illegal and deeply dystopian plan cannot be the sum of that thinking. So what is the government doing to dissuade Donald Trump from following this path? And what, alongside regional and European allies, are we doing to put forward a serious plan for a peaceful future in Israel, Gaza and the West Bank, ready for the day after that this terrible war finally comes to an end?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable lady and dear friend for her remarks, and I would want to commend the work of her Select Committee on the day after and the thoroughness of approach that's required. I have read the reports, but it's sort of speculative stuff that I've seen in different news articles. It's not a comprehensive approach. And in my discussions with the US system, nothing that along the lines of what she said have I seen confirmed. The day after requires the removal of Hamas. It cannot be about the displacement, further displacement of the Gazan people. It is going to require a degree of finance and stability, particularly, which I think will require other states and particularly Arab partners. They would set themselves against the sorts of reports I've seen in the papers.
And I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson who has up to 3 minutes for his remarks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. I welcome the robust approach of the E3 in initiating the snapback mechanism in response to Iran's nuclear ambitions and programme in breach of its undertakings. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary's statement on the 21st of July shocked this House, and we had a long debate about the situation in Gaza. Yet the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and the West Bank has deteriorated even further since then, as he has acknowledged. We've seen hundreds more Palestinians killed while seeking aid, famine declared in the Strip, a chronic lack of medical supplies attested to by UK medics volunteering in Nasser Hospital, the start of IDF operations in Gaza City, and the images of emaciated hostages still held in brutal captivity by Hamas terrorists. The human suffering is indeed beyond comprehension. Yet the extremists are indifferent. Hamas terrorists publish videos intended to torment the families of hostages. Cabinet members Ben Gvir and Smotrich advocate for the forced displacement of Palestinians. In Israel, the Hostage Families Forum and the opposition parties call for an end to the violence. In the UK, our constituents are desperate for the same. The bloodshed can only be stopped by decisive actions, actions which I regret the government has so far failed to take. The Prime Minister was wrong in principle to condition the recognition of Palestine on the actions of the Netanyahu government, and wrong in practice as he has been ignored. So will the Foreign Secretary confirm today that the UK will recognise Palestine later this month at the UN? The government must learn a lesson and now apply relentless pressure to the Netanyahu government. So Liberal Democrats call today on the Foreign Secretary finally to sanction Prime Minister Netanyahu for expanding his military campaign and pursuing the illegal expansion of the E1 settlements, and to take the steps necessary to ban the export of all UK arms to Israel, including F-35 components. Will he also make representations to the Qatari government, demanding that they exile Hamas from their political headquarters unless they agree to the release of all of the hostages immediately and unconditionally? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary bemoans that words are not enough to alleviate the suffering. He acknowledges that the government has failed to move the combatants. Yet there is one man who could unlock progress. Donald Trump has the power to secure peace in Gaza if he chose to, by picking up the phone to Netanyahu. So will the Foreign Secretary tell the House how he will use his special relationship with Vice President Vance to help secure that goal? And will the government commit to making a ceasefire in Gaza a priority during President Trump's state visit?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his remarks on Iran particularly, and he's absolutely right to place at the centre the 15,000 people who have been injured in Gaza simply seeking aid, and the over 2,000 that have died seeking aid. It's totally unacceptable. And he's right too to remind the House about the position of the hostage families, who are crystal clear that they do not want to see further military endeavour and operation in Gaza City. What they want is a ceasefire, and they fear that further military endeavour will actually harm their loved ones further, not succeed in bringing them home. He criticises our position on recognition. I'd ask him to reflect on that, because it must be right that the government continues to give diplomacy and opportunity as we head to the UN alongside other partners. And surely he would want us to be working with our French, our Australian, our Canadian partners as we head to that gathering in UNGA. And surely he would want to see the Israelis commit to a ceasefire, commit to a process, end the war inevitably. All of that is what we are seeking to do as we make that assessment in the coming weeks of where we've got to. And of course, I would want to reassure him that of course I raise the issue of Gaza with all levels of the US administration, but I did raise the situation in Gaza with Vice President Vance earlier in the summer, with Secretary of State Rubio, and I spoke to Envoy Steve Witkoff in the last 24 hours to get an update on a fast-moving situation, of course. And direct sales of F-35s are banned to Israel, and he knows that we ban arms that could go to the IDF for use in Gaza.
Sir Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement today on Palestinian statehood and the additional aid that has been announced for Gaza, as well as the recent work that has taken place to evacuate students and children in need of medical treatment. But today, Madam Deputy Speaker, the world's foremost group of genocide scholars have said that Israel's policies and actions in Gaza meet the legal definition of genocide in Article 2 of the UN Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This is against the backdrop of Israel continuing to bombard Gaza, continuing to target and kill journalists, and continuing its policy of annexing the entire territory with Trumpian visions of Gaza, where the self-determination of Palestinians is little more than a real estate opportunity. Will the Foreign Secretary agree with me that this monumental resolution by genocide scholars should now trigger our responsibility to act?
Secretary.
Well, I'd say to my honourable friend that we continue to act to do all we can to bring this horrific suffering in this war to an end. Of course, I recognise what legal scholars are saying about the conflict and saying in relation to the issue of genocide. That must be appropriately a matter for the legal system. But I think the whole world looks on what is happening with deep concern, and in every legislature across the world, condemnation.
Rishi Sunak.
Thank you. I know the whole House will want to join me in wishing you a very happy birthday, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome and support what the Foreign Secretary said about Iran, and particularly the joint E3 statement on imposing snapback sanctions. Tehran is not just a threat to regional security, but also here at home. He will know our security services have foiled over 20 different Iranian-backed plots. But he will have also seen today that Russia and China have joined in a letter saying that they will work with Tehran in the UN to thwart snapback sanctions. So could he potentially update the House on the work that we will do with our allies on enforcement, and crucially make clear to companies and banks that there will be severe consequences for those that break the sanctions?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to former Prime Minister for his work on the Iran file and for the cross-party consensus that exists in this House in this area. As he knows, we work hand in glove, particularly with our French and German counterparts, and it was on that basis, the so-called E3, that we urged Iran to take us seriously in getting back to the negotiation table with the US, and also to let the inspectors back in. They still have an opportunity over the next 30 days, and we, of course, will do everything we can within the UN system to urge our Russian and Chinese friends to take seriously the solemn commitments that we made in the 20th century and continue to make in this one, that we must stop nuclear proliferation. This is not a personal issue, it's a global issue of huge concern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The International Association of Genocide Scholars has passed the resolution stating that Israel's policies and actions in Gaza meet the legal definition of genocide. I understand the Foreign Secretary doesn't comment on these matters from the dispatch box, so I'd like to ask instead what action and efforts this government are taking alongside international partners to ensure that evidence is being collected and matters are in hand to ensure that legal avenues can be pursued to address allegations of war crimes, crimes against humanity and allegations of genocide in Gaza.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend and for recognising that that must rightly be a matter for lawyers. But can I reassure her that we do fund and support organisations on the ground, gathering evidence. Now, that is much easier in the West Bank than it is currently in Gaza. And at this dispatch box, I've said time and time again, I do think it's important that the Israelis let international journalists in to monitor. I think that's hugely important. But we will continue to support journalists, organisations, federations, where we can to monitor and support that work. And of course, we support a lot of NGOs on the ground.
John Whittingdale.
Further to the answer the Foreign Secretary has just given, does he share my horror that among the thousands of civilian deaths that have occurred in Gaza, it's estimated that at least 200 journalists have been killed, some of them deliberately targeted? Does he agree that those of us who are supporters of Israel's right to defend itself need to tell the Israeli government that this is unacceptable and cannot continue?
I entirely would want to associate myself with the remarks that the Right Honourable Gentleman has just made. It's not only unacceptable, it is diminishing in the eyes of young people across the globe who look at this with horror. They can't understand it. And so I urge the Israeli government to just step back and recognise the damage that they are doing to their reputations collectively.
James Naish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Attempts to settle the E1 area of the West Bank, splitting Palestinian areas in two, in an Israeli government minister's own words, will bury the idea of a Palestinian state by the end of this month. Would the Secretary of State commit to a further coordinated response with European partners over the coming weeks to ensure that those destructive plans are halted?
Secretary.
Yes, yes, yes. You know, I've spent time in Bedouin villages that would be entirely gone as a result of these abysmal plans. So, of course, I will continue to work with partners to oppose them.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In May, the government revealed in court that it, the executive, had made recent assessments of the risk of breaches of international humanitarian law in Gaza. I say breaches, but the government revealed that it had found only one possible breach of IHL among tens of thousands of airstrikes in Gaza across 11 months. Surely this proves that the FCDO does not have the capacity to properly assess all the possible breaches of IHL in Gaza.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, it's axiomatic that the Honourable Gentleman's is wrong. I made an assessment back in September that there was a clear risk. That was based on IHL assessments, and for that reason we suspended arms sales to Gaza. The machinery of government's working very well in terms of the assessments it's able to make, notwithstanding, of course, how difficult it is to get all the evidence that's necessary.
Louise Sandert-Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker. The famine in Gaza is clearly man-made and is abominable. The tens of thousands of civilians that have been brutally killed is abominable. The retention of the hostages by Hamas and even the retention of those who have passed away in their bodies is equally abominable. We can all see what is happening in Gaza and we can all see what is happening in the West Bank, and this cannot be allowed to continue. What more messages can we send to Netanyahu and the Israeli government to say that the two-state solution is the only way forward? It is the only way to guarantee the peace and security in the Middle East that every single innocent civilian deserves, and to stop the increased illegal settlements in the West Bank.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'd want to associate myself with the remarks of the Honourable Lady and congratulate her, I think, on her recent wedding. She's absolutely right, because there seem to be those in the Israeli government that either want to see one state in which it's incumbent on them to be clear about how everyone in that one state has equality before the law, or they want to see no state perpetuated forever. And that we must stand against, because it's not in the interests of Israel to be safe and secure, and it's fundamentally against the interests of the Palestinian people, because the desire for two states is a just cause and one we must stand behind.
What action will His Majesty's government take if the government of Israel proceed with their plan to build in the E1 corridor?
Foreign Secretary.
I'm not going to get ahead of my skis. We continue to work with partners internationally on making those assessments. I spoke to the Israeli Foreign Minister and was very clear that we stand against this, and he will recall that the last government, when these plans surfaced, stood against the E1 development, and at that time I think the government's position was that they would recognise if they went ahead. So we will continue to make that assessment, but I hope we can see these plans put to one side.
Claire Hanna.
Last month, along with 8 party leaders across Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales, I wrote to the Prime Minister about the catastrophic situation in Gaza and about the deficits in the UK response, alongside the unbearable suffering that we're seeing, biblical levels of injustice and pain and hunger. Does the Foreign Secretary recognise the parallel crisis in the belief of ordinary people across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland in international law and in the UK's response? People who aren't seeing their values reflected in the UK's actions, in the continued supply of arms, in the failure to levy all possible sanctions, and in the strings attached to the recognition of the State of Palestine.
Foreign Secretary.
Can I just be clear? There is a lot of mendacity in relation to some of the sort of TikTok stuff that you see. We have stopped the sale of arms to Gaza. We have stopped the direct sales of F-35s to Gaza. To Israel. Germany only just recently made a decision that we made last September. 1% of sales is what the UK represents. 90% are Germany and the US system. And there are many other governments that supply that have not made the decisions that we have made. And on recognition, we will continue to work with partners as we head towards UNGA and make those necessary assessments.
Edward Morello.
The Foreign Secretary in his statement outlined all of the steps that this government has taken against the Netanyahu government. He has also repeatedly said that the UK has done everything it can. In my mind, both are tacit admittances of defeat, as we have seen the Netanyahu government increase its activity in Gaza, increase its prosecution and persecution of the Gazan people. My question to the Foreign Secretary is, if we have done so much and had no effect, if there is nothing left to do, what does he expect to change before the UN General Assembly meeting, and why should we not immediately recognise a Palestinian state?
Foreign Secretary.
Diplomacy is failing until it succeeds. So I'm not going to give in to the Honourable Gentleman's pessimism. And can I just say that in my conversations with Prime Minister Mustafa, after I had completed my statement at the UN, he walked up to me and gave me a warm embrace. We continue to work alongside the Palestinian Authority as we make these fine judgments.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's decision to trigger the snapback mechanism to address the Iranian regime's nuclear ambitions. Following arrests in May relating to a suspected Iranian-backed terror plot, my constituents in High Peak, and indeed 3/4 of Labour voters, want to see action on the terror threat posed by Tehran on the streets in the UK. Can the Foreign Secretary provide an update on the government's progress in prescribing the IRGC as a terrorist group?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to Honourable Friend for raising this question, and he will know that alongside the Home Secretary, we commission work from Sir John Hall on that specific issue of state threats, and we will be coming forward with further plans in the coming months.
Stephen Flynn.
The Foreign Secretary has just said that on the ground it is unimaginably bleak. Horrifying images and accounts will be seared into the minds of colleagues across this House. They are almost impossible to put into words. but we can and we must be precise with our language. I agree. It's a genocide, isn't it?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the honourable gentleman joins many. I don't know if he's legally qualified, but I know that there are many lawyers that take that view. As he knows, we made an assessment based on a clear risk of a breach of international humanitarian law that meant that we did suspend arms sales that could be used in Gaza.
Tansing Desi.
Thank you very much, and happy birthday. Madam Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Netanyahu's blockade and weaponisation of starvation has plunged Gaza into famine. And that is why the UN Secretary-General has described this man-made catastrophe as a failure of humanity. And while children die of hunger, unfortunately, we have a situation whereby the Israeli government continues to deny the existence of starvation in the very territory that it seeks to occupy. Now, before the summer recess, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, informed the House about additional aid for Gaza. Can he inform us just how much of that aid has actually got into Gaza and what other further urgent steps is the government taking to bring this inhumane treatment of the population of the Palestinians to an end?
Well, can I reassure my honourable friend that the good news is that the aid that we have supported is getting in. Now, principally that has been around medical supplies, and there are medical supplies that are replacing the dire situation that exists in Gaza. But it's also the case that we've been able to work with the World Food Programme, and the World Food Programme appear to be the UN agency that is having most effect at delivering aid on the ground. Now, not sufficient, but it is having some effect. I will be in the region in the coming days discussing these issues in further detail.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, another, I'm afraid, profoundly disappointing statement from the Foreign Secretary, devoid of anything that is likely to bring a swift end to this conflict. While at home, the police have been arresting vicars and grannies, and the government's been hiring American spy planes to fly over Gaza. As he himself said, the Israelis have intensified that campaign, their aggression and the slaughter of innocents in that awful conflict. And everything he said, all his condemnation has come to nothing. In every statement I've been in this chamber that he's spoken at, he's stressed the importance of international humanitarian law. So my question today is why he's been so passive in defending the International Criminal Court in the face of another wave of American sanctions. What steps is he going to take to support that institution and the individuals that staff it in the face of these sanctions? And what discussions has he had with the American government to get them to reverse them?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, it's just wrong to say that this government has been passive in relation to the ICC. We fund the ICC. We continue to support the ICC. I think I raised the ICC in my second meeting with Secretary of State Rubio. We work very closely with our Dutch colleagues, particularly on the ICC. We've been crystal clear on the importance of international humanitarian law. I'm afraid he's wrong on that issue.
Melanie Ward.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary will be aware that increasing numbers of human rights experts and genocide scholars assess that Israel's actions in Gaza equate to a genocide, with famine deliberately created and hospitals bombed to kill journalists. Against this backdrop, the government is right to recognise the state of Palestine and to do so in a way which tries to drive change on the ground. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary, does he share my deep concern at the unacceptable new restrictions on visas and registration set to shut down the work of the most effective international humanitarian organisations in Gaza, and what action is the government taking to try to prevent this?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right. It is unacceptable restricting the ability of aid workers to go about their work in the face of suffering. Can I put alongside her another issue that I'm hugely concerned about, which is effectively starving the Palestinian Authority of the funds also to pay its staff and complete the reforms that we're trying to work with it on, such that it can never get to a position where it can apply the governance that I know that it wishes and hopes to.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I despair at many aspects of the conduct of the Netanyahu government and the suffering of Gazan civilians. However, I do have grave reservations about the timing of this unilateral recognition of the State of Palestine, because I fear it will allow Hamas to claim that the vile massacres of the 7th of October have somehow succeeded. This is a concern that's shared by many of my constituents. What reassurance can the Foreign Secretary give about the choice of timing and the signal that that sends?
Secretary.
Well, can I be crystal clear to the Right Honourable Gentleman? Hamas is a terrorist prescribed organisation. There can be no future for them in Israel. When we do the work that I outlined on a framework for peace and on the day after in the region, part of that is how we disarm in Gaza, and part of that is how I suspect those to the left of Hamas exit Gaza, its leadership, and find a third place to be. So there can be no role for Hamas. But given what has been said about the E1 developments, let us also remember what is happening on the West Bank, the settler violence, those who seem totally opposed to two states. And what we sought to do is try and effect change on the ground as we make that assessment. And can I disagree with them? It's not unilateral. Canada, Australia, the French, we are acting together combined to try and bring about maximum leverage to bring about change on the ground.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the government's intention to declare a state of Palestine formally at the UN later this month, something many of us on the Labour benches have been pushing for ever since we were elected, and something that was in our manifesto. It's the biggest shift in British foreign policy in decades, and is a major step forward to giving the Palestinian people the hope that they will have the state that they've long been denied. But while I welcome the sanctions on Iran today, with the famine now formally declared in Gaza, and with 132,000 children expected to suffer from an acute malnutrition between now and next June, can you tell me if the UK is actively looking at fresh sanctions on Israel to prevent that further tragedy?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can't comment on sanctions from the dispatch box, but can I know that my honourable friend has campaigned long in his constituency and before on the issue of recognition, and so I'm grateful for his statements in relation to that, and I recognise that the situation I outlined, the situation that I was updated from by Tom Fletcher this morning, is grim, it's dire, it's horrendous, and that's why we have to work collectively with other partners. I'll be back in the region to see what more we can do.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This should not really be difficult. We can, as I do, passionately support Israel's right to exist securely and in peace. We must call for the immediate release of the hostages without any strings attached, demand the exclusion of Hamas from the post-conflict settlement, and at the same time, we must say, without a shred of equivocation, the shooting and starving of innocent civilians in Gaza is nothing other than utterly and totally, fundamentally evil. There can be no other word for it. So why has this government still failed to sanction Netanyahu and his entire cabinet?
Secretary.
Well, I hear the strength of passion from the Right Honourable Gentleman, but let me say to him that I would urge him to look closely at our sanctions policy, and he will struggle to find any other government in the developed Western world. We've had 3 packages of sanctions just in the last year, and 2 on government. France, I don't think, have yet sanctioned government ministers. So we have done a considerable amount.
Can I please urge colleagues to keep their questions short? And for the Foreign Secretary, I know this is a very sensitive subject, but keep his answers on point. Dawn Butler.
Thank my honourable friend for his statement today. Israel's decision to further escalate operations in Gaza and expand further into Gaza City, where famine has officially been declared, shows that Israel simply is not listening to our concerns. And given that the government has raised concerns over and over again, suspended free trade, suspended some arms licences, it almost says to me that Israel is kind of mocking our government. So I just wondered, is it time to take further measures and ensure that we fulfil the UK's obligations as a third state under international law? Because we could be at risk here.
Well, can I reassure my honourable friend that we're not at risk, we're not complicit. I'm a former lawyer, I study these things closely, and I would ask her to look closely at what we have done in relation to other governments. We don't act unilaterally, but I think that we're holding up pretty well. I wish the situation on the ground had changed. It has not yet changed, but we will continue to do everything we can to bring this war to an end.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and happy birthday. The law of armed conflict is hardwired into the behaviour of our military, and we should demand the same of our friends and our allies. Israel is our friend and our ally. Therefore, what assurances has he had from his colleagues in the Ministry of Defence that they have gained from the Israeli interlocutors the assurances I think we need that the 40 or 50 incidents in the West Bank and in Gaza that have involved the IDF since 2023 will be brought to a proper conclusion and any wrongdoing is held to account?
Well, can I say to the honourable gentleman that he put his remarks very well in his opening statement, and I would accord with them. We need proper independent scrutiny of some of this behaviour. We called for it, by the way, in relation to the awful atrocity on the World Central Kitchen staff, British nationals who lost their lives, and we await the Advocate General. I understand that there is going to be an investigation, the Israelis have said, into the incidents that we saw last week, but there are many where it's not clear that there will be. So he's absolutely right to put this centre stage, and of course it's something that I do when I speak to the Israeli government.
Ewan Yang. Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly welcome the Foreign Secretary's historic move to recognise the state of Palestine and thank him for all the work he has done to progress this issue. While we follow the news from Gaza, let us remember the journalists who risked their lives to bring us the news. My constituent, who's the former managing director of Al Jazeera English, is now mourning the deaths of 6 of his former colleagues in a targeted attack. And I too am waiting for news from my former Financial Times colleague who is still stuck in Gaza, and he is starving and he is at risk. So will the Foreign Secretary meet with me and other media stakeholders to discuss how we can work together to progress evacuations and support our journalists on the ground?
Well, can I say I'm very grateful, because journalists and media workers play an essential role in putting the spotlight on the devastating reality of war. We're part of the Media Freedom Coalition, and the UK, of course, is urging Israel to allow immediate independent foreign media access and afford protection to journalists. I'm very happy to meet with her.
Ellie Chance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Israeli government is clearly hell-bent on their horrific plan of eradicating Palestine, with a continuing, ever-worsening genocide in Gaza, and now approval of the shocking E1 plan that will divide the West Bank and East Jerusalem. So how can the government continue to take no further action when there are so many options open to them? How many times have we heard the Foreign Secretary say in this chamber that if things do not improve, if Israel does not desist, he will take further action, and yet he has not? When will this government take action, end UK complicity, take action to end the horror in Palestine?
Can I just say to the Honourable Lady We banned arms sales that could be used in Israel back in September. Germany did it just a few weeks ago. We have had 3 rounds of sanctions against Israeli settlers and some of the expansion that we're seeing. France are yet to do the same. I ask her also to look at the amount of money that this Parliament, this government has agreed to in terms of aid, particularly for medical supplies. She says there's more, but she doesn't quite articulate what more she believes we can do. All of us want to bring this war to an end. All of us want to bring through this, but it's becoming a bit too easy to assert, not recognising the work that we are leading globally.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement? Can I start on a positive point, which is that to thank the Foreign Secretary and the Parliamentary Under Secretary for the work they've done securing an agreement where we can get students and young people out of Gaza to continue their studies. So many of our debates make us feel powerless. We've demonstrated on one part of this jigsaw at least some power to change people's lives and getting them here to study, and I thank him. If that is the best of humanity, this summer's also seen the worst of humanity, with the forced starvation of hostages and of civilians waiting to get food at the food stations where it is. One of the concerns that I get raised often by constituents of mine is that will there be a Palestine and a West Bank and a Gaza left to recognise? Can you reassure us this government will strain every muscle to bring the international community together so we don't just recognise a state of Palestine, we start a process that delivers it on the ground?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his question and the way that he's standing up for the people of Peterborough. And let me just be absolutely clear. We have supported the departure of over 500 individuals from Gaza since the beginning of the conflict. He's heard the Home Secretary set out the more that we're doing on UK medical evacuation of children, and there's more to follow in the coming weeks on achieving scholars, but also on further scholarship students in receipt of full scholarships, because we want to support those young people. They are the future of Gaza, and absolutely we will do everything we can to defend that two-state solution, to defend a concept that goes back a long way, and to recognise the responsibility that we have as the UK because of the Balfour Declaration and our obligations to both sides of this ancient conflict.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Like the Secretary of State, I've supported a two-state solution for very many years. But there is a slight contradiction when he says that immediate recognition, or almost immediate recognition, would not be rewarding Hamas because Hamas would be disarmed and a new state would be demilitarized. Is he saying that the recognition will not go ahead unless and until Hamas is disarmed? If the recognition is going to go ahead before Hamas is disarmed, shouldn't it be confined to those parts of Palestine that are currently represented by the Palestine Authority?
Well, can I just remind the right honourable gentleman of the letter that President Abbas wrote to Macron, where he was clear for the first time that there can be no role for Hamas, and he will recognise that we will make that assessment on recognition in the coming weeks. But clearly the E1 settlement has moved the dial even further away from where we were a few weeks ago, and that recognition is a process.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary said that diplomacy fails until it succeeds. And we have been in this House often talking about the tragedy unfolding. As we approach the second anniversary, could he explain to the House, as he goes to the UN to discuss and agree the recognition of a Palestinian state, what threshold would need to be reached for a UN peacekeeping force to ensure safe passage of food and welfare to those people who are starving and will be dying even as we stand here today?
Well, she will understand that the Israeli government has set itself against some of the UN agencies that would need to uphold that. And so I think that that feels unlikely in the conversations that we've had. But I do applaud the work of Cindy McCabe and the World Food Programme for the work that they have been able to do to get essential food to people that need it.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary chose his words very carefully about arms supplies that could be used in Gaza. Could he be a bit clearer with the House on this? Are we still supplying parts for F-35 jets that are used to bombard people in Gaza? Is the overflying of RAF planes from RAF Akrotiri over Gaza being shared, the information being shared with the Israeli military forces? And thirdly, is RAF Akrotiri being used as a staging point for the delivery of weapons to Israel in contravention of what he said about arms sales? Does he not realise that if we supply arms to a country that's complicit in war crimes, including genocide, we are also complicit in those war crimes?
Hear, hear.
What can I say to the right honourable gentleman who has considerable experience? That it is absolutely my job to make sure that we are not complicit, and that's why we are not selling arms that could be used in Gaza. That's why we're not selling direct F-35 kit to Israel. And in terms of those reconnaissance flights, I'm sure that he would agree that it has been right, certainly up to this point, to support hostage release, which is the only reason why we have offered support to find those hostages and get them home. And surely, I say to him, he would agree with that.
David Burton Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement and the work he's doing on this very important matter. Over the summer, I received letters from Fossey, Joseph and Alice, 3 children from Eastwood Baptist Church, amongst many others, expressing their sadness at the situation in Gaza. They wanted me to give them my assurance that we are doing all we can as a government to bring an end to this horrendous conflict. So I ask him today on their behalf, can he give them and me that assurance, including him continuing to use all tools and sanctions at his disposal?
Well, the answer is very simply yes. And it is people of faiths, and I'm of Christian faith, like your Baptist constituents, but faith and no faith, are horrified by what they're seeing and want the United Kingdom to continue to do all it can to bring this horrifying war and suffering to an end, and that is what we do every day.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the anticipated recognition of Palestine, which we expect later this month. Of itself, it will make no difference on the ground, but I think it's an important piece of symbolism. We've heard in response to earlier questions about the risks that journalists are facing, but we are aware that Israel block many journalists, including the BBC, from entering Gaza. What representations has the Foreign Secretary made to the Israelis about this?
Well, can I assure the honourable gentleman, I have made those representations to the Israeli government, and so has the Minister for the Middle East, who sits next to me. And I know that this is a topic of conversation amongst other foreign ministers across the developed world. We think that those international journalists play an important part of the landscape, an important part of the scrutiny of any democratic country. And Israel is a country that often reminds that it's a democratic country. It's important to let those journalists in.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been talking about starvation in Gaza for the last 18 months. Now it's officially recognised as a famine. But I want to raise the starving of one man with the Foreign Secretary, and that man is Marwan Barghouti. Shortly after we announced the recognition, and then the Israeli government retaliated, in my view, with this E1 plan. Ben-Gvir entered his cell in an Israeli prison. He was very clearly being starved. It is time that Marwan Barghouti is freed by Israel, a man of peace, a man that can push forward the peace process. He's being starved, he's not being given access to his family, he's not being access to the International Red Cross or his legal team. What more can we do to see his release and for him to get his human rights and not be harassed and threatened by Ben Gvir, who we have sanctioned?
Well, I'm grateful, I'm sure the whole House is, for that update on his particular situation. I won't comment on the individual case, but can I just say that when I was making that assessment that was referred to previously, the IHL assessment on a clear risk, one of the areas I looked very closely where I did believe there was a clear risk was the treatment of prisoners. So I'm grateful for him reminding the House about those humanitarian concerns.
Alistair Carmichael.
Deputy Speaker, is the Foreign Secretary aware of the concerns expressed by his noble friend Lord Hayne around the possibility of contracts under the Army Collective Trading Service being awarded to a company, Elbit Systems UK, whose parent company, Elbit Systems Limited, market their weapons as being, and I quote, battle-tested in Gaza and on the West Bank? Lord Hayne has written to the Defence Secretary awarding this contract worth an estimated £1.9 to £2.5 billion would entrench Elbit Systems at the core of UK's defence infrastructure for a full 15 years. To proceed with this contract would erode confidence in the integrity of our procurement system. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that Lord Hayne's comments should be given the fullest possible consideration, and that if they are shown to be of substance, then his friend, the Defence Secretary, should not be awarding contracts to a company like that?
Well, I want to reassure them that no decisions have been made. This is an open procurement. No decisions will be made until 2026, and that whole House will have heard what he said.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we all hear the frustration of the Foreign Secretary that he is leading in a way that other nations have not on this challenge, but it is that leadership role that we are looking to as a House. And I think we all also understand that individually nations have limited impact, but collectively is where the pressure can be brought to bear. So can he tell us, for example, what more he is doing with his colleagues in the world community to stand with the Israeli opposition to Netanyahu, the Israeli hostages, calling him out on his murderous behaviour? What more he is doing when he comes to this House and tells us that that famine is man-made? That is a war crime to report the Israeli government to the ICC. That we will recognise Palestine not as a threat but as a statement of positive intent with our colleagues, and above all to work with our colleagues in Europe, because the honest truth is not a single child who urgently needs medical assistance from Gaza has yet come to the UK, but the European Union and World Health Organization programme is getting children out at pace and at speed. So what more could we be doing to work with them so those children could come in days? They've already been cleared by the Israeli officials. No, we must not judge ourselves by other countries. We must judge ourselves by whether we have truly done every single act we can, and there is more we could do.
For the Foreign Secretary response, lengthy questions are just denying other colleagues the opportunity to speak. Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I reassure her that we are working with our European counterparts, and what I get when I speak to Kaja Kallas and other European foreign ministers is the deep frustrations that she's heard me express in my answers. Can I remind her of the further 15 million that we're finding today, that I've announced today, to support humanitarian efforts, and particularly the supply of medicines in the area. And I believe that the decisions that I announced at the UN a few weeks ago are absolutely not unilateral. They are working with other partners as we make an assessment on the ground of the situation prior to UNGA.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Foreign Secretary confirm that in his discussions with his US counterparts, he specifically raised the issue of delivery of aid? The United States is a hugely important actor in that regard, has the potential to be positive in terms of improving the existing arrangements, but also has the potential to be a blocker. And his interaction with the US can make the difference in that regard.
Well, I recognise the experience that the Right Honourable Gentleman brings to the Chamber, and he will have heard the Prime Minister raise these issues with President Trump in Scotland, and can I reassure him that I raised these issues with the Vice President Vance in Kent. I got into a slight problem with a certain sort of fishing licence, but I raised these issues as well.
Rachel Hopkins, after which I'll be calling Steve Darling. Rachel Hopkins.
The Foreign Secretary for his statement today and the reminder of the actions this government has taken already, including restoring funding to UNRWA, suspending arms exports that could be used in Gaza, suspending trade negotiations with the Israeli government, sanctions packages on violent settlers and far-right Israeli ministers. But we need to see further action with regards to humanitarian aid getting into Gaza, where we are seeing a man-made famine. But does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that the action could be taken immediately if the Israeli government allowed those UN trucks on the borders of Gaza entry?
Yes, I do, 100%.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The war in Gaza is horrific on a number of different levels. However, I'd like to particularly focus on one level, and that it is the deadliest conflict for journalists. Journalists who often act as our window into atrocities. Will the Secretary of State please explain why we are selling any arms to Israel?
Well, I'd ask the Honourable Gentleman to look in detail at export licences and how they work. So I've said that we are not sending arms to Israel, but he will recognise, for example, that if there is body armour that NGOs use on the ground or that journalists use on the ground in the West Bank or indeed in Gaza, we are continuing to export that, and for the very reasons that he has said, I don't think he would want us to stop.
Conlon.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the announcements the Minister has made today, and in particular on support to get critically ill children out of Gaza into the UK to receive specialist NHS treatment. On the two-state solution, though, can I ask the Minister, does he agree that the Israeli government's promises to carry out more illegal settlements in the West Bank will further undermine prospects for a two-state solution?
Well, the plans deliberately attempt to thwart a two-state solution. They split the land effectively. They drive out Bedouin and villages. They were opposed by the last government when these plans first surfaced, and they're opposed by all of the international community. Entirely unacceptable, and I repeated that to the Israeli Foreign Minister just a few days ago.
And Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm deeply concerned by the misery, suffering and death that's happening in Gaza, and I thank the Foreign Secretary and the work he's doing with friends and allies in the region, which I think is a really key part to solving this problem. I also support a two-state solution, but is he not concerned that the ultimatum regarding unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state risks entirely disincentivizing Hamas from negotiating any hostage release or ceasefire over the coming weeks and months?
Well, I'd urge the Honourable Gentleman just to keep up to date with the latest, and he will have seen that there have been announcements by Hamas on the terms for a ceasefire. We haven't yet got that ceasefire, and there remain disputes, for example, about the length of a ceasefire, about withdrawal of the IDF from parts of Gaza. But Hamas, notwithstanding the concerns that we all have, are in dialogue, particularly with our Egyptian and Qatari friends.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy birthday. I'd like to start my comments by welcoming the comments from the Foreign Secretary about the recognition of Palestine. Of course, that is absolutely what everyone on this side of the chamber stood for in our manifesto. I'd like to raise with him the specific issues around the devastation and starvation of people in Gaza and the numerous reports that IDF are targeting doctors. Can the Foreign Secretary tell the House of the UK efforts to evacuate people with family links to the UK, including the case of Dr. Roddy, which I have raised many times in this House and with ministers?
Well, can I say it was very humbling to meet with a group of doctors once more in New York who has served on the ground and to hear the hardships that they had experienced as very noble humanitarians. I think the Honourable Lady will see in the coming days UK efforts to evacuate people, particularly children, from Gaza. We do rely on Israeli permits, so it's not straightforward. It's not easy, but I'm grateful that she's put the issue of doctors front and centre this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning, the Scottish Labour leader told a press conference in Glasgow that, and I quote, "There is a genocide happening in Gaza. I believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal and he will have to face further sanctions." Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Foreign Secretary agree?
Well, can I say that I've got a list of statements that have been made by Yair Lapid, the leader of the Democrats, Yair Golan, the Israeli Mossad director, Tamir Pardo, all of whom call into question much of what they're seeing on the ground, and some of them use phrases like ethnic cleansing. So, of course, I'm aware of what is being said. In the end, we need a ceasefire. We need to bring this horror show to an end.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, I've known my right honourable friend for more than 25 years, and I know that if he was up here on these back benches, he'd be as angry and as frustrated as we are. But it does get frustrating coming here, expressing our concerns. With all due respect, he wrings his hands and says we're doing all we can. We go away, nothing moves on. So what can my right honourable friend say to us today to say that there is hope of something changing in the near future? Because in the meantime, it's the hostages and the people in Gaza who pay the heaviest price.
Well, I'm very grateful to my dear friend for what he has said, and he knows that this is extremely frustrating. I spoke to Envoy Steve Witkoff in the last 24 hours to be updated on the situation in terms of a ceasefire and the gaps that still exist between the two sides. There are still gaps, unfortunately. He knows that this will only come to an end with a ceasefire, so we continue to do everything we can. I do sense that this month is an important month as we head towards UNGA. So let us see where we get to. It's the UN Assembly coming together is a big moment, and I'm sure the Israelis and Hamas recognise that.
John.
Madam Deputy Speaker, many happy returns. The Druze in Syria are suffering nothing short of atrocities that continues. What practical help can the UK give as the Israelis try to set up safe zones for them and also humanitarian corridors?
My honourable friend, the Minister for the Middle East, was there last week in Syria discussing these very same issues, and of course we've made representations to the Israelis about our concerns that some of their activity is undermining the prospects of the new government.
Andy MacDonald.
Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for making it clear that this country has its historic responsibilities in the region, and he's been consistent in calling for a ceasefire month after month. That hasn't happened. So I just ask him in all sincerity, what changes does he really expect by simply continuing to repeat that? And if Israel has agency, has the ability to qualify through those unless statements whether recognition is granted, I ask him to reflect upon that, and in answer to the earlier exchange around the potential for a peacekeeping force, surely it should not be that Israel has the ability to put a block on that. The people of Palestine deserve better than that, surely.
Well, can I be very clear to my honourable friend that Israel does not have a veto on our decision to recognise. And I hear what has been said about a peacekeeping force, but when I discussed these issues with the Secretary General at the UN a few weeks ago, there are real tensions that Israel has put in the way with their ability to work with the UN, and that's why I think it's doubtful that that will come to pass in the near time.
Vicky Slade. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back in May, I raised concerns about exemptions for licences for components that were going out to Israel, and I wrote to you and passed that on to the Department of Business and Trade. To date, I've had absolutely no reply, so I have absolutely no idea whether those licences have been suspended and those are not being used. My residents are worried that while the licences are now for non-military items, the exemptions for licences may be used for things that could harm Palestinians. Can I ask the Minister to please do all that he can to work with these colleagues in the Department of Business to make sure that we can get that reassurance? Thank you.
Absolutely, I'll take that up.
Sonia Kamal? Not in the chamber. Rupa Hawk?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is truly momentous that this government this month looks set to put long-standing UK policy into practice and recognise Palestine. But it does feel that time is running out for a two-state solution, as he acknowledged. And also, now that we've witnessed man-made famine, the bombing of hospitals and hostages, and the denigration of the UN, I think the PLO delegation is banned from the General Assembly. All international norms, as we know. Would he agree with my constituents that on trade, sanctions and settlements, it is time to step up a gear in this ever-worsening situation and put the full force of action behind his very strong statements?
Secretary.
I disagree with that last part, but I simply refer the Honourable Lady to what I've said. She will struggle to find another government in the developed Western world that's done more on sanctions than we have. Even our neighbours in France have not done as much as us, and the European Union have not done as much as us on this issue. And I think our record on humanitarian aid is considerable, and she's heard what's been said about the issue of recognition.
Claire Young.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that the hundreds of constituents who contacted me calling for action to end the heartbreaking suffering in Gaza will welcome the Foreign Secretary's recommitment to recognising Palestine. However, if, as he says, recognition is rooted in the principle of a two-state solution, why is granting it being used as a tool to change Israel's course, rather than taking other actions such as sanctioning Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Well, I make no apology for trying to affect behaviour on the ground as we head to the UN General Assembly meeting, and to give diplomacy the chance. It still has an opportunity to work, and that is why we did it.
Joanna Baxter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I start by welcoming the announcement of the additional aid and medical care for Gaza that has been announced by the Secretary of State today. It's now widely reported that the Israeli government is considering the annexation of the West Bank as a direct result of the United Kingdom's plan to recognise the Palestinian statehood. So will the Secretary of State make it absolutely clear that that move would constitute a blatant breach of international law? And further, will he assure the House that the government will not hesitate to take the strongest possible action, diplomatically and politically, to condemn any such unlawful annexation?
It would be a breach of international humanitarian law, and so we will keep working with our partners to try and ensure that it doesn't come about.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary asks what more this government can do to ensure the genocide in Gaza is ended. Might I suggest that the doctrine of responsibility to protect is enacted by the United Nations, and any and all means possible are exhausted to demand an end to genocide. Intervene to defend the helpless. Intervene to help the trapped and starved civilians of Gaza, half of which, if I may remind the House, is made up of children. Act now, immediately.
I think I agree with everything that the honourable gentleman has said, and that is what we are attempting to do.
Just.
Mr. Speaker, instead of taking substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza, agree to an immediate ceasefire and long-term sustainable peace, the Israeli government has ignored us. They've failed to let aid go through and created a man-made famine. It appears to me that the only people that the Israeli government will listen to is Donald Trump and the United States. So can the Foreign Secretary please confirm what discussions he has had with Donald Trump to take action against the Israeli government?
As I've said, that I have spoken to Secretary of State Rubio, Envoy Steve Witkoff and Vice President Vance about these issues. I leave discussions with the President of the United States to our great Prime Minister.
Anne Davies.
Deputy Speaker, data from the Israeli military shows that 83% of people killed in Gaza since October 23 have been civilians. Killing at this mass scale for months on end is unparalleled in modern conflict. So will the Foreign Secretary act to place far more pressure on Israel to end the mass killing of civilians by suspending the UK's current trade agreement with Israel and sanctioning those responsible for breaching international law?
Well, over 63,000 people have now lost their lives, and well over 100,000 are injured as a result of this war. So she's right to put that front and centre, and she will recognise that we made a decision about suspending any negotiations for a new trade agreement a few weeks ago.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Professor Oz Salzberger describes a battle for the soul of Israel in the Financial Times of yesterday. There are thousands and thousands of moderate voices in Israel crying out for an end to this terrible war. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis march for peace. What can our government do to support these people?
Well, I'm hugely grateful to the honourable gentleman for bringing to mind the many Israelis marching, the many Israelis expressing deep concern for the plight of the hostages. And I certainly have both Israeli and Jewish friends hugely concerned about the direction that the Netanyahu government is taking this war and this further military operation into Gaza City, which will inevitably lead to more loss of life.
Martin Wrigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The United Nations described the famine in Gaza as a deliberate collapse of the systems needed for human survival, a man-made disaster, a moral indictment and a failure of humanity itself. Every day my constituents ask me, what more would it take for the government to recognise this as genocide? What would the Foreign Secretary have me say to them?
Well, I'd refer to the remarks that I've made before at this dispatch box. I recognise what is being said. I recognise the work of international scholars particularly, and the fine judgments that must be made by the ICC and the ICJ. But we have an important democratic principle that these decisions must be made by lawyers, and it's for governments to act in the way that I have set out today.
Debbie Abrahams.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement today, but also for the extensive work that he and his team and his officials have done to secure the international coalition of allies in the recognition of the state of Palestine, although this has been very much undermined by the Israeli cabinet and what they are proposing around the E1 annexation plan. Is there more that we can do to extend this coalition and increase the level of sanctions to stop the Israeli behaviour like this? And is it appropriate also to transfer, as they did in 1988, the UNGA meeting from New York to Geneva so that the Palestinian delegation can attend?
Well, I do think we need further dialogue on the issue of Palestinian attendance at that meeting, and I do recognise that these decisions were made previously and held in Geneva, but I hope that we can have some reconsideration and that we can afford the delegation the same privileges that they've had for many years.
Caroline Foden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have a UN-declared man-made famine, children and babies being starved to death, journalists murdered, and now the world's leading genocide scholars state that Israel's actions meet the legal definition of genocide. It's clear that painstaking, careful international diplomacy is not working fast enough, and the Gazans are running out of time. So isn't it time for us now to lead our allies in actions that Israel might take notice of, sweeping trade sanctions, sanctions on Netanyahu and his entire cabinet, and a commitment that we will recognise Gaza at the UN with no conditions?
Well, the whole House will have heard what she said, and she will have heard what I've said on a previous situation, and I'd ask her to look closely at what this government has been doing, our leadership globally relative to other near partners. And I think the decision that we made a few weeks ago and the provisions that we set for how we would recognise and the judgments that we'll make as we head to UNGA are particularly important.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary very much for the action that's been taken by him and his colleagues to enable the safe passage of scholars to the UK, a number of whom hope to come to Glasgow University. And I'm also very grateful for the work being done to evacuate critically injured children. The Foreign Secretary has enumerated the number of children who have already died of famine, 119, with 132,000 under 5-year-olds also at risk of starvation in the next year. But we've already seen 17,000 children killed as a result of the conflict, and I refuse to call it a war because it isn't a war. There is one side that has arms and another side that does not have an equality of arms. But the Foreign Secretary has previously said that he would never rule out anything that could be helpful in this regard. And I understand why he will not commit to further sanctions at the dispatch box. But can he assure the House that he has not ruled out further sanctions or any other actions that might be helpful, both in the run-up to the UN meeting and beyond?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for what she's saying in relation to children, and also state that, of course, not just the children who have died as a result of famine, which is horrific, but the many, many thousands of children who are malnourished. And anyone who knows anything about education and children is if you are malnourished children, then you are affecting outcomes for them as they get older and move towards adulthood. And that's why this is so horrific and so disastrous for the consequences of peace and the outcomes that we want to see. I've heard what she said about sanctions.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary said that we can and must be precise with our language. I stand here 23 months after the atrocities of October the 7th, completely unforgivable atrocities against civilians and other innocent people, and I join in his call for all hostages to be released. However, since the 8th of October 2024, Israel has been extremely precise in its language about what it was going to do in response to October the 7th. Their playbook of war crime, genocide, murder, starvation, water blockages, power cuts, bombing hospitals and schools was laid out in extreme detail for all of us to see. Nobody on this planet can say we did not know. And over the 23 months, there has been nothing that this government has done that has prevented Israel from enacting its line-by-line extermination plan. It doesn't want two states between Palestine and Israel. It actually doesn't care about the lives of the remaining hostages. So what will this government do to help Israel see sense and save lives, both the hostages and the Palestinians?
I do think it's important notwithstanding the strength of feeling of the Honourable Gentleman, that he recognise when he says Israel, that Israel is a complex place of many opinions, and he will have found disputes, I think, certainly from the government, but I think many people in this chamber, on the direction of travel that the Netanyahu government has set themselves and the extremists that exist in that government that have taken them on a certain path. And I do think that's an important qualification. And we are doing all that we can, but he will recognise that we do that with partners seeking to exert leverage, and that's why we've made the decisions that we have most recently.
John Slinger.
Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree that now more than ever the will of the international community must take precedence over the will of those who perpetuate conflict and deny a two-state solution? Of course that means Hamas, but also, sadly, this Israeli government. Can he assure me that the government is looking at previous conflicts where the international community, with Britain at the forefront, did, despite difficulties, end conflicts and build a fair and just peace, overcoming facts on the ground and restoring hope?
Well, no conflict is the same, and this is a region that obviously has had numerous conflicts over the year. What we've seen over the last 23 months has been horrific, and it's my job as the country's chief diplomat to do everything I can to stretch every sinew to try and bring this to an end, working with colleagues, and to keep my language diplomatic.
Andrew George.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we often get distracted with the semantics and jurisprudence of terms like genocide and an ethnic cleansing. But what is clear is that, with the exception of a few, this House appears united, just as the country is as a whole, in its opposition to the actions of the far-right Netanyahu government. The Foreign Secretary says that he wants to give diplomacy a chance, and he constantly repeats that intention. But what can he say to demonstrate to us that he's not being completely ignored throughout this? And if he can't do that, can he at least assure us that he won't allow the Elbit contract to go through, that RAF Akrotiri will not be used to the advantage of the Israeli military, and that there is no trade with illegal settlements?
I think on the three last points, yes.
Apsana Begum.
Deputy Speaker, it is simply not enough at this stage to repeat the line of reminding Israel that international law requires the protection of healthcare workers, journalists and civilians, in theory, when it is so clear that they have not and are not doing so. Does the Foreign Secretary accept that it is as a result of the UK's ongoing political role as Israel's close ally that UK-made weapons, including components, directly or indirectly, continue to be sold to Israel? And if he doesn't accept that, will he play a role to ensure that no new contracts from the government will be awarded to Elbit Systems UK, the central supplier of Israel's military assault in Gaza? The ICC and ICJ are watching, and the UK does have its own obligations under international law.
Well said. Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, but as I've said, we are not supplying arms to Israel. That was a decision made back in September. And it's my obligation, a very solemn undertaking, to ensure that we are not complicit. The standard that this legislature set is a very low one. It's a clear risk. It's not actually as high as standards that are found in international courts, and for that reason we suspended sales that could be used in Gaza, notwithstanding some of the mendacity that you see online.
Ayub Khan.
Deputy Speaker, despite all the protestations that we've had from that dispatch box by the Foreign Secretary, by the Prime Minister and others, it seems that Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu will stop at nothing. Just like a dog who's tasted blood, Netanyahu can only be stopped by military intervention. But my question to the Foreign Secretary, just to make it absolutely clear, is that we're not working with the likes of Canada, Australia and France when it comes to the recognition of the state of Palestine, because what we have adopted is what's known as a contradictory conditional statement. So can the Foreign Secretary make it plain that the UK Labour Party government's position is that we will not recognise the state of Palestine so long as Benjamin Netanyahu fulfills certain conditions?
I set out my statement very clearly in the UN. The Prime Minister set out his statement at number 10. When I finished my statement, the Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority came to me and gave me an embrace. Yet the honourable gentleman thinks he knows more and that he got it wrong. Of course we're working with our partners. Of course we're trying to change the situation on the ground. I make absolutely no apologies for that. We will make our assessments for UNGA. Your judgment on this occasion is wrong.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I say to the Foreign Secretary, I very much welcome the commitment to recognise the Palestinian state, which some of us have fought for many years. I also welcome the rest of his statement insofar as it goes. He's right to condemn what the Israelis are doing in Gaza with a policy of starvation. He's right to recognise Israel's attempt to split the West Bank in a way that will stop a Palestinian state being created. But in his heart of heart, he knows that despite his condemnation, the Israelis will carry on regardless. So is he now going to give some serious thought to a what if? What action, further action, on top of the other actions the government's already taken, is the government prepared to take to actually hold the Israelis to account and get them to recognise the force of the international arguments against them on both these points?
Well, the honourable gentleman brings considerable experience to this chamber and to these issues. And of course, as he would expect, both as Foreign Secretary and as the SCDO, we plan for all scenarios. But we remain optimistic and hopeful. That is our solemn duty on behalf of the hostages still underground and on behalf of those suffering in Gaza, particularly children and women, using their lives and injured in the way that we're seeing.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend, the member for Bicester and Woodstock, was right to ask the Foreign Secretary to place sanctions on Prime Minister Netanyahu. Many of my constituents in Wokingham agree with him and are contacting me to urge the government to take more steps to stop the famine in Gaza and stop the Israeli Defence Force continuing to kill many innocent women, children and men in Gaza. Does the Foreign Secretary realise that many people in this country do not think that he is doing enough to stop the famine and to end the killing, and they are very frustrated with him for what they see as his lack of inaction, inaction?
I think that the British people are wise. They're deeply concerned about what they see, but I also think their wisdom means that they ascribe blame where it's appropriate to the actors on the ground, remembering that one of those actors is a proscribed terrorist organisation. They recognise that Britain has a role to play, they recognise that Britain has a historical duty as well, and they want to see Britain playing that role alongside partners, which is what we're doing.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the commitment to recognise the Palestinian state later this month. It is an essential step and there can be no further delay. The Israeli government's support for a legal settlement in the West Bank and the decision to build in the E1 area are strategically designed to undermine the viability of a Palestinian state. Will the Foreign Secretary therefore commit to introduce a ban on all settlement trade, including services and investments, so that money from the UK cannot be used to fund this illegal occupation and the state of Palestine, which we are rightly recognising, has a chance to become a reality?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for continuing to press these issues over so many months on behalf of her constituents. And can I just say to her that goods from settlements not entitled to tariff and trade preferences are obviously something of important consideration, and that UK business guidance outlines clear risks to UK operators considering economic activity in the area.
This debate will conclude this statement, at 8 o'clock, because we have another urgent statement on Ukraine, so colleagues need to be as fast as they can. Chris Coughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To hear from the Foreign Secretary that 132,000 children are at risk of dying from hunger, one can only feel utter revulsion. Now, I recognise what the government has done, but in the government's public diplomacy, at least with President Trump, the strategy appears to be to pander to him. Again, I understand why the government has chosen to do this, but how concerned is the Foreign Secretary that the legacy of this Labour government on the Middle East will be the same as the last Labour government? To be a poodle to an out-of-control American president amidst horror.
Can I remind the honourable gentleman that it was me and this Labour government that signed a memorandum of understanding of support with the Palestinian Authority just a few months ago. And we use every lever we can diplomatically to, of course, be in dialogue with our partners, to seek to influence our partners. This is a complex set of issues. There are some different approaches internationally. He will have witnessed that. But we use every sinew diplomatically. And that is what I'm doing, and that is what the Prime Minister is doing every day.
Josh Fenton-Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost 1,500 healthcare workers killed, according to Médecins Sans Frontières. Over 50,000 children killed or injured, according to UNICEF. If the Israeli government declare that they aren't targeting medical workers, journalists and civilians, then they're clearly very cavalier with human life in a way that shows that it is no longer acceptable to tolerate this. So can the honourable gentleman tell me what steps we're going to take to properly hold them to account under international law and make it clear that this is no longer acceptable and we will not tolerate it?
Foreign Secretary.
In the interest of time, I would simply refer the honourable gentleman to the statements I've already made in this dispatch box this afternoon.
Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his clear commitment to deliver help and assistance and to find a lasting solution. Does the Secretary of State accept that the retrieval of 2 more dead Israeli hostages, with 48 hostages still being held either dead or alive, by Hamas indicates the unwillingness of Hamas to bring this war to an end? So does the Secretary of State believe we have any further way of seeing these hostages brought home, which would be, I believe, and we all believe, a meaningful step on the road to ceasefire and a rebuilding of a life for the people of Gaza, as well as the Israelis on the other side of the strip?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right. The return of those hostages would see this war come to an end tomorrow. And the sight recently of badly, terribly malnourished hostages was just so chilling and horrendous and heartbreaking for their families. I met with hostage families just before the recess, and I'll meet with them again very shortly, but he's right to centre them in his remarks.
Alison Hume.
Thank my right honourable friend and colleagues for the urgent work that you're doing to evacuate and treat seriously injured and critically ill children from Gaza. New restrictions on aid are due to be fully implemented on the 9th of September. Aid organisations face being banned if they delegitimise the State of Israel or do not provide detailed information about Palestinian staff. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that it's women and girls who have suffered the worst impacts of the war? And would he be able to expand on how we help get more aid to them?
Foreign Secretary.
It's always women and girls who are the face of pain and suffering in conflict and in the most desperate of circumstances. And that's why we will continue to centre women and girls in all of our development work, because it's so critical and important. And she's right to refer to the remarks that have been made. These are not the remarks that you expect of any democratic partner. And I would urge the Israeli government to think again.
John Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I
explain to my constituents every week how hard the Foreign Secretary and his ministerial team are working in this context. But every day, women and children are killed and are starving. What is happening is a moral outrage of a first order. The International Criminal Court is a key pillar of international justice. Will my right honourable friend reassure me that he is doing everything possible to protect and enhance its independence from political interference and to ensure that it is more than properly resourced to carry out its important work in this conflict?
Foreign Secretary.
The International Criminal Court is a fundamental part of the architecture that was set up after the atrocities of the Second World War. The United Kingdom played a central role in that architecture, and it's why this government, and I hope any government, remains absolutely committed to the ICC and the ICJ and the good and important work that they must do free and unfettered from political interference.
Harpreet Powell.
The Palestinian state at UNGA. Violence in the West Bank has been horrific, with Israeli forces and settlers displacing over 40,000 Palestinians due to assaults on northern refugee camps, and of course we've got concerns of further annexation. So can I ask what actions the Foreign Secretary will take to protect Palestinians at the risk of forced transfer, and what work he will do with international partners to pressure the Israeli government at UNGA?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, this is a decision that I'm discussing with the Palestinian Authority, but also I will be in the region in the coming days discussing what further support we can give to those who are suffering or at risk on the ground.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, the world's leading genocide scholars declared genocide in Gaza. Earlier this summer, famine was officially declared in Gaza. We've seen war crime after war crime, with more journalists killed and more hospitals bombed. Yet on sanctions, the government still continues to drag its feet. How can it be morally justifiable that whilst rightly being robust on Russia with extensive sanctions, when it comes to Israel and sanctions, we're letting them off lightly, to say the least? What's the difference, and when are we going to see widespread sanctions on Israel?
Secretary.
Well, the honourable gentleman is a lawyer, and so I would ask him, when he says that, to point to a nation on sanctions that's doing more on this file than the United Kingdom, and I note that he hasn't been able to do that.
Luke Murphy.
Question either about Russia.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement and also the actions the government have already taken on sanctions and aid and the proposals to recognise the Palestinian state. But given the facts on the ground that he has himself recognised, the man-made famine, the killing of women and children, healthcare workers, journalists, the ongoing suffering of the hostages, and the intensification of the military campaign, can the Foreign Secretary confirm that he will continue to work with international allies and consider all further actions that he can take to bring about the end of this catastrophe?
Foreign Secretary.
Yes, I give the honourable gentleman that assurance.
Deirdre Castigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just in recent months, over 1,000 of my constituents in Ealing Southall have contacted me about the brutal conflict in Gaza, making it the single biggest issue of concern to local people. I know that the Foreign Secretary and his ministers are doing everything they can behind the scenes and in private. But does he agree with me that the Palestinian people have an inalienable right to statehood, and that a further group of countries, including the UK, recognising Palestine, can provide a practical step and, importantly, a public step towards making a two-state solution and a lasting peace possible?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and we believe passionately in a two-state solution and keeping that dream alive. We do believe in the inalienable right of the Palestinian people, and that's why I set out what I did in the UN a few weeks ago.
Torkel Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement and for his stamina over the last 2 hours, and assure him that the horror of the unfolding famine in Gaza and concern over the future of the hostages is felt just as strongly on the coast, the Atlantic coast of Scotland, as it is on the shores of the Eastern Mediterranean. International experts have rightly described what's going on in Gaza as a genocide, and as Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader today, described as a genocide. Will these sentiments inform our next round of sanctions against Netanyahu's government?
Foreign Secretary.
Grateful to the honourable friend, and I recognise what is being said by international scholars around the world, and he will recognise the sombre decisions that we've taken in relation to international humanitarian law, and particularly the suspension of arms sales.
I've tried to go as fast as I can, and I apologise to all the colleagues that are disappointed, but the final question goes to Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What happened on October 7th was inhumane. Hamas are terrorists, and the hostages must be returned immediately and safely. Israel is behaving insufferably. It is unacceptable what the Israeli government is doing. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israeli leaders of the war crime of starvation. It is impossible to avoid the conclusion that the Israeli government is guilty of violating articles of the 4th Geneva Convention. Will the government do all that it can to support British prosecutors and our British courts to arrest and hold to account war criminals?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman and Madam Deputy Speaker. I too am sorry that other colleagues who were wanting to get in did not get in today, but I'm sure that much of the global community will see the strength of feeling in the Chamber this afternoon in relation to this horrific war. And it's absolutely my great honour as Foreign Secretary to stand shoulder to shoulder with those giants of this Chamber that gave us the international humanitarian architecture that we have, and to be absolutely crystal clear in our support.
That is the end of the statements on the Middle East. Point of order, is it really relevant right now? Point of order, Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. On the 22nd of April, I wrote to the Foreign Secretary and the Attorney General raising a number of matters to do with domestic legal issues and our international obligations with regard to this conflict. 132 days later, I have yet to receive a reply. What steps can I take to elucidate the information I need from the Foreign Secretary?
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. This is not a matter for the chair, but the honourable member has put his concerns on the record, and they've been heard by the front bench and the Foreign Secretary himself. Now, I'll give the front benches a few moments if they swiftly swap over so we can get on to the next statement on Ukraine. Statement on Ukraine. I call the Defence Secretary of State.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on Ukraine. But before I begin, I'd like to inform the House that yesterday we secured a £10 billion contract to supply Norway with at least 5 Type 26 frigates. This is the biggest British warship deal in our history. It strengthens NATO and our northern flank. It supports 4,000 British jobs and 400 British businesses for years to come. And it is showing that this government is making defence an engine for growth across the regions and nations of the United Kingdom. Turning to Ukraine, Madam Deputy Speaker. A few days ago, Ukrainians around the world came together to mark a special day. 34 years of their country's independence, 34 years as a proud and sovereign nation. And Ukrainians continue to fight for that freedom with huge courage, military and civilians alike, 3.5 years on from the start of Putin's brutal, full-scale invasion. A secure Europe needs a strong Ukraine. Their freedom is our freedom, their values are our values, and this is why the UK stands with Ukraine, and this is why this House stands united for Ukraine. And when Ukraine marks their next Independence Day, we all hope to see them celebrate in a time of peace and not in a time of war. Madam Deputy Speaker, over the summer the UK, with our allies, have been working hard to make that hope a reality. The Prime Minister hosted President Zelensky in London. He chaired various Coalition of the Willing meetings with President Macron, and he joined European leaders with President Zelensky to meet President Trump in Washington, D.C. I've spoken with defence ministers across the coalition about stepping up military support and about securing a peace after any deal. And our military leaders have met multiple times to strengthen international contributions to the coalition, also known now as the Multinational Force Ukraine. We welcome President Trump's dedication to bringing this terrible war to an end, and we strongly welcome his commitment to make security guarantees, as he says, very secure with the Europeans. At every stage, President Zelensky continues his support for a full, unconditional ceasefire and for talks on a lasting peace. And yet Putin's response has been to launch some of the largest attacks on Ukraine since the start of the war. During last week's onslaught on Kyiv, at least 23 people were killed, 4 of whom were children, including a 2-year-old. And the attack on the British Council was an outrage. A Russian missile fired into a civilian area as part of an illegal war, damaging a British government building and injuring a civilian worker. Now it appears that Putin is refusing a meeting with President Trump and President Zelensky. So while Ukraine wants peace, Putin wages war. And President Trump is right. We must continue pushing for peace, as well as increasing pressure on Putin to come to the table. So we support measures to disrupt Russian oil revenues, and we welcome President Trump's comments that he is weighing very serious economic sanctions on Russia. And the Foreign Secretary will have more to say on similar UK action very soon. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the battlefield, intense fighting continues along the front line. And while Russian military activity has reduced in the Kharkiv and Sumy oblasts, as Russian ground forces relocate elements of those forces, over the past 2 weeks, they have advanced in the northern Donetsk region. Pokrovsk remains Russia's focus, and its forces are using a variety of methods to infiltrate Ukrainian positions. But Putin continues only to make minor territorial gains, and at a huge cost. The most recent assessment of the UK Defence Intelligence estimates that at the current pace since January, it would take Russia another 4.4 years to seize the Donbass, at a cost of almost 2 million more Russian casualties. Despite this, the increasing escalation of Russia's devastating drone strikes is a serious concern. In July, Russia launched approximately 6,200 one-way attack drones into Ukraine, another monthly record. Yet in one night alone, over this weekend, Russia launched nearly 540 drones and 45 missiles. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK government is stepping up our efforts for Ukraine, and our priorities are simple. Support the fight today, secure the peace tomorrow. On support for the fight today, we are providing £4.5 billion in military aid for Ukraine this year, the highest ever level. And at the last Ukraine Defence Contact Group meeting, with over 50 nations and partners in July, I launched a 50-day drive to accelerate the assistance we're giving. 50 days on, the Ukraine has delivered to Ukraine nearly 5 million rounds of munitions, around 60,000 artillery shells, rockets and missiles, 2,500 uncrewed platforms, 30 vehicles and engineering equipment, and 200 electronic warfare and air defence systems. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will not jeopardise the peace by forgetting about the war. So next week I will also co-chair the 30th UDCG meeting with Germany's Minister Pistorius, alongside NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and 50 other allies and partners. And I will host an E5 Defence Ministers Summit in London next week, where we will be joined by the Ukrainian Defence Minister, where together we will step up still further our support for Ukraine. And then to secure the peace tomorrow, the UK continues with the French to lead the coalition of the willing. 200 military planners from more than 30 nations have helped design plans in the event of a ceasefire. Plans to secure the skies and seas and to train Ukrainian forces to defend their nation. This week, I will host defence ministers from across the coalition with French Minister Le Cornu to further cement contributions to that coalition. And for the armed forces, I'm reviewing readiness levels and accelerating funding to prepare for any possible deployment. Peace is possible, and we will be ready. And the Prime Minister and I will ensure that the House is fully informed of developments in the proper way. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I take this opportunity today to pay tribute to one of the driving figures of the Coalition of the Willing, Admiral Sir Tony Radakin, whose last day as our UK Chief of the Defence Staff is today. Tony's had a distinguished 35-year military career in the armed forces, serving in operations right across the globe. He's widely respected and as a true friend of the Ukrainian people, as President Zelensky himself said last week. I'm sure everyone in the House will join me in thanking Tony for his outstanding service and wish every success to his successor as CDS, Air Chief Marshal Rich Knighton. And let me end then by saying that while President Putin likes to project strength, he is now weaker than ever. Since Putin launched his illegal invasion, he's not achieved any of his strategic aims. He's lost more than 10,000 tanks and armoured vehicles, and his Black Sea fleet has been humiliated. He's forced to rely on states like Iran for drones, North Korea for frontline troops, and China for technology and components. He's using 40% of his total government spending on the war, with interest rates now running at 18% and inflation at 9%. And moreover, Putin now faces a bigger NATO, 32 nations strong, with an agreement to raise national spending on security to 5% by 2035, and he faces a Ukraine more determined than ever to control its own future. Madam Deputy Speaker, a secure Europe needs a strong, sovereign Ukraine, and we in the UK will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes.
I call the Shadow Defence Secretary of State, James Cartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for advance side of his statement, and can I join him in paying tribute to the outgoing Chief of Defence Staff, Admiral Sir Tony Radakin, who, as he says, has given such impactful leadership on support for Ukraine, and I also send my best wishes to his successor as CDS, Air Chief Marshal Sir Rich Knighton. It was a privilege to work with both of them at the MOD. Turning to Ukraine, it is being widely reported that in his speech to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit today, Vladimir Putin said that, and I quote, "the understandings reached at his meeting with President Trump in Alaska were opening the way to peace in Ukraine." How utterly cynical. What followed the summit in Alaska was not peace, but the brutal bombing of innocent civilians across Ukraine. In particular, just days ago, Putin unleashed the second largest aerial attack of the whole war, killing at least 23 people, and as the Secretary of State just confirmed, including 4 children. And of course, bomb damage included the British Council in Kyiv. We join the government in utterly condemning the attack on the British Council and pay tribute to all their staff playing their part in our national endeavour to support Ukraine, and pass on our best wishes to the member of staff who was injured in the attack. We note that the Chief Executive of the British Council, Scott MacDonald, promised to continue operations wherever possible. Can the Secretary of State outline to what degree this has been achieved and what support the government has provided to assist? If Putin really wants to open the way to peace in Ukraine, as he said, he should recognise that the blame for this war lies squarely with his territorial ambitions, and that all the civilian and military bloodshed that continues is wholly the result of his unprovoked and illegal invasion. But the reality is Putin does not accept this basic fact. In his speech today at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, Putin is also widely quoted as blaming others for the war. In particular, his long-standing refrain that the war was caused by, and I quote, the West's constant attempts to drag Ukraine into NATO. Without ambiguity, we and all our allies must see that the war in Ukraine is a question of a free and sovereign democracy invaded without provocation by a bullying dictator. Yeah. That is why, when we were in office, it was right to provide such strong support to Ukraine from the outset of the invasion, indeed even before it commenced, and why in opposition we stand shoulder to shoulder with the government in continuing that policy. And that is why we need to keep tightening the screws on Putin's war machine. Moscow should be denied safe harbours for its tankers and profits, and Europe should ban Russian oil and gas sooner than its current 2027 deadline. The Euro-Atlantic Alliance must lead a new pincer movement to further constrain Russia's energy revenues and stop Putin getting his hands on military equipment. So I'm glad that the Foreign Secretary will have more to say on sanctions, as the Secretary of State said, very soon. But can he confirm if the timeline is directly linked to US action? And would the UK go ahead with those plans for tougher sanctions if the US for some reason did not? On any potential end to the fighting, we all desperately want to see peace in Ukraine, but we're clear that this must be a lasting, sustainable peace, and that is why security guarantees are so important. The Secretary of State referred to President Trump's commitment to make security guarantees, and he quoted, very secure with the Europeans. What further detail is he able to share on the likely shape of any such US security guarantees? On the coalition of the willing, he states this would, and I quote, secure the skies and seas. This seems to miss out the land force element. Does this mean the army would only be sent to Ukraine in a training role? He says that he is, and I quote, reviewing readiness levels and accelerating funding to prepare for any possible deployment. On funding, does he expect that to come from the Treasury Reserve or from the existing MOD budget? And on reviewing readiness, what is the timescale of that review, and is he yet at the stage where urgent operational requirements are being considered? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly welcome the news that Norway has selected the Type 26 made in Scotland for its future fleet. This is a huge deal that will support thousands of jobs, but also one that has been many years in the making, with significant input and progress under the previous government. In December 2023, I myself had the pleasure to visit the Norwegian MOD in Oslo, and I can assure the House that the Type 26 was very much at the top of the agenda. Just to remind them, that was in the same week that we announced that Britain and Norway would lead the maritime coalition supporting Ukraine's navy, underlining the strength of our naval alliance and our joint commitment to Ukraine. It's clear that a key reason for Norway's decision is that they face the same Russian threat as we do from Russian submarines and want the best possible capability to respond, maximising interoperability with the Royal Navy. But that Russian threat arises entirely from Putin's pursuit of aggression rather than peace, and until that situation changes in reality rather than rhetoric, we must continue to be robust in doing everything possible to support Ukraine.
Yeah. Secretary of State.
Thank you. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome his endorsement of the success in securing the Norway deal. I do have to say to him there was certainly groundwork done under the last government, and he led a lot of that in as Defence Procurement Minister. But I have to say we had a great deal more to do when we took over in July last year, and frankly we had to reboot the campaign, which we did, and I'm grateful that we've secured it. It has huge military, economic and strategic importance. Can I say I welcome also his continuing support for the action we're taking to support Ukraine. He is absolutely right to call out Putin's remarks at the Shanghai Cooperation Council. And the pressure is now on Putin to prove he wants peace, to do what he says he wants. And while he has sat down to discuss peace with President Trump in Alaska, he's been turning up his attacks, of course, in Ukraine. He launched this war. He can stop this war tomorrow if he chooses. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman asks about sanctions. He encourages us to take the steps further. He'll know that we've introduced already over 500 new sanctions against individuals, entities and ships. We've sanctioned 289 vessels as part of the Russian Shadow Fleet, and very soon the Foreign Secretary will announce further UK steps. On the security guarantees, the commitments we've secured already from many of those involved in the discussion are substantial. The discussions continue. We look for contributions to be further confirmed. Much of the shape of any deployment of a coalition of the willing will depend on the terms of any peace agreement. And at this stage, I certainly won't want to offer any more public details on that, because that would only reinforce Putin's hand and make him and the Russians wiser.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tamanjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Defence Secretary for advance sight of his statement. Wholeheartedly welcome the historic frigates exports deal with Norway and join him in paying tribute to Chief of the Defence Staff Admiral Radakin for his distinguished decades-long service to our country. Now, recent Russian attacks across 14 different regions of Ukraine are not actions of peace. Words and actions must align, and it is abundantly clear that both from President Putin present a threat to us all. So with such drastic escalation of Putin's violence, and that running concurrently with peace negotiations, along with Putin's false reframing of his invasion as some sort of reaction to a Western-backed coup, can my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, shed further light he has pulled to help enable a peaceful outcome?
Secretary of State.
It's a truism that peace is secured through strength. And our task, those countries like the UK that strongly support Ukraine, is to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position on the battlefield and at any negotiating table. That means stepping up military support for Ukraine now, which we are doing, and we will do further in next week's UDCG meeting that I will co-chair. We are stepping that up with further economic pressure on Putin, which the House will have a chance to hear more about, and the Foreign Secretary will announce further measures soon. And it means also stepping up our preparations for securing any peace for the long term if Trump can help lead negotiations that will lead to a ceasefire and a peace agreement. That is the way that we support Ukraine now. That is the way that we can help reinforce the steps towards the possibility of peace tomorrow. And I just say to my honourable friend, the Defence Select Committee Chair, and to the honourable gentleman from the opposition benches, I will ensure that Admiral Radakin tomorrow is aware of the kind comments, and I know he will appreciate that from both sides of the House.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Defence Secretary for advance sight of his statement. I'd also like to join others in the House today in thanking Admiral Sir Tony Radakin for his service and wish him well on his next steps. Yeah. I was relieved to see the Prime Minister join fellow European leaders in Washington last month, standing shoulder to shoulder with President Zelensky, and in the wake of Donald Trump's fawning appeasement of Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Despite that show of support, I still fear that Trump would prefer to secure a quick and easy carve-up of Ukraine, rather than work to secure a peace which provides justice for Ukraine and guarantees its sovereignty against future Russian aggression. That's why I believe the government needs to continue to lead from the front, but to take our European partners with us, we really need to bolster Ukraine's defence and punish Putin. In that vein, can the Secretary of State update the House on what progress, if any, has been made on the seizing of the billions in frozen Russian assets across the G7? Can he also update us on whether any assessment has been made about the volume and quality of weaponry which the siege of those assets could help fund for Kyiv? Or to what use the assets could be used to support the rebuilding of Ukraine? We must also be tightening the screws on Putin's war chest. I welcome the new £10 billion contract with Norway and the British jobs and businesses that it will support in the UK, and this further demonstrates the need for us to work with our northern European allies in the fight against the aggression from Russia. And I'm pleased that the government has taken a step to further cut the Kremlin profits through a reduction in the oil price cap, but this measure must be accompanied by more work to crack down on the Russia's shadow fleet, as it continues to trade and transport oil sold above the price cap. A joined-up approach between us and our allies is absolutely vital. So will the Secretary of State commit to expanding the UK's designation of vessels in the shadow fleet, including those already sanctioned by the EU, Canada and the US, and will he seek reciprocal designations from those partners? As we reach a critical moment in negotiations, we need to be taking all the steps we can to provide Ukraine with the leverage and military material it needs. So will the Secretary of State consider sending UK Typhoon jets for use by the Ukrainian Air Force?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome her strong focus on the need for further economic pressure on Putin and on Russia. She will recognise that the UK is out ahead of many other countries in the number of vessels we've now sanctioned as part of the Russian shadow fleet. I say to her, we are always ready to take further steps to do that. And I hope that she will see from the Foreign Secretary very soon the UK determination to go further still on economic pressure and on sanctions. She invites me to offer an update on the progress on use of seized assets. I'm unable to do that, but she'll know that this is not just a matter if this will be effective for a UK decision, and the detailed work that is still being discussed with other key allies does continue. We recognise the potential of being able to use those seized assets from Russia to help rebuild and support Ukraine, but that is something that we are working on. She urges us to lead European allies. I think it's not unreasonable to say that is exactly what we are doing, not just with the highest level of military aid this year ever from the UK, but the way that we've stepped in now to lead the UDCG, and I will chair the 30th meeting alongside Minister Pistorius next week. And we've stepped in with the French by leading the Coalition of the Willing. More than 50 nations, part of the discussions about planning for Ukraine's long-term future, and I will host the defence ministers alongside Minister Le Cornu this week to discuss that further. But one point for her, the Honourable Lady in this House. Often seen as the European Coalition of the Willing or the European UDCG, these are coalitions of nations that go well beyond Europe. And I was in Japan last week, and so Prime Minister Ishiba at Japan has joined the discussions for the Coalition of the Willing, and some of the most stalwart supporters of Ukraine in military aid since the start of the Russian invasion have been allies of ours, steadfast supporters of Ukraine from other parts of the world, from Australia to Japan to New Zealand to Korea. And it just signals for Putin not just that Europe stands steadfast with Ukraine in challenging and confronting his aggression, but we see this as a security matter in the Euro-Atlantic, which is indivisible, as many other countries do, with security in the Indo-Pacific too.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Defence Secretary for this update and his continued leadership on this issue. We've all been so moved by the extraordinary bravery and resilience of the Ukrainian people in the face of Russian aggression. And in my constituency, we know how important it is to stand by our friends in Ukraine. In my constituency, I also had the privilege of being able to visit our armed forces and our industry and see how much actually they have been inspired themselves by our Ukrainian colleagues and their innovation on the battlefield. So can I ask the Secretary of State to have a bit of an update on the important lessons that the MOD have learnt from Ukrainians innovation on the battlefield.
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It isn't just that the courage of the Ukrainians is an inspiration to us all, including our own forces. It is that their ability to fight and innovate in combat is also an inspiration to us. We try to capture this in the Strategic Defence Review that we published in June. It points the way to the sort of radical transformation that we require in our own armed forces, our own defence system. And I hope that my honourable friend will see the hallmarks of that very soon when we publish the Defence Industrial Strategy.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Deputy Speaker, a few weeks ago I returned from Ukraine with some others that have been delivering trucks and medical aid to the Ukrainians for use in the front line. A number of trips that I've done with others I can see across the floor as well here, united as the government is united with the opposition and the other parties. But however, having watched the brutality stepped up by President Putin in the recent weeks and following from the Alaskan conference at Anchorage, I must say I fundamentally still very disappointed. Yes, the government is right. They're bringing together a coalition of the willing. But the least willing of all at the moment seems to be the White House. And my concern is, without the White House's commitment to showing Putin that his actions have consequences, then this drags on again and again. They are the one country that can really impress upon him that if they carry on with these attacks, they will be sanctioned dramatically and the weapons will flow like water to the Ukrainians that they desperately need. I wonder if the government, behind closed doors, could say to the President, it is time to follow your words with actions and not keep on prevaricating.
Secretary of State.
I appreciate the argument that the honourable gentleman makes. It's important to recognise that the role of President Trump is essential and central into any opportunity to bring the two sides together. He is playing a role that only President Trump can play. And he has made clear that on the range of further steps, if they become necessary, at his disposal for his decision, is including stepping up economic pressure on President Putin. And we are ready to respond alongside that. We are also ready to take our own decisions on economic pressure on President Putin and on Russia. It has got to be part of what I said to my honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, Select Committee Chair. It is part of trying to ensure that the pressure on Putin, the support for Ukraine, brings the two sides more rapidly to the negotiating table, and we can get that peace that we all secure.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My Western Bartonshire constituents know the importance of standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in this fight. Does the Minister agree that investments such as the £250 million to HMNB Clyde and the landmark £10 billion deal with Norway, both of which secures thousands of jobs on the Clyde, many of whom live in my Western Bartonshire constituency, all help to show our strength and deter future Russian aggression?
State.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and it's a lesson that we took and have to take seriously from Ukraine, that particularly when a country is faced with conflict or is forced to fight, its armed forces are only as strong as the industry that stands behind them. And part of the significance of the frigate deal with Norway is that this will reinforce our British shipbuilding, our British innovation and our British technology base across the UK and especially in Scotland for many years to come.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too congratulate Admiral Sir Tony Radakin and Air Chief Marshal Sir Rich Knighton and wish them well. A big well done too to all involved in the Type 26 deal, including my honourable friend, the member for South Suffolk. And if I may say to the Defence Secretary to cast his mind back to March, when I asked the Prime Minister whether it would be folly to put British troops into Ukraine without a US backstop, without a guarantee from the White House, and the Prime Minister agreed it would indeed be folly. Does that remain the government's position?
What is the government's position is that we are discussing the nature of security guarantees, the contribution that we can help lead through the coalition of the willing, alongside any American support, and together that is part of the configuration of making Ukraine strong and creating the circumstances in which serious negotiations and we hope a peace agreement can be reached.
Dr. Zubair Ahmed.
Speaker, can I warmly thank my right honourable friend for getting this Norwegian deal over the line. I feel a singular piece of pride about this because in my constituency of Glasgow South West and Govan will become the epicentre of the Type 26 construction. Will he undertake to work with me to make sure that my constituents in Glasgow South West feel the full benefits of this investment? And in that vein, will he urge the SNP government to finally collaborate with us to dispense their ideological block on the defence sector so together, for want of a better word, we can be stronger for Scotland?
State.
Well, first of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say to my honourable friend, all of us in the House here appreciate the contribution that his constituents as part of that government workforce make to building the outstanding British ships. The Norwegian Prime Minister had a very telling way of explaining the decision on Sunday when he said, "We weighed two questions in the decision. Who is our most strategic partner and who has delivered the best frigates? The answer to both is the United Kingdom." Yeah. And it is also telling, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the nationalist-led Scottish Government has yet to welcome this contract and this success.
Chris Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, can I commend the Defence Secretary and Admiral Sir Tony Radakin for your commitment to a just peace in Ukraine. But I do agree with the Right Honourable Member for Washington and Wood Green that the most reluctant member of this coalition of willing does appear to be President Trump. And so does the Defence Secretary agree with me that it is particularly disappointing that he is unable to give an update on the seizing the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets, because the slow progress on that is something that is perhaps our strongest potential lever in exerting pressure on Russia to deliver a just peace.
State.
I don't entirely agree with the honourable gentleman. The commitment that the declaration that the President of the United States has made to making the European-led arrangements for security guarantees, in his words, very secure, is very important and very significant. Those discussions continue. The shape of any potential and possible deployment to support and secure a long-term peace will depend hugely on the nature of the peace agreement itself. And it's for those reasons that it is not possible to set out in public at this stage the details of those. But we continue those discussions both on the nature of the support that can be given to Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire and a peace agreement, and the sort of pressure that may be required to make sure that those serious negotiations can take place.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to share with the House the deepest solidarity from the Ukraine appeal and the Sunflowers Ukrainian Supplementary School in my constituency of Milton Keynes about the recent attacks in Kiev and on the British Council. The British Council's vital cultural initiatives have supported peace and created community cohesion around the world. And it's in that spirit that the Ukraine appeal has created an exhibition, Faces of Ukraine Dreams, by the children who go to their Sunflower School. This exhibition will be touring Milton Keynes, including Bletchley Park. Will the Defence Secretary join with me in expressing our solidarity to the Ukraine families in Milton Keynes, the UK, and still in Ukraine? Slava Ukraine.
Secretary of State.
Well, indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and not just the solidarity with those Ukrainian families and children, but also I'd like to pay tribute to the people of Milton Keynes that have opened their homes to house and home the families of those Ukrainian children. And it is often the children and the families that will feel the threat and the grief most fiercely. And the fact that they have expressed such strong solidarity with those British Council workers in the face of that attack is something that we all appreciate, and I'd be grateful on behalf of the House if she would pass that on.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I'm sure honourable and right honourable members on both sides of the House shared my disgust at the sight of the killer in the Kremlin having a red carpet rolled out for him that might as well have been stained with the blood of all those who've died in the conflict, which is down entirely to him and him alone. But when we talk about meaningful security guarantees, it's perhaps worth remembering, is it not, that the only reason why, when Germany was divided at the end of the Second World War, that was a stable division, was that both sides knew that anybody crossing a line would be initiating an international conflict. Surely any security guarantee that doesn't automatically guarantee the involvement of other states in the defence of Ukraine will not be worth the paper on which it's written.
Secretary of State.
So the purpose of the coalition of the willing force that we are leading the work to plan for is about actively securing the Ukrainian skies, actively making the Ukrainian seas safe, and providing a presence that will help reassure as well as help build up the Ukrainians to deter and defend for themselves. It starts from the first premise that in the circumstances of a peace agreement, for the medium term and long term, the strongest defence, the strongest deterrence is the nature and strength of the Ukrainian armed forces themselves. That is our purpose, and that would be part of our mission.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I firstly start by thanking my right honourable friend and his whole team for the incredible efforts that they're making on this issue. Over the weekend, Russia launched yet more devastating airstrikes in Kyiv, killing 23 people, including a 2-year-old child. July was the deadliest month of conflict since its early stages, with over 280 civilians killed and more than 1,300 injured. Russia has once again shown its blatant disregard for human life, targeting, abducting, indoctrinating and even weaponising children. Can the Secretary of State set out what further steps he is taking to ensure Ukraine has the means to defend itself from these heinous, heinous crimes?
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the campaigning that she is doing, not just on Ukraine generally, but in particular to draw attention to this systematic programme that we've seen from Putin and his troops of abducting Ukrainian children, trying to indoctrinate them into the Russian way of life. And can I say to her, in the discussions that I've had with Secretary Umerov when he was Defence Minister and now as Secretary of the Ukrainian National Security and Defence Council, he is leading the negotiations on behalf of President Zelensky, and some of the early discussions potentially with the Russian side are about prisoner of war swaps and about the return of those Ukrainian children.
Stephen Giffins.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the Norwegian investment in Glasgow's shipyards? They understand, the Norwegians understand the importance of European security. The Norwegians understand the importance of territorial integrity. The Norwegians understand the importance of the High North, and I pay credit to those in my own constituency at RM Condor for their own work in that particular area. They know that Donetsk is Ukrainian, Luhansk is Ukrainian, Crimea is Ukrainian. Now, the US ambassador to NATO said recently that no chunks that were not, and I quote, earned on the battlefield should be given over to Russia. When he meets with his US counterpart in a couple of weeks' time, can he be clear that no chunks of Ukraine are earned by aggressors on the battlefield, and Ukraine's integrity, territorial integrity, is testament regardless of our political allegiance here?
Secretary of State.
The Ukrainians are fighting for their territorial integrity. The Ukrainians are doing the fighting. It's for the Ukrainians to decide when to stop fighting and the terms on which they do so. Our job in the UK, my job as Defence Secretary, is to ensure that we give them the maximum possible support in the fight, and we'll give them maximum support possible as they go into the negotiations. And can I just say, to finish, the declaration that he fully supports, and I hope he can speak on behalf of his party, for that the biggest ever British warship export deal is welcome in this House.
Alex Tobel.
And Deputy Speaker, I want to start by paying tribute to Andrei Parubi, the former Ukrainian speaker, who was brutally assassinated in his home city, Lviv. He played a key role in the Maidan protests, which freed Ukraine of Russian interference. I really thank my right honourable friend for raising the issue of the British Council attack in Kyiv. A man was injured. We need to remember the British Council isn't just any body. It's an arm's-length body of the FCDO. It takes British culture and values and English language teaching around the world. In the same attack, the EU delegation building was also attacked. And we heard tonight from Bulgaria that Ursula von der Leyen's plane was jammed by Russia and had difficulty landing and to use paper maps to land. We're hearing more and more, I'm afraid, on the streets that this war is a matter for Ukraine and Russia. But I think everybody in this chamber knows that if Ukraine falls, it won't end there. And this is a war for all of us, and Ukraine are fighting for all of us. And I'd like my friend to reassure me that we are making very clear that we know that Putin's aggression will not stop at Ukraine if Ukraine fails, and they are fighting for all of us, and we'll give them all the support that they need to ensure that we are all free in Europe.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend speaks plainly and strongly. Can I recognise the work that he's done on Ukraine, just in the way that President Zelensky did last month when he awarded my honourable friend the Order of Merit from Ukraine for his support. Can I say to him also, he's right to remind the House of the recent assassination of Andrei Parubi, and it is something that should be it's a reminder of the brutality of the invasion, and in many ways this wasn't just Andrei was not just a leader in the Maidan uprising. He's an ex-speaker of the Ukrainian parliament, and in many ways his assassination brings home just how serious this is to us in this House. And finally, the point my honourable friend makes, which is if Putin prevails in Ukraine, he won't stop at Ukraine, is one of the reasons that the British public, the British House of Commons and the British government remain so strongly steadfast in our support for Ukraine.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's 17 days since President Trump rolled out the red carpet to Putin, during which time, as he has said, Russia has stepped up its bombardment of Ukraine with drones and missiles. And can I thank him for his remarks about Andrei Parubi, the former Speaker of the Rada. I knew him well and admired him hugely. And actually, last time I met him was when we entertained him in this House as the visiting Speaker who came here. And it is a mark of Putin's hatred of democracy that he regarded the democratic Speaker of a Parliament as a appropriate target. Does the Secretary of State agree that Putin at the present time shows no interest in a ceasefire, And will he do whatever he can to persuade President Trump that the only way that Putin can be made to consider a ceasefire is by stepping up the pressure on Russia through extra sanctions and by giving ever more support to Ukraine?
Secretary of State.
I think the whole House appreciates the Right Honourable Gentleman's remarks about Andrei Parubi and appreciates the relationship that he had with him. On the question of pressure on Putin to come to the negotiating table, that is a matter for it's a matter for the nations that stand with Ukraine, and we're determined to play our role. It is also a matter that is recognised by the US and the US President. He wants Putin to come to the table. He wants Putin now to start to act in the way that he says, which is interested in peace, ready to talk about peace, but at the moment not yet showing enough sign of doing so.
Luke Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To secure the peace in the long term for Ukraine, we need to support its defence industrial base and therefore the financial sector that underpins it. But I'm concerned that UK export finance red tape could be limiting UK-Ukraine defence partnerships. And I also believe we could launch new joint defence innovation funds. Would my right honourable friend consider carefully these ideas and work with me to discuss how we can support Ukraine's defence financing system too?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the short answer is yes. The slightly longer answer is that we are already working hard with Ukraine on some of these questions of joint ventures, joint industrial partnerships, and indeed our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, in June with President Zelensky, declared when he visited Downing Street that this is an area of reinforcing our industrial connections and joint enterprise that will help Ukraine in the fight now, will help develop Ukrainian industry, but could bring benefits to us and our armed forces in the future.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Secretary of State and all those involved in the Type 26 frigate deal, which is great news for all and for economic growth, and reiterate our continuing support for Ukraine and also to this government and the Secretary of State to working with other world leaders in trying to secure a ceasefire. And I suppose we shouldn't be surprised by Putin's appalling continuation of bombing Ukraine. And can I urge the Secretary of State to work with other world leaders to use the leverage that I think we still have of the $300 billion of frozen central bank assets that I think could help in the negotiations with Putin.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I note his view on the frozen Russian assets, and I welcome his declaration of support for Ukraine and his condemnation of Vladimir Putin. The all-party nature of the support for Ukraine in this House is very important, and it is particularly welcome that he's here this afternoon and he makes that clear for the Reform Party.
Serena Brackenridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Russia's aggression directly threatens our security here at home. Does my right honourable friend agree that the push for peace matters not just for Ukrainian people, but for all of our security? And we must invest in the defence industry in constituencies like Wolverhampton North East to deter Russian aggression and stand in solidarity with Ukraine.
Secretary of State.
I do indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. If for a moment this House considers a situation in which Putin prevails in Ukraine, it is not hard to see how that makes Europe less secure. And a strong Ukraine is essential for a secure UK and a secure Europe in the future. My honourable friend urges us to do more to reinforce the British defence industrial base and the record increase in defence spending that this government is now committed to investing since the end of the Cold War will be an important part of that, and I hope she'll welcome the defence industrial strategy when we publish that shortly.
Sir Desmond Swing.
Given the red carpet treatment afforded to Putin, will the Secretary of State remind our principal ally that it is our co-signatory to the Budapest Memorandum?
Yes. Yep.
Very good. The US is well aware that it's a co-signatory, and everyone involved in trying to support Ukraine through this war, but more importantly also looking to the route to securing a long-term and just peace, is acutely aware of not repeating the mistakes of the Budapest memorandum.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for his statement and the government's unwavering support for Ukraine. Given recent reports that Starlink was disabled during a major Ukrainian counter-offensive, highlighting the dangers of relying on a single privately owned satellite system, can the Secretary of State outline what steps the government is taking with its European allies to ensure that Ukraine has a resilient and sovereign communication system that cannot be switched off at the whim of one individual?
Secretary of State.
Without going into the details in public, I can say to my honourable friend, across a range of capabilities, where the Ukrainians are requiring our support and our military aid, we're looking to provide that.
Osmedy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been a long summer. Ukraine needs a just peace. It also needs financial support to rebuild. The EU has said it will allow frozen Russian assets to be used in higher risk investments to generate more money. What discussions has the Secretary of State had about supporting the EU's latest effort to use Russian assets to provide vital funding for Ukraine?
State.
I've had none of those discussions myself, but the government has with the European Union and with other allies that must be part of any effective plan to make use of the frozen Russian assets. She will, however, be aware of the way that we're making already use of the interest on those frozen assets, putting them to good use to make sure that we can support Ukraine to continue its fight.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A Ukrainian constituent who has just returned from a visit to Ukraine told me today that, and I quote, "Russia is systematically destroying our border regions and key infrastructure, medical, educational, civil, governmental and business. The scale of the problem goes far beyond housing or temporary displacement. It is about the viability of life across large parts of Ukraine. This is part of a wider strategy aimed at rendering Ukraine's borderlands uninhabitable. Any recovery strategy will require years of investment, security guarantees and sustained international support. In light of this, I thank my right honourable friend for his statement, which demonstrates that British support for Ukraine is unwavering. Can he confirm that we are using every tool at our disposal to ensure that the cynical Russian policy described by my constituent will ultimately be overcome?
Secretary of State.
I can confirm we are doing all we can, and if my honourable friend or his constituent identifies areas in which we are not doing that, then I would welcome him tackling me on doing so.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The House should be grateful to the Secretary of State for giving this statement today, because it underlines how the government is determined to keep this issue at the top of the British political agenda. But he gave quite an optimistic assessment of how we, the Ukrainians and her allies, are doing in Ukraine, only in as much as Russia can't win this war. But the risk is, and I hope something he will emphasise to President Trump as well, is that the West is losing the peace. And by losing the peace, we are losing our own security. But we need to, in the words of his own SDR, mobilise the British people to have a national conversation as to why we need to step up our efforts. Are we really giving Ukraine enough? Because I don't think we are.
State.
The right honourable gentleman has really deep experience, so I take his views very seriously. I would just say to him, we are doing more this year than we've ever done before. We are recognising that the UK itself on its own is limited, and that we can play a really important role in stepping up the collective leadership, as we are doing through the the UDCG and the Coalition of the Willing. In that way, Britain can play a coordinating role to contribute the support that Ukraine needs. And we do so with allies, and when we do so with allies, we make more of an impact.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware that the Clyde is a wide river and straddles the constituency of the Honourable Member for Glasgow South West, as well as my own in Glasgow West. So I join with my colleague in welcoming the deal with Norway that was concluded at the weekend, because not only will it secure a bright future for the 100+ apprentices at BAE Systems on the Clyde, but it will also secure the future of shipbuilding on the Clyde, including at the Scottish Government-owned Ferguson Marine, which is subcontracted to BAE Systems. Perhaps there are actually 10 billion reasons why the Scottish Government should welcome this deal. However, the Secretary of State mentioned the diminution of Putin's strength. And does he agree with me that this deal will help to further that diminution, particularly in the High North?
True State.
Oh, my honourable friend is exactly right. This will not just set new standards within NATO of interoperability and interchangeability, effectively a combined Norwegian UK anti-submarine force. It means that more frigates, a total of 13 anti-submarine frigates between the two nations, will be available to reinforce the northern flank of NATO, to provide the sort of deterrence required in order to keep the Russian threat in check. And just may I say to my honourable friend, she must be very proud of her Scotston yard. I hope that she will recognise, as I do, that this is a deal that will not just secure for many years the future of 4,000 jobs in the UK. 2,000 of those jobs are in Scotland.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Admiral Sir Tony Radakin is a fine example of public service, and so I humbly agree with the Defence Secretary about the retiring Chief of the Defence Staff. CDS appeared before the Defence Committee in June and said of NATO, quote, "The crucial thing is whether we are deterring Russia and whether we can face down threats from Russia." And he answered his own rhetorical question with absolutely we are. But following the strike in Kyiv that damaged the British Council and the EU's diplomatic mission last week, can the Defence Secretary set out how the UK and NATO are deterring further attacks that have symbolic effects like this one?
Secretary of State.
Well, I suspect, without wishing to speak for him, that Admiral Radakin, one of the things he won't miss in stepping down from the CDS is appearing before the Defence Select Committee. But I'm sure he'll still contribute to public debate on these matters. And, the honourable gentleman makes a sort of general point about the attempt to step up our support for Ukraine. We will always try and respond to what Ukraine says it most needs. And as we go into next week's UDCG meeting that I'll host with Minister Pistorius, that's exactly what we will try and do.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and leadership on this issue. As the pressure on Ukraine to agree a ceasefire builds, Russia too escalates its campaign of aerial attack on Ukrainian civilians and Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. In the liberated city of Kherson, Russian first-person drone operators are turning state killing into a grotesque spectacle, publicly broadcast, which has been christened as a human safari. The provision and conversion of Ukrainian Soviet-era missiles into the Grave Hawk system represents both real material aid and an accomplishment of British military engineering. Crucially, it helps to reduce dependency on any single supply chain and technology for aerial defence. So will the Defence Secretary give the House an assurance that all steps are being taken to increase both the quantity and the diversity of air defence systems to Ukraine?
State.
Yes, we are doing what we can to increase the diversity and the quantity of air defence systems. And I'm proud of what we've managed to achieve with Grave Hawk. I think it's a good example of two things. First of all, innovation, and secondly, a combination of Ukraine and of UK minds working together. And when we do that, we can respond rapidly, we can respond in a way that meets their needs, but also points the way to a different future for the way that we develop the systems that we need in our own forces for the future too.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I should declare an interest in that my eldest son today started work with Forsyth Royal Dockyard, a key part of British military infrastructure for over 100 years. Over the summer we saw Scotland's First Minister John Swinney meet with Ukrainian military personnel at the Edinburgh military tattoo. Incredibly, were those brave men and women to be injured in the line of duty, NHS medical aid sent from Scotland could not be used to treat them because of a prohibition put in place by the Scottish Government, and they still continue to refuse to fund warfighting capability in Scotland. With defence reserved to this place, Secretary of State, how is it possible that the devolved administration in Holyrood can damage British interests and security in this manner?
Secretary of State.
He poses those questions to me, but they're clearly matters not for me to answer, but for the Scottish Nationalist Government. And I would love to see the antagonism to investment in Scotland that supports Scottish jobs in the wider defence industry, that supports our UK security, of which Scotland plays such a vital part. That ought to be something that the Scottish Government embraces and supports, rather than resists and opposes.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in my constituency of Rushcliffe know the importance of standing with Ukraine in its fight, and in a recent survey I did, 87% of them supported this government's continued ironclad support for Ukraine, which I think after 3.5 years is an impressively high figure. Does the Defence Secretary agree with me that the push for peace in Ukraine matters not just for Ukrainians, whose country has been under attack for over a decade by Russian forces, but also for our future security here in Britain, and that we must therefore invest in the defence industry in regions such as the East Midlands to deter future Russian aggression?
Secretary of State.
The answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, is yes. And can I also say to my honourable